The Challenger Series makes its return to Ballito, South Africa, a place rich with surfing history, pristine waves, and unique wildlife. Emerging talents come to face off for a chance to move up the rankings and earn their rookie spot on the championship tour, while relegated tour surfers are intent to get back where they belong, among the world's best. The 2023 Challenger Series season enters its midpoint here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
There is something very special about a dawn on the continent of Africa. Many of the world's best arriving here to challenge for points, to commit to the lineup here in Ballito, and to leave here with perhaps 10,000 points on the Challenger Series on both men's and women's sides of the draw. It is a good morning from the beautiful continent of Africa, particularly here on the east coast of South Africa. Inkosi Sikelele Africa is what everybody embraces, and it's just something very special about starting the day on this continent. Pixley is alongside Mark Frew as we greet and welcome you to another beautiful day here in South Africa. We trust that you will enjoy the day with us, and I'm sure that every single competitor will do the same.
Gigs, it's looking like we're set for another great day of surfing here. New swells filled in. And looking at this morning, I think we're going to get into some great waves again.
It is that time of year where the tides are premium for this location on the east coast. We are standing by to hear if we'll get competition underway this morning. Let's go down and hear for the call.
We are down here in Ballito for day 2. The land breezes have been blowing through the night, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what WSL Commissioner Travis Logie has to say.
Morning, Tash. The waves are absolutely pumping. Super easy call this morning. So we're off and running, 7:35 a.m. start. We're going to finish off that women's round, those 3 heats, then straight back into men's round 2. 30-minute heats all day. We'll get up to heat 12 today.
Fantastic. So an exciting day of surfing ahead for us.
Thanks very much for that. As Travis Logie says there, Mark, for an easy call. Of course, this time of year, we're referencing the full moon, those low tides through the morning. We're set for another great day, and it looks like the swell structure is a little more linear and a little bit more out the south this morning for day 2 of competition.
It is, Gigs. We've seen that easterly swell that's had an influence over the last couple of days wane almost completely now, and now we've got a groomed ground swell that seems to be building from today through the week. It's the correct direction for this point break, and 15 seconds, about 1.8 meters. I'd call it about 4 to 5 foot on the sets out there I saw this morning.
Well, the World Surf League's Challenger Series on a really front foot roll. Great conditions at Snapper Rocks in early May, and of course Narrabeen producing well overhead surf. We now bring your attention to stop 3 of 6 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a good morning as we get competition underway, and we'll frame up the first of the remaining heats of round 1 of women. If you're just joining us, it is around 7:35 in the morning here on the east coast of South Africa. And we'll get this one underway. Ely Harrison, the young Australian, has been in form. She's been sharpening her tools over in the Australasia region. She'll come to this heat wearing red. Carolina Mendes from Portugal. Lots of action coming from that part of the world as well. And certainly the girls have been really in strong form there. Sarah Wakita, of course, representing the Japanese flag with her Hawaiian pedigree and grounding, will be in the white singlet. And then Zoe Steyn, the young South African, the goofy footer, will be in the lineup to show us if she has any local advantage. We heard Travis Logie mentioning the strong offshores in that discussion with Tashmi and Tasti for the call. And now you can see how beautifully brisk and offshore it is this morning.
The wind that we're seeing there, we get that it's traditional in the winter months here, gigs. The Drakensberg Mountains, which are about a 2-hour drive inland, gets really cold up there, and the warm Indian Ocean sucks the air from those mountains, and we get a strong northwesterly breeze, which grooms the waves here on the east coast of KZN. And this is why people travel to KZN from all over the world. If you're a surfer, the barrels on the north coast of KZN and the groomed conditions are fantastic in winter. And then what happens is in the morning, as the land heats up, then generally it goes a bit onshore.
Well, this is the 54th edition, the longest running professional surfing event in the world. Of course, it has changed location by a small geographic distance, but referencing the old dates of the Gunston 500, it was always July is the time on this east coast of South Africa. And of course, no surprise that the dates for the J-Bay Open fall on next week. So premium surf time at the bottom of the African continent. And if you've never done a trip down here, reach out, make friends with some of the local surfers. They'll show you many treasures. And we'll get the opening ride underway of day number 2. Just a short little feel for the lineup for young Sarah Wakita. That will not factor in by the time we get to the end of this opening heat of competition. Yesterday went really well. Again, reflections on yesterday, Mark Frew. Similar conditions, perhaps a little more peaky swell yesterday. Today, as we mentioned, slightly more structured lines.
Yeah, the lineup where the surfers were taking off yesterday, if you're looking at the screen, was a little bit further to the left, the middle of the beach there. Today, we see the surfers for the first heats positioning themselves right next to that finger of rock and reef. And this wave, it's locally known as surfers, the traditional wave is right next to that rock, that right-hand breaking wave.
You see the topography and the landscape around the competition area here. Rolling hills of Zululand embrace this area. Rock granite coves pack in the sand. And of course, we mentioned you can see that South African flag flying proudly, and it's straight offshore this morning. We are east facing, so that is a westerly offshore wind. South is off to the right of screen. We're looking very forward to the tide dropping out for the next few hours, and then of course we perhaps even get a little more consistency in size as the tide turns over, Mike. And yeah, we're very happy with day 2 of competition and what's coming our way.
I was really excited. I was inspired, excited. Yesterday, I was so stoked to see the level of surfing. Two of the heats that stood out for me, in particular yesterday, Kian Martin from Sweden got those 2 beautiful barrels in his heat, and then Christian Kaimerson did what he normally does in Ballito, took to the air, and everyone on the beach was talking about that late into the afternoon. And it was really exciting day of surfing.
Yeah, there was diversity in the way scores were built yesterday. You mentioned Kian Martin, the young surfer, getting 2 tube rides, and the judges having to split details on those. I think he fetched a mid-range 7 and a mid-range 6 for the 2 tube rides. A lot of the scores were built on what the judges' message to the competitors was yesterday, was combination of powerful maneuvers in the critical sections. That theme continues this morning here, and perhaps even a few more barrel opportunities with the brisk offshores.
There's a big difference, it seems, today between these small to medium sized ones and those bigger sets that we've seen. We haven't seen a set come through in this heat so far. But standing on the structure this morning and having a good look at it, the set seems to be every sort of 8 to maybe 10 minutes, and I'd expect that will get a lot more consistent as the tide drains out. 20 to 10 is full low this morning.
So assessing the rhythm of the swells will be important. We did see Charlie Medina and daughter Sophia Medina checking out the lineup. They'll be coming up next. And as we mentioned, 3 more heats to wrap up this opening round of women's surfing. Then we'll transition back to round 2 of men. And a lot of the big names in the draw. We look forward to breaking that down with you folks during the course of today. I would say we've got at least 6 to 7 hours of quality surfing coming your way. So from wherever you are around the world, a hearty welcome to the beautiful land of South Africa. Of course, multicultural here, 11 official languages, so many different types of cuisine, so many different tastes, fragrances. There's something very special about visiting Africa.
It certainly is multicultural melting pot. And this particular region where we're in right now, the Kwadakuza region of KZN, it's very close to our main international airport. In fact, that's only 20 minutes away. And we get a lot of international visitors that come through here to access the game reserves up in Zululand too. And tourism is the main driver for the Kwadakuza region.
Yeah, absolutely. The African wildlife, a strong pull to the region here. Names like Shlushlui, Umfolozi, and beyond, all the way up to Jacini, many quality game viewing experiences. And of course, remember we had Sal Masakela here back in 2019, and he absolutely lapped up those experiences. You cannot come to Africa and not experience the bush. It's a similar story when everybody goes to Jeffreys Bay as well. They'll always try and get that gap, get out on the lay days. There's something about being within a couple of yards of a lion or an elephant or a giraffe that is indescribable until you're in that moment.
Gigs, you know, where we're sitting right now in Ballito, it's a 2.5 hour drive, and you can see lions, elephants, rhino, in fact, all of the big five. And during some of the lay days, during the junior event last week, I saw some of the, through their Instagram and stuff, some of the junior competitors and their families went up to Umfolozi and the Shlushlui game reserves, and saw they saw some great game sightings.
Yeah, wonderful experience coming to South Africa, folks. This region of Zululand embracing many of the world's best. Let's have a look at a second ride underway here. Little snap in the pocket for Sarah Wakita. Just that one maneuver, though, so it's looking a little trickier than what perhaps thought once we got the horn going this morning here, Mark. Not seeing a lot of rides coming our way just yet. Here is that set. You mentioned a few minutes between them. And this will be the Portuguese surfer Mendes, deep and steep in the corner on the south end of the beach. She's going to find a little pocket run here. Now it's going to find the inside bank, nicely off the lip there, so that's a meaningful score as well. So Wakita and Mendes are establishing, perhaps opening counting rides, and that'll leave Zoe Steyn and Ellie Harrison, the South African and the Australian, respectively, looking for their opening rides. Here comes the young Australian. She's had a good run so far on the qualifying series in her region. She'll now bring that momentum to South Africa. And that one just tapered off there, Mark.
It did, Gigs. There's a left that actually comes off the bank just out of screen towards the left there. Yesterday we saw a lot of the competitors managing to connect with that left and finish off their ride. The surfers are in this heat are right up at the top, close to the top of the point there, and as I was saying earlier, that's the traditional takeoff spot for the right-hand breaking wave up here. If you watch locals who've grown up here their whole lives, guys like Shane or Justin Sykes, there's actually a bit of wash that comes off that rock. And that little bit of foam and wash gives you a chip into the wave on the set if you sit in the right place. And we actually saw it on Sarah Wakita's last wave. She got a little bit of a chip in on her ride there.
Local knowledge will always play a part. We'll see if that is anything that Zoe Steyn can capitalize on. Still no rides for the South African, who now holds the priority. So she is the only person in the lineup not getting to her feet at this stage. Judges will just take their time and set the scale.
So this one, I like how she managed that turn not to get caught up in the lip there too much, where Carolina Mendes, she managed to get a bit of a chip into this wave. So she got that initial speed to take off on the wave, and that initial speed gave her great rhythm into the next section, where Ellie Harrison, as you said, Gigs, had a lovely bowl section to this wave. There's a lot of sand right there next to the rocks, but then it went into that deep section, the transition section between the right and that left that comes from the other side of the beach.
Well, a little bit of opening exchanges for the judges just to set the scale. They'll kind of spend a lot of time discussing these first opening rides. They often take their time just to set the scale, to make some references, and always obviously to leave the scale open for, you know, that exceptional ride that could come our way at any time. It's going to be interesting to see where they peg Caroline Mendes' top turn up in the top corner. Perhaps that was the best of the openers. We'll wait for those numbers to settle. Still plenty of time. 30-minute heats being set out for competition again today here. Best 2 rides counting. We've seen a lot of heats yesterday, Mike. Surfers catching up to 7, 8, 9 waves in a heat. Let's have a look at a priority player. So that was a little tussle between 3rd and 4th priority. Just quickly building scores is your Portuguese surfer in blue. She opened with a 4.67. So now we're getting some scale now from that opening set of turns. And Mendes did get the best of it. The Portuguese lady opening with a 4.67. Quickly backing it up with a 2.33. So suddenly that's how the 7 appears top left of screen. And as those numbers come in, perhaps second to best turn was Sarah Wakita's 3.67.
Carolina Mendes, busy there building a nice foundation for the rest of her heat. She's obviously been watching these waves because her transition into the wave and into her first maneuver is very quick. Gigs, this wave can really catch you out. It breaks quickly on that sand. And although it's a right-hand point break, there are quite a lot of closeouts. We saw that yesterday as well. And as this, if you get a bigger set, the power in the lip on that closeout is quite radical, and it's quite explosive.
Caroline Mendes, coach, just looking on. Of course, all the pre-heat work always done. The beach was absolutely packed way before the sunrise this morning. Everybody enjoying the crisp morning here on the east coast of South Africa, and certainly assessing and reconnoitering the lineup, looking for exactly where the takeoff spots are. We watched the warm-ups this morning. A lot of 2-turn combinations coming out of the warm-ups. So we're looking for some topper-end scores out of this heat. We haven't seen them just yet. And tide going out will also just, as you mentioned, Mike, just slow down that rhythm a little bit. The bigger sets, as you mentioned, intermittent by about 8 or 9 minutes. And we feel that that consistency will improve as the tide turns over at around 10 a.m. local time here in South Africa. Right now, 7:45, so just over 2 hours still until we hit the low. The tidal range here on the full moon, your spring tides will bring in about 4.5 feet, just over a meter of tide, maybe 1.1 meters. I'll get that exact, but I'd say it's between 4.5 and 5 feet of tidal shift. You can see some lines approaching here. This offshore is brisk, and that is due to, as we mentioned, the interior of the country being quite cold. This is a warm ocean, around 21 degrees centigrade, probably in low to mid 70s Fahrenheit for water temperature. And we spoke of the local knowledge. Let's see how the young surfer Zoe Steyn goes. And that is not how she wants to start a campaign. Invested 12 minutes. Found a quality wave too, by the way. Her wave selection looked on point then for no reason, just spilling it. So, Mark, what do we put that down to?
Giggs, when she took off on that wave, it looked like she had a little bit too much pressure on her back foot. She didn't lean forward into that wave, and as a result, she basically just fell off the back of her board. And had she positioned herself a little bit more forward going into that, she could have driven out of that bottom turn.
So Zoe Steyn hails from Nahoon Reef in East London. It's about a 6-hour drive south of here, pretty much between Jeffreys Bay and where we are in Ballito. And working very closely with the local community there. Of course, nobody heads up a stronger opinion in the region of East London than fellow commentator Greg Emsley, who is in the coaching role, and he will be absolutely furious with Zoe Steyn for that one. But Zoe's done something smart here. She's broken wide and having a look for opportunities a little further over to the north end of the beach. Of course, Zoe Steyn has been on everyone's radar here in the South African space for quite a while, and in fact took a national women's title as a young teenager, and really sort of drew the attention of a lot of sponsors, a lot of board shapers at the time. And now she's journeyed through the teenage years, and it's almost, do you think there's an expectancy of pressure on Zoe Steyn at this stage that she's got to figure out and work her way through?
She had a stellar junior career. She took out a lot of the pro junior wins. She took out national titles, and for a while she was almost untouchable in the junior divisions. She was winning everything, Gigs. She took out the pro junior title here at Ballito a couple of years ago. Then she took some time to finish school and complete her studies, and now she's in a position in her life which I think she's trying to there's pressure to perform at a surfing level, but she's also trying to figure out where does she go into her early 20s.
Well, we'll follow the journey of Zoe Steyn over the years to come, but for now she's trying to figure out how to take on the lineup, and we see Sarah Wakita, while we were having that chat, just add another score. Wakita, the surfer representing Japan in the white singlet, a 3.67, and now we'll wait for a replacement score. She's going to drop the 0.5. And we're pretty much approaching the midway of the heat here. Here's Mendez, who stayed on a steady rhythm through the first half of the heat. Little trim on the inside section. It's a little bit frothy. There's the section to slam into. And a little error coming in. A couple of errors from everybody this morning here. Let's see how Ellie, the young Australian, two-turn combination, and that is going to tick the boxes for the judges. That's the kind of thing they want to see, transition in the critical section. That's going to be a meaningful number for Ellie Harrison, and perhaps all the way she'll go to the lead in this heat mark as we hit the midway mark.
I like the way how she completed that last maneuver. She was centered over her board. She was well balanced going into that maneuver compared to the previous wave that we saw from Carolina, because she was sort of off balance going into that turn where Ellie had great control going in.
Well, prior to that set of waves we've just seen, best ride was the 4.67 of Carolina Mendes. The scorecard is open. Judges are working on numbers for all four surfers. And I've got a feeling as we break that down that Ellie Harrison is going to get the best number. Try and bring a replay of that shortly. And when we do, Mike, it's going to be analyzing where in the critical section those turns were, and then the transition, the smoothness. Judges are just loving. They're throwing lots of points at the blending of power once, the rail shifts, just the transitions, and which is the keyword combination, right?
The judges are looking for critical turns with speed, power, and flow in the most critical part of the wave. And when we say the most critical part of the wave, it's the steepest section of the wave right next to the braking part of the wave, what we call the pocket. If you do maneuvers in the pocket with control, speed, power, and flow, generally those are rewarded with the higher scores.
Well, the steeper part of the wave will always gives you the most speed, and we'll wait for the numbers to land. Meanwhile, more waves approaching the lineup. Harrison, who looked really good on that last one, will two-turn combo again, and that is a good set of numbers. So suddenly Ellie Harrison has put her hand up in this heat, and the young Australian, I think, will go up to the lead once all these numbers settle. Of course, the young Australian out of Barwon Heads in Victoria. She's just 18 years of age. She's having a good run as far as campaigning goes. Brings her now efforts to the Challenger Series' third stop here in Ballito. She got a 9th on the Gold Coast, only losing to eventual winner India Robertson, so a lot of potential here from Ellie Harrison. We'll have a look at a committed paddle from Carolina Mendes. Of course, the Portuguese community have really been stepping up as far as developing women's talent goes, and Carolina Mendes is spearheading that discussion, and she'll keep herself busy in this encounter. First heat of the morning. If you're just joining us, it's Ballito. We're loving it. It's day 2 of competition. We took a lot of discussion out of day 1 yesterday with the judging criteria, the combinations of scores in the critical sections, and then of course we were treated with a couple of heats where even one heat got wins with 2 tube rides. So we're hoping for a combination as the tide turns over, perhaps a few more tubes on the low tide sandbar here.
Giggs did some of the beach interviews yesterday, and talking to guys like Kieran Murphy, who got the win in that heat. So many of the younger surfers, this is their very first trip to Ballito, and they've been here for a couple of days, and they were just talking and highlighting how good this wave is, how good the barrels are that they've had over the last couple of weeks. And many of them referenced the food, the culture, and the unique energy that is Ballito compared to many other stops around the rest of the world. And one thing came through, and it was just that they're so stoked to be here. They can't stop talking about how rad their trip has been so far. Never mind that they haven't even surfed a heat yet.
It's good vibes and good feelings all round, and it's wonderful to be sharing this special part of the world with everybody as we focus in on the third stop of the Challenger Series. As we mentioned, Challenger Series having a fantastic run as far as surf quality goes in 2023. Let's have a look at Sarah Wakita as we take in her turn off the top there. That's a spicier turn, a little bit more knifing angle to that. Numbers are updated top left of screen. And here's a priority usage now from the local. Young Zoe Stein coming around the corner. Gets a snap, recommits to the speed. 2-turn combination. She'll just ease easily out of that second turn and perhaps brings herself into the scorecard discussion. Meanwhile, the Australian has gone to the lead, and there's a little time underneath the curtain for Ellie Harrison, who's accumulated a 12.67, and she's done that with one of those was a 7-pointer mark.
Yeah, she's certainly got the rhythm in the heats. Comes into the heats as the highest ranked surfer and carrying the momentum she built in Australia through into this heat gigs with some great confident surfing there.
It's just round one, and every heat is a step in the right direction. So Ellie Harrison will want to just steer this one all the way to the finish line now with a little over 10 minutes to go. We start looking at the second, third, and fourth positions in this heat as we come down to 10 minutes. And I'd like to see the numbers go up a little bit for Sarah Wakita as well. She's just holding a 3.93 in her scoreline. We are waiting for scores for Sarah Wakita, and we feel that she may have just brought her best single maneuver to the game. Prior to that, a pair of threes, a 3.93 and a 3.67. So waiting for updated scores, and then we'll have a look and see if that has an impact, because Wakita only needs a 4.87 to go now from third to second.
Gigs, it looks like the surfers are starting to position themselves a little bit more towards the left.
Yeah, it seems like they've moved. Yeah, Mark, I was just going to say, it seems like they're moving now towards the middle of the beach. Let's see if a couple of runners will open up the wave face and opportunities for our surfers. And of course, Zoe Stein, the young South African, we were talking about her a few minutes back. She seems to have found at least a building block score for her to perhaps gain some confidence here, because Sarah Wakita is not a slouch of a customer either, and neither is Ellie Harrison as far as a competitive challenge goes.
This is White's last wave. She had her eye on that lip. I like the control. She put a lot of pressure on that back foot in the turn. It gave it a little bit of flair. Then we had a look at Zoe Stein's first wave. She really found a bit more rhythm here. She looked comfortable. Her body language, that last turn is what we used to seeing from Zoe Stein. I really enjoyed this little sneak under the lip there, almost through the doggy door. And our first little cover up for the morning. Not terribly deep, but great to see that there are those opportunities out there.
Yeah, judges are very aware of the commitment to the tube, how deep you are, your travel time, etc., etc. And that's only going to fetch a 3.43. Having a look at some other numbers dropping in here, we speculated Sarah Wakita had found her best one, and it is mark of 5.33 for Sarah Wakita. Let's have a look at Carolina Mendes. Yeah, puts it up in the top corner, and that was delicate yet powerful, and she holds on to it as we hit the 8-minute mark.
Gigs, did you see how she actually held the rail of her board, the rails of her board to try and ride it out of that turn? That's something I haven't seen before, and she managed to hang on to it.
All right, so as we allow the first heat of the morning to settle, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Welcome back to the opening heat of day 2. You are with us in South Africa for the 3rd Challenger Series stop. It is good morning from beautiful Ballito. So join us in the women's round 1 heat 6. It's the first heat of the morning, and we're enjoying everything that is professional surfing here on the continent. Joining us with Ellie Harrison, the young Australian, in a pretty strong commanding lead, and Sarah Wakita before the break had fetched a 5.33 and starting to solidify that second place position. We start looking to the scorecards for Carolina Mendes, who's chasing a 4.6, and the young South African Zoe Steyn, who's back in the priority in the green singlet, chasing the 4.97. It's going to be an interesting back 5.5 minutes to go, Mark.
Zoe Steyn's got a wave now, so she's in the conversation as we see up and riding. That's Ellie Harrison. Just a quick in and out for her. But Zoe has a score now on the board. It's taken her gigs almost 25 minutes to really establish herself in the heat. And I feel like looking at the score requirement for Zoe, she has a chance now with that last score on the board.
So the South African, a 4.3 as a counting score, still holding on to a 1. So she's got to fetch her best wave yet. Has to now be a value of a 5.3. Little reshuffle of the heat order here. Mendes has jumped up to second. Wakita is now down in third. And Wakita whizzing down the line here in Ballito. Not going to find much garnering of points there. And here's second wave of the set. Local knowledge perhaps. And that's a good hack in the pocket for Zoe Steyn. This is more like the young talent that we want to see. Of course, being coached by Greg Emsley. Little mistake there in the junction at the end of that wave. And of course, Greg knows how to coach goofy foot women surfing.
Absolutely. And the East London, anybody from East London knows how to surf a solid right-hand breaking wave. That wave of Zoe's actually reminded me a bit of Nolan Raposa's wave from yesterday. He had 2 cracker turns, and then he came unstuck on the 3rd one. But they rewarded him with an 8 for the two turns that he did manage to stick. I'm not sure where the judges are going to go with this one, but I like those first 2 turns of Zoe, although she fell on the 3rd one.
Well, let's have a look where the remaining 4 minutes go here. Zoe Steyn, the South African, chases the 5.3. Sarah Wakita, who has a whole lot of experience in the competition jersey, is chasing a lesser score of a 4.27. And have a look, the priority being held by the second place surfer. So the story's starting to get a little compressed here in the back part of the first heat of the morning.
Yeah, we're down to 3.5 minutes remaining, the real sharp end of the heat. And Gigs, like you say, that this is where the priority comes into play, because the surfers can keep those the positions in 3rd and 4th off waves strategically to try and hold on to that win. And like yesterday, we saw guys going on closeouts just to keep the surfer off a wave.
Well, priority with blue. So Carolina Mendes will want to improve on a 4.67, and she's going to pull the trigger here. So she's going to allow other surfers waves in the lineup. She's not going to use that priority as a blocking tool. Nice wrapping turn. You can see how hollow it is this morning as the tide continues to drop in Ballito. Lovely end section, and as I say that, just a little squirrely landing for Carolina Mendes, whose meanwhile scorecard is updated, has dropped down to 3rd. And the South African, a 6.5. You mentioned that backhand repertoire of Zoe Steyn, and here she goes now. So a late charge in the heat from the South African. That's another strong turn right there. Her previous one, a 6.5, and I think that she could be now challenging for the heat lead here as we hit 2 minutes and 20. So this whole story's flipped upside down, Mark.
Zoe had a really start to the heat. I would imagine Greg was very concerned, her coach on the beach. Her body language didn't look confident. She almost looked nervous on her waves, Gigs. And after that 4.3, she's improved, and her turns and her confidence have got better and better through the heat. She surfed that wave with real confidence and drive.
Well, here's Ellie Harrison, who's been holding on to the lead. The Australian, nice snap in the pocket, stings that one. 2-turn combo. That's also going to perhaps now appear in her top 2. So a lovely little race to the finish line here from all of our surfers. And meanwhile, priority slipped all the way back to Sarah Wakita, who has dropped all the way down to 4th. And you know that she's got a little bit of big match temperament as well. She's got to start chasing a 5.48, but we are waiting for an updated scorecard. So perhaps her requirements are going to increase a little bit more. 90 seconds. This has been a fun one. I didn't expect this heat to sort of change shape the way it did, but there's been a strong push from both Carolina Mendes and Zoe Stein. Ellie Harrison kind of established herself quite early on in this opening encounter of the morning. But either way, it's a beautiful image that we're sending out to the world. And here's Mendes, the Portuguese surfer, down in third. She'll want to navigate this off the lip, just kind of knifes that one, and she'll step off early. I'm not sure that she's going to find another wave in the lineup here. Meanwhile, Wakita with that North Shore experience, and this is where I can sit back and go, thank goodness we're not judges, Mark.
Absolutely. We're enjoying the action. We can tell you what we think, but the judges ultimately will analyze that, look at a couple of replays, and then put the score in. Giggs, I feel like the waves have turned on in the last 10 minutes. It was a sleepy start to the heat. Looking at it from dark this morning, there were long lulls, but when in between those lulls, when the sets did come, there were a number of waves, and we can see that groundswell pulse. We were expecting a 15-second groundswell to start filtering in this morning. At 3 o'clock this morning, it hadn't happened yet. I looked at the buoy in Durban, and it seems like that buoy is starting to pick up, and that swell starting to filter up the north coast of KZN.
Well, beautiful conditions on hand here for the start of action on day 2. Clock is now zeroed out, so we have wrapped up on the time clock the opening heat of the morning, but we're going to stay with us just for a second. We are waiting for scores to land, and the South African Zoe Stein has fetched an excellent category score. She's gone into the 8, so strong message from the judging panel there. Combination of turns in the critical section and on a slightly bigger wave. So best of wave selection came from Zoe Stein, and her last 2 scores are going to get her the heat win, and that is going to be an official result. So fantastic result there with Zoe Stein and Ellie Harrison getting the best of that. And we're going to lose Sarah Wakita and Caroline Mendes early on here in the Ballito Pro. There's your official results. An 8 and a 6.5 are the winning numbers for the South African. And we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for the second heat of the morning here from beautiful Ballito. Good morning, surf fans. Sawabona is the greeting in the Zulu dialect. You're with us in the heart of Africa. It is Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. And we are into day 2 of competition. The World Surf League's Challenger Series now in its 3rd stop out of 6. And we frame up the second heat of the morning for you. All sorts of contribution, including 2 South Africans. It will be Nanao Suzuki from Japan taking on Sophia Medina. Of course, you recognize the name Medina. Yes, it is the younger sister of 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina. And let's see how Natasha van Groenen and Sarah Scott, the locals, flying the Rainbow Nation flag, can fare here in the Challenger Series. It's a good morning from myself, Giggs Cilliers, alongside Mike Frew, a local in the area. And Mike, we were talking about surf conditions, a beautiful canvas for everybody to find points here from the second morning.
Absolutely, Giggs. We're greeted by a picture-perfect winter morning here in KZN. As surfers, this is what we look for: a northwesterly wind and a ground swell. This would have been the morning. If you were working, you would have taken the morning off work because there's waves. And we're expecting a low tide at 20 to 10, so we're almost on full springs. We're going to see quite a big transition. I had a look at the tides just now. It's a 1.8 meter difference between high and low tide today.
All right, so a lot of water to run out of the bay here this morning as we get stuck into the action for second heat. This is looking strong and confident from young Sophia Medina, who I'm seeing a huge improvement from her visit this time last year. Strong, she's done her work as far as power on the rail goes, and that was a great way to open in her campaign here in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she has a lot of heat experience here at Ballito. She surfed the juniors last year, and she knows how it is out there to wear the jersey. She feels a lot more comfortable, and she's looking a little bit more confident this year.
Well, talking of confidence, in about 10 days' time, we'll see how brother Gabriel fares. Think of his win at J-Bay and that incredible final back in 2019. Gabriel Medina and Italo Ferreira were on an absolute tear. And yeah, so many good things to talk about with surfing in South Africa. As far as the next few weeks ahead go, we trust that you're enjoying this week ahead with us as we figure out who's going to go home with 10,000 points on both men's and women's draws for the Challenger Series. Of course, the mid-season cut at the Championship Tour level has pushed a whole bunch of talent, including names like Sally Fitzgibbons, amongst others, Macy Callahan, into the women's draw. And of course, on the men's side, Zeke Lau and a number of others are ready for competition, and we will be in men's round 2 a little later this morning. In the meantime, let's have a look at the South African Sarah Scott Confare. She's out of Cape Town. She's got a giveaway and a smart use of priority from Natasha van Groenen, who's the last to engage but the first to bring a good combination on the back end. And van Groenen will stay just in this locked in focus and just try and steer in for a second score. So that was a smart move from Natasha van Groenen earlier on.
It was a smart move. She knew she had priority and she went on that wave. Also smart from Sarah Scott. She knows exactly how priority works. Both of these girls have surfed plenty heats at this level and they know exactly what to do. So Sarah knowing exactly what she had to do as well, not to get involved in any kind of priority interference.
Nanano Suzuki just negotiating a slightly frothier wave face on that one. This has been about a 4 or 5 wave set, Mike, so a lot of consistency now. We mentioned a little bit of a slower start to the first heat of the morning. In fact, I felt that first 10 minutes almost let us down as we'd hyped up the conditions, but now there's some rhythm to the Ballito lineup.
The last 10 minutes of that last heat, it really switched on, and the dial got turned up in the waves here. As we see this wave from Sophia Medina, I like her body positioning on that. Did you see how she turned her shoulders? She looked where she was going. Her shoulders turned. Her hips followed into that turn.
And then the taller frame of Natasha van Groenen just levering out a couple of backhand turns. We saw Zoe Steyn in the previous heat use her backhand to a strong advantage. Natasha van Groenen will want to follow that South African theme now. And 23 and 20 on the clock, still plenty of time, and lots for us to start breaking down here, Mark.
Yeah, the waves have definitely turned on. It's a little bit bigger than it was. It's really jumped up to 4 foot, 5 foot in the last half an hour. That's a result of the tide going out, and it's becoming a lot more consistent out there, Gigs.
You like the body dynamics of Sophia Medina, and it's going to fetch a 6-pointer early on from the judging panel. So single ride for the lead at this stage for the Brazilian Medina. And Natasha van Groenen fetched a 4.67, so 2 backhand turns. There's a face that we've come to love and know. We've seen Charlie sprint into the water many times fully clothed in his support of brother Gabriel. Let's have a look here. Second wave early on. So already not even 1/3 of the way into the heat. And Sophia Medina, a little error there from her. Felt that she let that landing go. And we'll see if she can back herself up. She's already opened with a 6. That was her second ride we've just seen come our way. And slower start for Sarah Scott, who now holds priority.
Sarah Scott's actually one of the O'Neill team riders in this event, Gigs. She was given a wild card into the ladies, And Sarah, on the Challenger Series last year, she did the Australian legs, came to Ballito. She is now a wild card in the Challenger. She didn't qualify for the series this year, but very stoked to have the opportunity to compete at this level here in Ballito.
Of course, Natasha van Groenen been campaigning as well on the Challenger Series all the way back to 2021. She's been having a go at it. Let's have a look at young Sarah Scott. She's very good on the right-hand point breaks in the Cape area, and she'll be trying to just settle into finding her wave selection rhythm now, because once you give her an open face on a right-hander to work with, her repertoire is good, her dynamics, her combinations of turns are on point, and we'll see if Sarah Scott, who hails from the Cape Town region, can get into a good rhythm here.
Sarah and her brother Brad hail from that hotbed of talent in Cape Town, the Komaki area. They're well-known family down there, and they are used to powerful right-hand breaking waves. Sarah Scott actually got the best result of her career here in Ballito in 2021. She during that event, we had a lot of lefts, and she actually secured her challenger spot surfing lefts on her backhand. And she had an exceptional result there and went on to surf Challenger Series in 2022.
Yeah, that was the year where we were transitioning out of the pandemic, and we ran a Ballito Pro in the December time, right? So, and we had really good waves for that, considering it was midsummer. It's been a very good start to the morning here in South Africa, a South African win. Let's go down and hear from Zoe Steyn. She's there with Tashmin Tasti.
I'm standing alongside our heat winner, Zoe Steyn, first heat of the morning. Zoe, you know you thrive being at home and with the local support. What was the game plan going into this first heat, especially first heat of the morning?
Yeah, my game plan was to try and get an early start, which didn't end up happening. But yeah, I stuck to my plan of trying to find the good ones sort of next to the rock. With priority, and then under priority sitting a bit wider, where I actually got my highest scoring wave. So yeah, I'm glad the plan worked.
Yeah, I think it's just fantastic for the South Africans as well to start the day with this. So congratulations, and we're going to look forward to seeing you in that next round.
Thanks, Tash.
Well, Zoe Steyn found her rhythm there. Coach Greg Emsley will sit back and sigh. A little bit of relief, because it was a slow start to that heat, but a win for the South African. Of course, Ellie Harrison from Australia advancing alongside her. Wrestling with that one is Nanoe Suzuki. As we transition back to the live action in this second heat of the morning, we're still wrapping up opening round of competition on the women's side of the draw here in Ballito. The third Challenger Series stop underway, and we made mention of the quality surf that the Challenger Series has been blessed with. Of course, snapper rocks, consistent head-high right-handers for that first stop in early May. And then, well, 6 to 8 foot, even some bigger waves at Narrabeen on that south swell to crown champions for the second stop. And it looks like we're going to be pretty consistent here with head-high surf for stop 3.
The forecast looks great for this week. We're going to have a little bit of wind in some of the afternoons, and then Wednesday in particular this week looks like it's a big southwesterly cold front that makes its way up the east coast of South Africa. But what that means, Gigs, is it brings a lot of swell with it, and I'm looking forward to the latter half of the week, perhaps seeing some waves in the 6, maybe even 8 foot range out here. This is we've had a great winter up in KZN so far. It's been a conveyor belt of swells that have made their way up the east coast. It reminds me a lot of the 2020 swells that we had just after the period of lockdown.
Well, I like it when you put your money on the line there, Mike. We are talking up a surf forecast here, but we're doing it with a fair amount of confidence. It is that premium time of year. It is the spring tides, and as we mentioned, those offshore winds are pretty much a feature every single day. The katabatic drainage from the mountains behind us brings the offshore winds, and let's see if Sarah Scott can navigate. A little bit slow and sleepy out of that turn there for Sarah Scott's already 4th ride of the heat. She hasn't really put any real numbers on the board for us just yet, Mike, but let's have a look and see with Suzuki trimming through the tube section. Now jams a little bit of levering for this cutback inside section to capitalize. and again getting stuck in the white water. So it's there's two things to take from that, Mark. The white water is quite strong and turbulent, and Suzuki's just got to get that timing a little quicker off the lip, perhaps.
Bottom turning into that last section is critical, because the timing of how you hit that lip is going to determine whether you're going to ride out or not. And if you're a little bit too early or too late, it's going to unsettle you. The board becomes a little bit more difficult under your feet and difficult to ride out. On those turns at this section, you can see this from the surfer's body language. Halfway through the turn, you can almost already predict whether they're going to make it or not, depending on where their shoulders are, their center of gravity over the board.
You mentioned Sarah Scott, a team rider for the O'Neill brand. Of course, O'Neill proudly presenting the Ballito Pro. Again, it's been a great partnership, Mike. You wear two hats here. You are involved with the O'Neill brand here in South Africa. Of course, yourself and Paul Canning doing a great job, along with Gary Green and the rest of the team, and bringing that theme of everything is blue. And we'll talk a little bit more about that after the break. Stay with us. We'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Aloha is the greeting if you're in Hawaii, and Sawabona is the greeting in the Zulu dialect if you're with us here on this beautiful part of South Africa. It is a good morning as you join us for the second day of the Challenger Series, picking up on second heat of the morning as we start wrapping up women's round one of competition. And we are talking about Konke Kulishlaza, the theme of the Everything is Blue, the awareness, the responsibility of the sport of surfing, and of course O'Neill embracing all of that, Mark.
Yes, Gigs, you said Sawubona. It's a Zulu word of greeting here in this region of South Africa. And our tagline for the event is Konke Kulishlaza, which means everything is blue. It's a Zulu word which can also translate to everything is green. So the sustainability and the everything ties in nicely to the product that O'Neill has developed in there as part of their O'Neill Global Blue Collection for this event in particular.
Yeah, we love it. Of course, environmental awareness is the responsibility of every single one of us beach lovers and wave riders around the world. And, the theme of blue, we'll talk about it all week long here in beautiful South Africa. Saw Natasha van Groenen just stumble, but now back on another one of talking of everything is blue. And the South African trying to hang on to that second place position at this stage. The South African in blue with a 4.67 and a 3.6 in the scoreline. We'll wait and see if she improves with that last one. Also, Sophia Medina, we saw her in the white singlet, just fetching a slight improvement, 3.67, the backup score for the very good starting number for Sophia Medina over 6. So this heat is still going to race through the remaining 12 and a half minutes. Here's the other South African interest in this opening heat for the round one. And as I say, this is heat 7, so heat 8 will wrap up women's round 1 of competition. Then we'll transition to men's round 2. Looking forward to that. 12 minutes to go still, plenty of time. Gig Saliers and Mike Frew breaking it down for you. If you're just joining the broadcast, it's a fresh, brisk morning here. but it will warm up beautifully over the next few hours. Of course, this region, a very subtropical feel. The rest of the country, it is winter down here. The rest of the world up on the northern hemisphere celebrating just one day to go to 4th of July celebrations. It's a crazy summer atmosphere all in the northern hemisphere. But down here, we get that great winter vibe. And of course, so we get that summer feeling when we get to the middle of the day. Here's a nice run on the inside for Nonoe Suzuki, the young Japanese surfer who's needing to engage as well. No real numbers coming out of the first 20-odd minutes of this heat for her. Just a 2.93 and a 1.1. We'll see if she can improve those numbers with 11.20 still remaining.
Gigs, I like the speed and the flow. It wasn't a big wave that for our Japanese competitor, but she rotated her entire body. The board followed into that first turn, and she carried the speed straight out of that first turn into another one. Not the biggest wave, but check this out. She's driving down the line, great bottom turn to set up this. And did you see how she drifted the tail slightly? That little bit of flair really puts an exclamation mark on each of those type of maneuvers.
Well, Mark, I think we can argue that is the best wave thus far for Nonoe Suzuki. We'll wait for the judges to confirm that as we slip under 11 minutes on the clock. And starting to look at the point spread here, Medina in the lead. Still not in the double digits, a 9.67 total. So the meat of that on the 6-pointer, which was the very first wave that Sophia Medina rode way back at the beginning of this heat. She's still looking to back that up and add at least another good category score to it. We expect heat winning totals to go to around 11 or 12 if we look at how that last week. But Zoe Stein in the last heat did find an 8 with a 2-turn backhand combination. So we are very clear about what the judges are looking for in the lineup this morning.
Yes, we are, Gigs. I feel like we're having a bit of a lull again now, like we saw at the beginning of the first heat. So there is a lull between set waves, and each swell is different. And at the moment, we're probably seeing about a 10 to maybe 15-minute gap between those waves of the 5-foot range and then the sort of insiders that we're seeing at this stage of the heat.
Of course, men's round 2, the big names start coming. Jadson Andre just will sip that coffee and get rid of the jet lag as he's just fresh in from Rio de Janeiro. Great campaign there for Jaddy. Of course, Jadson Andre, I think, always back to his first win back in 2010 when he beat Kelly Slater as a Grom. And that was just the start of the Jadson Andre campaign. I think, Jadson and Geordie, other than Kelly Slater, are now, definitely the longest seasoned campaigners in the big picture of surfing.
The elder statesman. I never thought we'd refer to Geordie as an elder statesman. He still seems like a Grom to me. His enthusiasm and his stoke for surfing makes him still seem like a 20-year-old, but they are now the older guys on the CT.
Yeah, of course, Michael Rodriguez alongside Jadson Andre checking out conditions here. They'll be noticing that swell pattern and rhythm that you were talking about. And we're up to date with scores. Top left of screen, Medina leads Suzuki. And we like the details and the subtlety, and so did the judges, Mark. They went 6.1 for those combinations of turns. You mentioned the tail drift. Judges didn't miss any of those details, and she's fetched, actually, that was the best single score of the heat thus far.
Yeah, that first turn was really surfing to the criteria and put a little bit of flair and spice into that first turn, and I think that's what set it up. That's what set up the score.
And it wasn't exactly the biggest set that's come through either. It was just a steady medium-paced wave that ran along the sandbar with a nice line on it. And so we'll take that detail away. I'm sure everybody would have noticed that score that's come. So 6.1 is the best individual wave, and it's put Nonoe Suzuki, the Japanese, up into second. So that'll put the South African girls down into third and fourth, chasing a 4.37, and well, Sarah Scott really needs to engage and get a meaningful number. It'll have to be a stepping stone score in the right direction. Right now, she's sitting on a 2 and a 1.5, so it's a bigger requirement of a 7.03, but that can all change with 7 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Waves approaching the lineup again, and it's a fourth priority, so this is on the inside, and maybe a smart move here from Suzuki. Everybody else identified that was pretty much a closeout, but you know what, down in fourth priority, no harm, no foul. Have a go at it, see if maybe you end up in a real little backdoor barrel section.
Yeah, that's 50-50, go for it. as you say, Giggs, nothing to lose if you are in fourth priority. And so this seems like more of a set starting to come through. Maybe the start of another pulse, as we see the new groundswell filtering in the region of Quadakuza here in Ballito.
A little bit awkward there from Sophia Medina, who will go back and lock and load. Second wave of the set, drawing a little cleaner on the bank for the South African, who lets go a good rip. Now, if she can finish this, and she does, yes, we'll bring a completion to that. Now, that is going to bring Natasha van Groenen right into the mix. Going to be interesting to see where that score was. It was a little bit sort of loose and almost we hung question marks on that final maneuver of Natasha van Groenen. But when I think back to Zoe Steyn fetching an 8 for a 2-turn combo on a critical section, we're going to sit back and wait for this number to land, and we'll break it down. But I think it's going to definitely be more than the 437. That's easy to say.
Giggs, I was thinking exactly the same thing. When she made that the last turn, I thought, wow, this is playing out very similar to Zoe Steyn's heats. Natasha van Groenen started well with that 4.67, but then has been a little quiet through the rest of the heat. And she's a tall girl, and she really managed to open it up on that last wave. The wave gave her the sort of amplitude to utilize a good number of her maneuvers on that wave. And very, very important for her result in this heat to have hung on to that maneuver and rode it out. Critical.
Well, judges will ponder that. That is perhaps now the best ride of the heat, and it's confirmed. It's a 7.67, and heat situation changed now with just a little over 5 minutes still on the clock. Natasha van Groenen is, let's make a comparison. This is the 6.1 mark, and then we'll match that up against the 7.67 of Natasha.
So great maneuvers there, but I think the wave size played a factor here. That last maneuver, rode it out nice and clean, but not a lot of risk there, Giggs, in that last maneuver. Where if we come off this is Natasha van Groenen's one. Look how she went right up at the lip. That is a difficult section to hit. And to ride it out there, we saw a lot of the men coming unstuck on that end section yesterday on the low tide. Natasha van Groenen rides it out. She negotiates the instability, unstable section of the wave out and locks in her biggest score.
Well, it was a little skittish on the landing, but good enough for a 7.67. So now the heat has set itself with 4.25 still to go. Sophia Medina for now is hanging on to that second place position, and let's talk the second place position, a 3.67, one of the counting scores, and there is all waves ridden in the heat. Those are all scores. So van Groenen with her opener and now her last wave bookend her campaign for the heat lead here as we hit the 4-minute mark. Let's have a look where this one goes. Sarah Scott's got to engage something, and it's not going to be that one. Mike, a little throwaway for her there. She hasn't seemed to have found her rhythm in this at all, although improving slightly, replaced a lower score, but still that's a low set of numbers, and down in fourth she's chasing a 6.64. The message is clear. 2-turn combination out of the lip, medium to bigger size wave is going to get the answer and the requirement.
Zoe Steyn certainly set the bar there in that first heat. The judges know what is on offer out there. You got to be patient though, Giggs.
Here's a priority play. Well, that's Suzuki's going to just pull her nose up at that. She'll keep that priority. Has been noticing that second waves of the set have been drawing a little cleaner. We assume that red is going to stronghold this. She is. And here goes now, surfing for just a requirement of a 3.57. This is going to put the Brazilian Medina under pressure. Lovely slam there, and she's going to hold it together. We'll just track her as she completes that wave. And so, going to be another situation change. This thing is going to keep rolling over all the way to the finish line mark.
That wave was a very typical wave of the surface points here in Ballito. A nice bowly sort of roll-in, had that cut-back section. You get over that transition towards the other side of the beach, and it gets hollow.
Right, priority now being used by Sophia Medina, and that's a good slam there. Medina trying to drop a low-scoring 3.67 out of her scoreline. So we don't know what the requirements are. We know that she was chasing a mid-range 6 to steal the win. But a great playoff here with everybody involved. Sarah Scott, another little mistake from her. But let's focus in on Medina versus Suzuki here in that tussle for that cutoff in second place. And meanwhile, van Groenen can now do no wrong as she gets herself a tapered wall. Remember her last ride, that 7.67. Now she's trying to drop the 4.67. And perhaps she's just done that as well. So good rhythm, as you mentioned, a very similar sort of pattern with a strong finish for Zoe Steyn in the first heat of the morning. Mark, it looks like Natasha van Groenen has taken something out of the, torn a page out of the book from Zoe Steyn and just brought a similar approach to the lineup.
Those 2 turns to start off that wave, her board was looking very, very stable under her feet. The first turn, she got a lot of the board out the water. If her fellow competitors were looking back, all they would have seen was surfboard coming out the water. And I don't know if it would have been more than her 4.67 gigs, but it was a solid 2-turn combo there on that wave.
Okay, so a couple of quick updates here. Medina is up to date with a 3.43, so that's not going to be a replacement score. Natasha van Groenen, her scorecard is open, and we're now waiting to hear what Nanao Suzuki, who's already returned to the lineup, by the way, we're waiting for a score for her, and she only needed the 3.57. So, and a higher priority. So you see red on the inside of white here. So this is all strategy playing out as we hit the 1 minute remaining mark. Very interesting, this playoff between Medina and Suzuki. And Mark, just looking at scorecards, 2.93 is still one of the counting waves for red. We'll replace that. So this has been a great finish, been good value input, and there the number is official. 4.4 improvement, meets the requirement, and it's a priority with red over white. Medina obviously is interested in this. She's going to sell her. There's been 2-wave and 3-wave sets. So this is the lady who's now sneaked up into second. Wow, let's go the tail on that. We're down to 25 seconds. Is there an opportunity for Sophia Medina to chase her number of a 4.51? She's been ditched down into third, has the priority. You've got a feeling that the answer is going to be yes. This is a clutch moment. Let's have a look at the big match temperament for that family name Medina. And here goes Sophia Medina, inside section, chasing a mid-range 4. Oh, and she gets bucked off. So we spoke about the white water. We spoke how those lips were thing, and that ricochet of water landing just disposes of Sophia Medina. And it's going to be to the relief of Suzuki in red.
Yeah, look how shallow it was when she finished her wave there, Gigs. We're going to see that become very heavy on that section through the morning.
Well, a very good job done. A very high value entertainment heat, and one of the 2 South Africans is going to end up advancing. Natasha van Groenen really came through strong at the end there, and as we mentioned, a similar theme to Zoe Steyn in that opening heat of the morning.
Yes, so she'll be very, very stoked with that result, Gigs.
If results are official for the second heat of the morning, one more heat now to wrap up women's competition. Van Groenen will advance alongside Nanao Suzuki. Will lose Sophia Medina and Sarah Scott. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Kai Linder for the call as Ballito is on the pump.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Good morning and welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's Monday morning in South Africa. It's the Challenger Series, stop 3 of 6 on our tour this year, and here to talk you through the action, joining myself, Paul Evans, Tassa Mentasti, Kai Linda. I almost got my own name wrong then. How you guys doing?
Yeah, good morning. It's another great day here in Ballito. We've had these land breezes throughout the night, which has really cleaned up conditions, and just excited to see what is all going to be happening today with the men's.
Kai, you had a cheeky surf this morning. What's your intel, mate?
Yeah, I got down here. I thought I was going to be the first one out, but poor and two of the other girls had already beaten me out there at about 5:30, which is about an hour before first light. But all these lights from the event side kind of light the lineup up, so they were out there. So I went for a paddle. I was a bit concerned because with the higher tide, and it just felt like the swell had dropped so much. But kind of as I exited the water, as the first heat started, the swell just started pumping again. And if you've been looking up towards Bog Bay, which is to the right of screen when you look at the lineup, there's some really big sets hitting the lineup already. All
right, let's set the scene in this. Let's check out Ariane Achoa from Euskadi, the Basque Country, Ella McCaffrey from the USA, Ave Laula Wong from Hawaii, Kira Hofmeyer from South Africa. Another quartet looking to go, well, get out of this heat first of all, and then look at going deeper into the event through a week that's, well, promising us really good-looking conditions. Just from what we've seen this morning here, Tasha, keys to unlocking good scores out here. There's some with the long wall, which maybe seem a bit stretched out with this low tide condition. What are these ladies looking for right now?
Yeah, you know, I've been chatting to the girls on the beach, and like Kai was saying, that tide was really full this morning. We're going to see less water on the bank as we progress through the morning, and you're going to see faster rides along the bank. But what those girls need to do is try and fit a quick succession of turns into it. As we can see here, Ella McCaffrey, she's actually spent some time in Ballito and been able to put some time out into the waves here with the junior event before. So it's going to be critical surfing, quick responses through those turns.
Yeah, a bit of authority there on that second hit. Already stamping authority on the heat. So Hawaiian surfer Wong drops an 8. So it goes excellent already right from the get-go. What a way to kick things off.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see how quickly this bank can change. It literally go from soft little sort of peaky waves to big walled up barreling waves. And during the break, we obviously missed these ones. Wow, look at the size of that wave. Now, there was nothing in that size range this morning, and that was one of the most committed turns I've seen this morning, Paul. Absolutely amazing. This is
the South African.
The young South African, Kira Hofmeyer. She's been in Ballito a lot, and you can see her experience out in the lineup, all the way from Cape Town, and probably enjoying the warm water because Cape Town right now, the water is freezing. And then we had the surfer in blue, Ella McCaffrey. So she's had 2 rides already. Nice little first turn there, then puts it to the rail. You can see her just focused down the line. Managing to get a 3-turner out there, which has not been easy this morning. So good start to the heat. I mean, if we look at like 5 minutes down, already a couple of scores on the board.
Yeah, really, really fast start. And Wong has got to be feeling great about that 8-point ride, that bigger wave. And the judges have been demonstrating all throughout yesterday. It's kind of the key. There's different ways of getting scores, right? And they don't mind those huge, big turns. You take on that section, you're going to get major rewards. Let's check out that surfer with the 8-point ride in action, really smooth off the bottom, vicious off the top with the snap. There's another. And then again, a really crisp finish. Not sure she'll be deemed complete on the last mover, but another really good ride. And she's going to be in a great position, you'd expect, Tasha, when this score comes through.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching the Hawaiian surf, but live action now, the American, Ella McCaffrey, gets that one quick hit off the top, and we can already see it. It's really shutting down quickly. Just going back to the Hawaiian with that 8-point ride, I mean, that was commitment. Definitely the bigger wave that we've seen come through the lineup. But like you were saying, Paul, the judges rewarding commitment in the critical section of the wave. And we saw single turns with big scores coming out yesterday, and we're seeing it again today.
Yeah, I was cruising through Instagram this morning, just sort of checking out.
Not again, mate.
You know,
I thought you were going to cut down on that.
But what was interesting is that on Wong's Instagram, a lot of clips of big, heavy Haliva. Obviously, comes from the North Shore. It's where she's grown up. And like I look at that wave where she got the 8. I mean, completely at home on a big, heaving right-hand section.
So you got up early, had a surf, and did some research for the heat. Look at you.
Man, I'm on fire.
Look at you. A couple of cups of coffee.
Yeah. I think maybe one or too many, hey.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. She's with Mike Fruit.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, South African, Natasha van Grienen. Congratulations on that win. A great start to the event for you. Natasha, you started very well in that heat with a 4.67. Then it went a little quiet, and then the waves pumped towards the end. What were your thoughts going into the second half of that heat?
I just knew I had to find the right wave out there. And the Japanese girl, she got a 6, and I was like, okay, I need to up my game now. And I knew the second wave of the set was going to be the best, and I just went for it. I knew that I had to go big or go home, and that's what I did.
Congratulations, really taking great momentum now into the second round. You've been in Ballito a number of times before. You've surfed this event. What have you changed? Have you made any tweaks or changes to your approach to surfing this event this year?
Yeah, definitely just pushing it more, because I always hold myself back. So really going for the bigger turns that I know I can make. And yeah, just going in with a bit more strategy than before, starting off strong and making sure that I'm getting a good backup.
Well, your strategy paid off. We'll see you in the next round. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And the South African contingent will be stoked with yet another relatively new face, certainly at this level, doing well, taking on some of the very best, doing it out there and getting the win, getting through to the next round. That's one of our stories that's been emerging throughout the event so far. Look forward to that continuing. Meanwhile, let's get caught up in the water. Good number in for AV Lola Wong, 6.33. And she's so far with, 9 gone. Put on a little bit of a clinic here, Tasha.
Yeah, she's definitely putting on a clinic and putting these other ladies under pressure. But what we're seeing is she's sitting right up against that rocky outcrop. When she's got the priority holding it and making sure that she's on the best waves coming through the lineup. Now looking like she's paddled all the way wide, so not wanting to get involved with everyone. And I just think it showcases what these ladies need to be doing.
Well, and this was during the break with Natasha, lovely little front side carve there. Love how she comes off the bottom, really connects the tail into the lip, and again, managing to get that closing maneuver, putting the 3 turns in. This was Wong on the 6.33. Absolutely love how this girl surfs. Just jabs the tail right through the lip there, gets a second, little air drop out, and then just trying to hold on that third one there, but that time the lip won the battle. But I can really see the influences she has on her. I was checking out her coaching roster. Reynos Haynes, of course, Billabong international coach, Jason Shibata, and Kiana Singh. So she's working with 3 of Hawaii and the world's best coaches, and you can see it's paying dividends.
Yeah, you know what I really like? She's pushing that tail a little bit more than we can see from the other girls in this heat so far. And despite looking incomplete for that third ride of hers, she still came out as a good score, 6.33.
Ayani Ochoa here on the backhand. She's got a lethal backhand, has used it to good effect before at this level. And she'll whip a turn out the back and look to get a finish on the inside, just really getting the conversation here. She's not been at this at all. Meanwhile, on a bomb out the back, your heat leader, look at this thing streaking down the line. Wow, speed turn off the top. Just kind of opens up that turn and extends it and gets a finish as well. She would have loved another section, but she seems to be going almost kind of twice as fast as well and just really taking on the critical parts of the wave. Judges love that kite.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're looking at. If we look at what the judges put out yesterday, is they really want to look for that critical surfing in Ballito. Yes, barrels will be rewarded. We saw that yesterday when we didn't have a lot of barrels, but the ones that came through got good scores. But the biggest scores have almost been one-turn maneuver waves because of the critical element in the surfing.
Continues to pump out here, energy on the peak as we see McCaffrey, the American, currently holding down second spot. And she'll look down the line a little patiently for a big section. She takes it on and does really, really well to come out of that. We've been talking about how hard it is to hit this end section. And she does real well to get a completion there. So a 4th wave for her. She's been pretty busy and I feel like she's just kind of nudging her levels up each time she paddles into a wave.
Yeah, generally speaking, when I surf out there, I get hit by the end section. And that's what normal people, get done, which is really like an indication of the level that these girls are surfing at now, is that they are absolutely attacking the lip line.
Yeah, not holding back at all, really, really going for it, which is great to see. That's what we want to see.
All right, once again, here goes your heat leader on an absolute bomb. And just flying down the line, opens up with a snap off the rail. And that one blows up. She gets out to get a completion before that. And we're due numbers. Well, we got the previous for her, 5.9, so that'll be a throwaway. Meanwhile, Ochoa, wow. So taking a risk there. I think she realizes she needs to go pretty hard, just arriving a little late. Did Ariane, she'll go incomplete there. She needs a bit more where that came from. Good chance for an improvement for McCaffrey for her last wave. And Ariane might be looking at, well, trying to chase down something. A couple of numbers, plenty of time left to go in this. But the story from the Hawaiians so far, we've seen these beautiful lines coming through. We see these crisp kind of winter swell, ruler edge, the offshore winds, and she seems to be always at the apex of the peak, just paddling into a bomb. She's loving it out there.
Well, she's certainly, I think the word is, she is in rhythm. Like, she's feeling rhythm. She's really just always in that magical spot for the set waves. And just watching her take off, she just seems like she's really in the zone and feeling her surfing. And when you get into that sort of headspace in a heat, it just becomes easy because everything feels like it's going right.
Well, I think if you start with an 8, you've already calmed yourself down a little bit and you know, okay, I've actually still got 29 minutes to find another good score. So it definitely helps starting with that excellent scoring ride, but she does, Kai, you're so right, she's in rhythm. I mean, it's quite amazing, even with priority, how it's shifting the whole time. She's got 2 set waves with her priority. So the ocean is on her side today. Ariana Ochoa, though, she's no stranger to Ballito Pro. I mean, she's been coming for years. She's really good friends with a couple of the South African girls and understands this break. So just needing to click into that rhythm and really start connecting.
It's been a relatively quiet start from her in this heat, just the 3 waves ridden. She's currently sitting in 4th, looking for 5.87. The South African Hofmeyr looking for 5.93. That's the order of business, assuming no further improvement, of course, from the surfer in 2nd. We'll take 1 and 2 through to the next round. There's Hofmeyr with priority. What's going through her mind right now? Feeling pressure or excited about opportunities?
Well, Kira got into this due to a couple of cancellations, so it's a big event for her. She's a really talented surfer from Cape Town. Exceptional surfer. She can throw that her nose straight up into that 12 o'clock position, so needing to find a good set wave to use that canvas. I'm sure nervous, but loads of support. The South African crew on the beach is quite amazing. So she's got the support, she's got priority, she's sitting with a pair of 4s and not needing a massive score, a good score. So in a good position halfway through the heat.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in that wild card slot, I feel like there's often, I mean, I suppose they can take on that pressure if they want to, but really nothing to prove. You're here as a wild card, you've got an opportunity to get some experience and see what it's like to surf against the best ladies on the planet, and I'm sure she'll take that on and is looking forward to getting that experience so that she can take it back into the local QS series.
Absolutely pumping lines filling in here at Ballito. And here goes Hofmeyr trying to get at it. We just picked her up, arriving late at a section. And this next one might pique the interest of McCaffrey at the back. She'll have a little look, deciding that's not the wave she's after. Feels like, just compared to the last heat, where we had quite a lot straighter ones, maybe slightly smaller on the inside. These ones maybe just moving a little bit outside and just stretching out a bit, offering some really good opportunities for surfers. Can this one take this opportunity? He goes Ariane Ochoa, hits it nice and hard, and again, just gets the turn a little wrong. Maybe not coming into that one with quite enough speed.
Yeah, and we spoke about rhythm for your heat leader. Just looks like Ochoa is like just not in rhythm. She's just slightly not feeling her vibe. We've seen her 2 turns in a row, really connecting with the lip, but on the exit, just losing the rail or losing the fins and going down. And sometimes that can get a bit into your headspace as well.
Just under 13.5 minutes remaining in this. It's Hawaiian Wong, and she's been surfing great out there, looking really good value for a big total. We'll be back with more live action from the Ballito Pro right after this. Welcome back to a beautiful Monday morning in South Africa. It's the Challenger Series. We're wrapping up the women's round of 48 right now in the water. Let's get caught up. We've got Eve Lola Wong. She's absolutely ripping out here. She's looking comfortable, relaxed, happy. Judges enjoying what she's doing. She got an improvement with that last wave, the 6.43. So just pushing that total ever further north on the scoreboard. That's a big total to take through to the next round, assuming she does that. 11.5 on the clock in this at the moment. It's the American McCaffrey. She's looking all right in second. She hasn't got a huge platform. 10 points, a flat 10 for her out of 20. So not bad, but certainly beatable in terms of surfers chasing her down, who are Kira Hoffmeyer looking for the 5.93, Ariane Ochoa looking for 5.87. And the key ingredient, of course, has been the swell, which yesterday we were talking about being probably our smallest day. We're expecting a little increase today. We're getting excited about the winds already clicking offshore last night, and that's exactly what we've been greeted with first thing this morning with that beautiful sunrise, pumping lines to the horizon.
Yeah, it's funny because you wake up in the morning and you obviously expect Ballito to be warm. It is winter here in South Africa, but this is up in the tropical belt. But right now there's a lot of snow on the mountains, just sort of 2-3 hours inland from here. And when that land breeze starts coming down in the middle of the night, you can feel the chill. It's definitely a little bit colder. But of course, the water is sitting at about 23, 24 degrees. It's really warm this morning. So it's a funny feeling because when you walk down in the early morning, the sand's cold, the air's cold. And then as you walk into the ocean, you just get this wave of warm air over you, and the water's warm. And that's causing those offshores, that hot water sucking that cold air down from inland, and guarantees you beautiful fresh offshores every morning.
Next heat getting ready, Cade Matson, the American, with a pretty sharp looking haircut, getting some tunes in, getting his tactics dialed in. Absolute cracker of a heat. Emerald, Kalani Ball, Cade, and Joe Azuchi as well. I can't wait to get this next round underway. We're seeing the heavy hitters come in. This is going to be entertaining, and they will be loving the look of the waves they've seen this morning.
Yeah, and just really lucky with the tide going lower. I think it's going to be an exciting round for men's coming up. And yeah, would be lovely to see what Ariana and Kira can do with the last 9.5 minutes. We've seen it through the morning. There's been some lulls. Some heats are on, some heats are off. We saw the Hawaiian find that set in the beginning of this heat, but it's gone a little quiet.
Yeah, and also I think become the story of two heats here within one. I mean, Wong very much sitting up on top on her own now. I mean, a 9.26 for Ella required. That's a big ask. We haven't actually seen anyone go into the nines yet. And then the other three are in a tight battle, 5.93, 5.87. So Ella really needs to shut it down on this wave.
McCaffrey here, swinging from the get-go. She'll bang this section really hard. Big spray from her. She does have that back foot power on that snap. Just applies it with sweet timing into the lip. Let's see where that goes in terms of our panel. Should be looking to just apply a bit of pressure on Hoffmeyer and Ochoa. Ochoa's just still sitting on that one, and she needs to go to work on that and work pretty soon, just with a slightly longer period swell, the building swell as well. Maybe some of those longer intervals between, and that's not where you want to be if you're chasing the score.
No, absolutely, and then you really want priority to be on your side as well. So she's got second priority. She's totally capable of finding that score and really needing to start this heat. I don't feel that she's actually got started just yet, but I enjoyed Ella McCaffrey's last wave. I really enjoyed those quick two-turn combos and how she powered through that second maneuver to finish it off.
Yeah, judges liked it too, 6.27 for her, so just turns the screw a touch and makes that job significantly more difficult now. Anytime you're chasing a 5, any surfer at this level will be kind of backing themselves on more or less any kind of wave to stand up and get a 5. When you're looking for a 7, as each of that chasing pair are, really thinking, where am I going to find that, particularly in the context of what you've had so far in the heat.
Yeah, you've got to be very selective once you need to go into that good scoring range.
Ochoa here, whip off the top. Good section here, nice bottom turn. That's really nice. Much better from Ariane. And she'll get the completion there, and that's going to feel good. Wherever that goes score-wise, that's going to feel significantly better for her. And that's much more like the surfer we've come to expect. That two-turn combo really set up by the bottom turn between the two turns. The way she linked that together, kept the speed. Really nice surfing on the backhand.
Yeah, well, we've seen her fall on her last couple, so she's done well just to kind of calm herself down, get back into the right headspace, and found a good-looking wave there. It ran, it gave her 2 opportunities, and she made the most of both of those opportunities. And good response as Ella, dropped that score and upped the ante to 7 requirements. So she needed to get that wave on the belt because we're down to 7 minutes.
Massive moment in this heat for the Basque. 7-7-3 comes in for Ochoa. She'll be loving this, as will her support crew there.
Wow.
One judge goes as high as 8-2.
That is cheerleader of the month right there.
Too much coffee.
We'll pick up vision at the end of a ride for our heat leaders. Just streets ahead, really, way out in front of this. But Ariane Ochoa has very much stepped up in terms of the quality with that 7-7-3, so going close to excellent herself. And from nowhere in this dash, we talked about rhythm, she just wasn't in it. And it was kind of down to the waves, really. And that one just allowed her not to hurry her surfing. She could be patient off the bottom and show us what she can do. Judges loving it.
Yeah, almost like that pivot off the top, she could push through it a little bit more. And I think the exclamation mark on that 7-7-3 was her final maneuver where she just pushed those fins out and rode cleanly out of it. So the 7-7-3, it's going to be a keeper, and I'm sure she's feeling a lot better. The South African now getting the opportunity with the priority. Got caught and slow, just didn't get that flow through that bottom turn up into the top turn, unfortunately.
Gaffrey needs to make a move here. What she got, 5.5 on the clock, so there's still plenty of time. Great looking wave. There's a nice aggressive snap. This turn, if she can get one in, will be crucial. And she tags it hard. And just got a little straight-legged. And that is such a difficult section to hit. Feels like everything's coming down. All that energy's coming into one place. There's not many places to go. You've got to try and get yourself towards the beach. Unable to do that.
Yeah, you really need to compress. You could see that she had that extended leg.
Well, here goes the heat leader, and just look at the flow from her. She just wangs those fins straight out the back. And got a little caught up on this one. So the first time in the heat, really, that we've seen her getting a little out of rhythm and going down on the second turn. You can see almost that section just threw her a little bit. And that is the story of surfing, really, in your rhythm, having a great time. One little moment will just disrupt that whole sort of feeling. And we saw it on the opposite end of the spectrum for Red. She's been really struggling, and here we see this beautiful deep bottom turn, gets that first hook. Now her confidence is up, and she can really attack the lip on that second turn. And just those little millisecond moments in surfing can change things so quickly.
4 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this. The numbers are in for McCaffrey, 3-3. She'll be ruining that inside incompletion. Still time for another wave, though. Ochoa with priority. She'll be making her presence felt as she will head down and have a look for the blue singlet of Ella McCaffrey and just say, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, morning. I'm going to sit right
Lovely
next
to
to
see
you.
you.
Yeah.
All right, waves out the back here. What do we got? Ochoa does have priority. She might decide instead just to surf, wash off the 4. That's what she's doing here. Ariane, a little tentative with that first section, and then nice floater. Gets away from a touch. And you really need to arrive at that with a ton of speed, really be able to get down. She was hoping the wave would kind of give her a bit of a hand.
It's almost like she just couldn't give that wave up. I mean, 4 minutes on the clock, just probably looking so good down the line, but now giving opportunity to the American. And a 5.6, we know she's capable of doing it. She's holding a 6.27 in her tally.
Here goes Wong, your heat leader. Another good-looking wave for her. This one cups out as she drives down the line with that composed style off the bottom. It goes into pushing her layback carve, which ends incomplete. She goes out the back, and she'll just wash that off, make her way back out. She's looking really, really good in this one by virtue of a absolutely blistering start to this heat. And she can already really just start to think about staying out of any top priority, anything weird happening for surfers on the peak. Stay out of that and just basically enjoy the fact that you're on the Challenger Series. You're making heats against a really talented field. McCaffrey now 2.5 on the clock. She just needs a 5.6. She got first priority and opportunities here for her.
Absolutely, and she has spent a couple of days here, so she knows this lineup.
Here she goes, live action. This is McCaffrey looking for that 5.60. First snap from her, and a second one, and it's another incompletion. That wasn't the wave she was after. And by the time she emerges and reappears in the lineup, expect Ochoa to probably cover her and maybe stick with her a little bit more by the time she gets to the lineup. But unlucky that wave just didn't really cooperate for her, Kai.
Yeah, and I think what's happening now is we're really bottoming out on the tide in the last 5-10 minutes. Kira's last ride, Wong's last ride, just a little bit of like a side wash on the wave, and that's just coming off that sandbank sitting right up against the rocks. Even on the high tide this morning, just walking out against the rocks, normally pretty much a meter off the beach you're paddling because there's this deep little hole next to the rocks. Right now there's just sand, literally knee deep, and now on the low tide you're going to see a little bit of water movement after some of the set waves just pushing into the rest of the set. So wave choice is going to become really, really critical for the next hour or so. You've got to find those ones that are not going to have that disruptive sort of little side cross wave on them.
Yeah, we're half an hour from low tide, and I think the key there is going to be finding those second waves in the set, because you're going to have a little bit more water on the sandbank to help with that.
A minute to go in this one. McCaffrey will be feeling the pressure right now. Ochoa will be looking to just exert that pressure by way of a scoreboard advantage, and she's got third priority, but crucially, it's better than the fourth of McCaffrey. She'll look to cover her. And Wong will just check out, survey the scene. She'll be well aware of the amount of time left in the heat and her position in it, which is a really strong one. And she's looked like really, really like a classy surfer. Almost, yeah, slight shades Malia Manuel, maybe that kind of that beautiful style with the power as well. There's something there in terms of similarities. Very impressive indeed. Here goes Ochoa. So she decides just to see if she could, A, improve on that 4-1-3, B, block an attempt from McCaffrey. Well aware that we're counting down our final, well, inside 10 as we see Hofmeier take off, looking for a number herself, 7-7-9. She gets a first snap in, not overly convincing that one, just run away from her. That won't be the number she requires, and it looks like Ochoa got herself out of jail with that 7, and then surfed pretty smart towards the end of the heat, snaffed out any opportunities. That's the way you got to play the game.
Yeah, and that's how the game goes. I mean, she really was nowhere to start the heat off, so it's fantastic to see her find that score and advance through.
Great job from that young woman, Ave Lola Wong. Really impressive indeed. Massive total of 14.43. Ariana Ochoa rallied. Got a big score of our own. We'll take those two to the next round. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're bringing in the boys. We'll be right back.
Campiona.
Champion.
Campione. Juara. Champion. Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
The Challenger Series is back in Africa, where it's a delightful Monday morning, a crisp swell filling in at Ballito. We'll kick off the round of 64 for the men, where we'll check out Michael Rodrigues, very recently of the Championship Tour Parish, taking on Kalani Ball from Australia, Cade Matson from the USA, Joe Azuchi of Japan, who surfed really well clinically in the opening round, did Azuchi. And we're expecting fireworks out here in this heat, as these surfers will really just have been watching, well, some of them over the last few days as the swell has filled in, particularly what they've seen this morning. We reckon they're going to be really excited to get going. and get out there, get on the tools and bust some scores.
Yeah, and we are straight into big name surfing in round 2. Two of these guys, Caden and Emrod, 13th and 14th currently on the Challenger Series, right on that line. Literally, Emrod is sitting one position outside the top 10 for qualification for the CT. So these two especially are really looking for a result in Ballito.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez, I talk about his pedigree on the championship tour. He had a little break from that. He got himself back there last year by virtue of Challenger Series performances. This is the pathway back to CT, kicking off at Pipeline next year. And he's such a good competitor with an amazing repertoire of skills. Let's check him out here as he goes on a smaller inside wave. And just the speed is unbelievable as he snaps off a rail and just keeps that board absolutely motoring down the line. Thrown in the variety as well. And just looking so sharp. A lot of venom in his turns as well. And just showing you don't necessarily need to wait for one of those bombs. Find yourself a little opportunity. Tag it.
Yeah, great start. I mean, that was not a set wave. It was something that nobody even looked at. And he's put a good score on the board. So that's what you want to do. Build house, especially going into this new round of 64. It's cutthroat. Like you were saying, Kai, there's so many big names. And Emrod is an incredible surfer, so good start for him.
Yeah, I mean, 4 minutes into the heat, he's already got a 6.17 and a 4.33. But I feel like Ballito is a wave that really suits Michael. He's been coming here for over 10 years almost. Back even in the old Mr. Price days, he was a young Brazilian out here. And he's always had good results at this spot. And you just see the 6.17, nice little first turn. Just watch how he flows through his maneuvers, just no hang-ups whatsoever, and just smashes the lip on the last one. Gave the judges a little stare down at the end of the first wave too. This wave a lot smaller, but just look at the speed down the line. It just really keeps his rail activated, and I love how he blows the fins out. And you can just see he's been riding those Mayhems a very long time, and there's such a good connection between him and his board.
Looking good so far in this one. Already posting a couple of numbers on the board. He'll look to continue that kind of energy. Has a bit of a paddle. That one will sneak under him. Azuchi as well, as you can see on your scoreboard. The Japanese surfer. He's dropped to 5.5 himself already. So early on in the heat. Already some significant numbers going down. And we're expecting, as this swell continues to fill in, some fireworks in this one. His Kalani ball, great turn from him to open up. Wow, that thing's huge. A big amplitude from his turns as he really attacks that bottom turn, commits hard to taking on the lip, which he does with success. Here's Matson, the American. Really powerful surfer, wind into these maneuvers, just whipping that board. He arrives late at that one and does it really well. Great ball control there from Kate.
Yeah, incredible board control, nice and quick between those turns, that transition being really quick. And you can see all these guys are surfing so fast, they're able to fit in those multiple maneuvers. I think the point of difference is Michael Rodriguez with his variation through every turn. There was a slightly different tweak to those turns.
Yeah, and I've got to say, the difficulty for the judges at this level, because every single one of these guys is completing his rides, making multiple combinations of maneuvers. So they've really got to go to those fine points of differentiation.
Yeah, be interesting to see where Kalani Ball's number goes. Bear in mind that 6.17 for Rodriguez. Here is the heat leader, second prio, takes a wave here and just bounding off the bottom. Releases the tail, kind of gets a recovery line down. It's a technical kind of turn as he goes looking for an inside section and a more authoritative finish from him. He likes it. So kind of almost losing control a bit early on, recovering really well. Stamps a bit of authority, slams the lid shut for the finish. And judges with quite a bit of work to do. We're getting scores come in for 3 serves. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see where Kalani goes with his number. Just thought the way he took on those sections, put a lot of risk into that. And we have seen that real amplitude, top to bottom kind of surfing get rewarded by the panel as well, even with individual maneuvers. His brother enjoying himself. He likes South Africa.
He's been coming here a long time too, and the whole San Clemente crew always hanging together when they travel. And I see scores coming in for Kalani Ball. The judges took a long time deliberating on the point of differences there. But like you said, I think just two really solid maneuvers with beautiful flow top to bottom and pulling out the 717.
Yeah, he almost wasn't compacted into those waves. He had a little bit more wall to work with, but watching live action here.
Yeah, here he goes again. And that one goes a bit wrong for him. He had a few pumps off the bottom, a couple of squirts, and then by the time he got to the lip, just got a little weird. He'll go incomplete and go back to think again. But 7-1-7, decent number. Great way to get started in a heat. A quick throwaway will drop in for him, but he'll be looking to build a platform. Let's get another look at that 7-1-7. See exactly where these points came. Great commitment off the bottom turn into attacking the lip.
Yeah, big bottom turn, big top turn, releasing that tail again. And there's the power off the top. The other guys were transitioning really quickly between it, and here he could push through his maneuvers. So I think that's where that extra point of difference came in.
Well, Kalani certainly works on his leg day because he's always got a lot of power in his surfing. Just love how he really leant into that second turn.
Which day is leg day? Does that have interest? I didn't get the text.
I think generally I like to do leg day on a Tuesday.
Every day, mate. Come on. Come on, Kai.
But yeah, he's always impressed from his junior days. He's a guy like, you look at someone like Jordy Smith, who from 14 was already considered a power surfer. I think Kalani definitely ticks that box as well. He never looks like he's underpowered.
This looks cozy.
Yeah.
Do you think they're playing Uno?
All right, let's go down and hear from the winner of our last heat, an emphatic performance from the Hawaiian one.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Evaleula Wong. That first opening wave, the 8.0, basically set you up for the rest of the heat. What was your strategy going into the start of the heat there?
My strategy was just to get a really early start, and I knew there were a lot of closeouts, so my strategy was just to go up and hit it as hard as I can one time and hopefully ride out and get a good score.
Well, it certainly paid off 8.0 to start the heat. You're working with Donna Singh, you're from Oahu, you're here from Hawaii, it's your very first time in Ballito. Tell us a little bit about your experience, what you think of the area so far.
Yeah, it's great. The waves have been really fun lately. I've been surfing around the contest area a bunch. I got sick for a couple of days, so I didn't surf while it was really good. But yeah, it's really nice, and I've been surfing a bunch.
It's great to have you here, and good luck in the next round, and well done on that last heat. Back to you guys.
Ike, yeah, a great job by her. She didn't look like she'd been slowed down by any sickness. She looked pretty sick out there. Looking forward to seeing her in the next round. Kalani Ball there, just picking up vision at the end of his wave as just kind of snatches at an end section. Doesn't get a completion, just basically trying to throw her back up on the board, get himself a legit total. Doesn't want to sit on that 0.6 for too long. Lines filling in. Priority is with Azuchi. Got a 5 early on. We've not seen much from him. He's just kind of chilling, really, at the top of the peak thus far. Let's see if this one tickles his fancy. Here he goes, having a paddle. And he's in on a nice looking opening section. It goes a touch soft. He'll just have to swoop back off the rail, but gets so low to his board in that whitewater to set up for his next turn. That's really nice. Really technical as he realizes he didn't have a whole load of room there. He had that kind of short radius and manages to just get a bit of variety, get that board away from him. Nicely surfed.
I enjoyed that wave, I really did. He kept himself in the power pocket the whole time. Not just that deep bottom turn, but driving off the bottom and then straight into that next maneuver. I like his style, I like his energy, and I think that he's definitely going to be able to find that score that he requires.
Well, getting back to just that interview with Wong, you got to love Kiana Singh's advice. What was your game plan? Smash it. Let's not get too technical, just smash it.
And she did just that, and got rewarded that excellent score.
Waiting for a number to come in for Azuchi. It's going to be an improvement on his previous effort. 6.17 goes to first at the moment in this heat. So 18 minutes and 15 to go in this. And we've got sets every couple of minutes. We get a little bit of a lull, but really consistent, multiple waves in the sets as well. Bit of a building swell. We saw that tide graphic earlier. We're about, half an hour away from the low water. And things will fill in throughout the rest of the morning towards the mid-afternoon high. Here goes Matson. just uncoils and clips a top turn and then a wrap in the pocket on the rail jamming. And then really nicely done for the finish.
Just jazz hands there.
I like that last maneuver. Just really aggressive, lots of flow, and also super stylish.
I like the surfing. The haircut, I'm not 100% on.
Bit streamlined.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
thinking about going a bit more aero with it.
Maybe he got stuck in a pot.
So Madsen will make his way back out. Already got 5 on the board. Let's see where this number goes. But I reckon it's going to be a pretty tight heat. Look at where the numbers are. Carney ball to John Azuchi. So first to third, there's just over a point in it. And Madsen will get himself closer to that as well. And this one's going to be pretty tightly poised. Let's have another look at a Japanese surfer 617.
Well, Tash loved this one. And I got to say that first roundhouse was so clean. Just held the rail. And then really technical on the third turn. That was an incredible finish. Here we go. Pot cut. Up and riding, and he goes into the rail work straight away. There's a reason this kid's sitting 14 on the Challenger right now, and he really did just lay into that last turn. Beautiful stuff from Kate Madsen.
Yeah, judges liked it 6-4-7, and as we anticipated, scores are really close together. There's not a lot to split these guys from first to fourth. Just over a point, really, 1.3 separating them. And this one, as promised on paper, is turning out to be pretty enjoyable in the water as well. 16 minutes, just under 20 seconds to go in it. Priority is with Michael Rodriguez, who remains a pretty calm and cool customer. See him around the place before he's surfing. He's kind of amping to surf, but he doesn't look like he's getting too pulled one way or another necessarily with his emotions. I think a lot of that just comes from confidence, Kai.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's not a rookie no more. You know, he's been on the scene for so long, and he's been up at the top. He's also just such a relaxed, happy guy. I mean, every time you bump into him, he's just got a big old smile on his face. He's super stoked to be surfing. He's also one of those guys that you just see surfing all the time. They're those guys that kind of go do their little 1 hour session and they take a break. Emrod, another guy like that is like Jose Faulkner. They'll spend 8 hours in the water straight up. They just want to surf.
Someone had a quick trip over from Brazil, didn't they?
Wow, I can't believe Jaddy got here that quick.
What
He just
legends.
teleported.
Yeah, we were watching him the other night, watching heats at our place. Thinking, is he going to make it here on time? How's that going to work out? But, great to see him with a wildcard appearance on the championship tour in Rio, ripping as well, surfing real well, going deep into the event. And he's just one of those characters we love having around on our various tours. Stoked to see him here. Can't wait to see what he can do in these conditions. He'll be looking forward to it.
Gabs lent him the Learjet.
So Jadson Andre, just one of a deep talent field we're expecting to see from our Challenger Series crew throughout the morning. Right now, between these four, there isn't loads to separate them. 3 of the surfers got a 6. The surfer in 4th actually got the high score with a 7. So the story of that is Kalani Ball. If he can improve on that backup, he'll be looking good. Let's remind ourselves where we are on the Challenger Series right now. After just 2 events, of course, Jadson sitting in 10th. We've got Michael Rodriguez out in the water right now, as well as Kate Madsen. Well, they're right next to each other, as you mentioned, Kai. They're out in the water in this heat, and it's all about really going as deep as you can, because just with 2 throwaways, Ballito is going to be a crucial event.
Yeah, and then you glance a little bit low down that list. You see at 17, Aiden Masonkamp, of course, the top-rated South African. I've been spending a bit of time with Aiden in and around the contest, and I got to tell you, he is surfing so good. So the South African contingent on the beach are going to be very excited to see him in action. And then you go down, you see those 2 Frenchmen lurking at 18 and 18 between Joan and Maxime. There's probably about 2 decades of Challenger experience between them. So a lot of experience showing there. Jaddy, the Frenchman. One of the most interesting things looking at the top 32 right now for me is that not one Japanese surfer in that top 32 on the Challenger Series, which is bizarre considering the talent there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a really strong squad of talented surfers, but tell you what, a result here going deep into this one, that'll mix things up considerably. As this morning's sunshine continues to warm the place up. No surfers opting for rubber. It is pretty trunkable for a heat.
Yeah, I think it's really just the wind chill factor, that comes into play. The water is warm, but it is a chilly land breeze that's blowing.
Some of the girls were looking at me a bit weird this morning in a 2 mil short arm. They were like, it's cold, but I was like, you guys are from Hawaii. Like okay, it's cold for you, but for us here in South Africa, this is pretty warm.
Oh yeah, there's no better place to be right now than in Ballito in the middle of winter. And we've had waves, I mean, it hasn't stopped at all, so it's going to be a great week of surfing.
12.5 on the clock. Let's see if Kalani Ball fancies this one. He does. It's second priority. A lot of steep takeoff for Kalani. Gets around the rock gurgle and tags it. Slightly abbreviated turn. And then he'll belt an end section. Throwing up some big spray. So looking to just wash off the backup number 317. He did not want that in his pocket. Meanwhile, Azuchi, the heat leader, here he goes. Stretched out wave in front of him. Just kind of holds his line looking for something. But, pulls in and goes traveling through a throaty section. And I think you probably realized that one was always running away from him, but you're a surfer, you got a ton of speed. Obviously, you're going to pull in.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like the guys were pushing themselves up towards the rocks. That's what we saw from Kalani Ball. He had that little gurgle in front. And then it went super wide. That set pushed really wide. And what we saw the last couple of days is those wide sets on that full low tide, it's just shutting down. You really don't want that first wave of the set.
Okay, Rodriguez, here he goes, trying to come behind a section. Just exactly to your point there, Tasha. As he paddled in, you can kind of see that one was getting away from him always. And he kind of pulls in and pulls through the back at the same time. So Rodriguez will get back into the priority rotation, back in the lineup. And this one, after kind of a blistering start, just settled down a bit. But a crucial number for Kalani Ball to come in, and it's really close. He's in fourth place, but a 4.3 for second. That is not a big number. Let's see if this stirs the pot. Let's get another look at his wave.
Lovely bottom turn, really like it. And this is the big turn, just hammers into the lip. Very critical maneuver. I mean, he hit that lip so hard the first time around, the camera broke, so we lost focus.
Azuchi here, really nice, releasing that tail. I love the style. And just super casual as well. Doesn't really telegraph his turns, does he? Seems to kind of, it's not like he's deciding on maneuver late, but he just decides to show us what he's doing quite late into his turns. He's got such a quiet body, really stylish surfer. Asking a question of the judges. Meanwhile, Rodriguez, here he goes, paddling in hard. He's got the bit between his teeth there, and he'll flare up and go for the punt. And that one is a bit of a flat spin. It's an incompletion as well. Few more seconds will wash off. Ball goes from fourth to first. A 6.6 for him, just 4 ways ridden. Good numbers for the Aussie.
Yeah, and we knew it was going to come through. He just was waiting. He was waiting for his turn almost. So that's 6.6 for Kalani Ball, is now putting pressure on the other 3 surfers. And I think we've just gone full low right now. And what we usually always see is that little warble that just, you know, the whole ocean is changing direction, and that might be what is happening out here in this heat.
Well, if you look out to sea as well, you'll see now there's that little ruffle on the water, and it looks like we're going to have the little wind change a bit earlier today than we did yesterday. We do know tomorrow that big southwest cold front is moving up from Cape Town, so tomorrow around lunchtime we'll see the southwest kick in already, which is not the ideal wind on this piece of the coast. Durban loves it. But the good news with that is that there is big swell coming too.
Just over 9 minutes remaining in the first heat of the round of 64 for the men. At the moment, it's Ball and Azuchi in the advancing positions. Can Matson and Rodriguez come back at them? Find out as we pick up more live action. Well, let's just stick with the live here because we've got a paddle. And we're checking out Azuchi, second place, the Japanese surfer off the bottom. Really nicely done. Again, it's smooth as you like. Bang. And he tags that one. And once again, he's so good at just controlling those turbulent spots of the recovery and get to completion again. And he'll be looking to throw up more numbers while we wait for that to drop in. We'll get a quick commercial break. More live from a cracker of a heat out Ballito. It's not let us down. The waves are pumping. The surfing is on fire. More live from South Africa right after this.
Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
you ever stop to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome back to Ballito. Challenger Series in full swing here, and a cracker of a heat as promised to open up this round of 64 for the men. Some of the big hitters enter the water, and this quartet, they've not let us down. It's been really entertaining. The judges have been rewarding sharp, radical surfing with decent numbers all round. At the moment, the Australian Kalani Bull, a couple of good scores for him. Let's get caught up on what happened prior to the break. This was Azuchi consolidating second here.
Yeah, and just with a two-turn combo, but he's just got so much style. He almost doesn't push through his turns as much. I don't know how to explain it, but it looks really good, and judges are loving it.
All right, Madsen's been a little quiet here, and he needs to get going in third right now. That's a beautiful turn off the top as he holds that rail really nice. Gets the end section hit as well. He's got a bit of fire.
A lot of fire.
Holy moly.
So just
Judges will be scratching their heads on that one.
Just the third wave ridden for him, and he needed to get busy. He get pretty busy there. So two distinctly different approaches to surfing in terms of that rail work at the beginning, and then take it on the lip there at the end as well. A lot of fire in him as he paddles back out. Under 6 minutes now. Crucial number 6.58, the requirement. How are we feeling about where his score might go in the context of what we've seen?
Well, I'm loving that wave. I think really good surfing. Love that big down carve to start, and you'll see the takeoff here. So just eyes on the prize, focus, big bottom turn. Wham, lovely carve to start things off, and no downtime in between the turns. Hits the lip, critical section. I think the judges are going to like it.
Yeah, that first turn was great. You know, the second turn I felt he got hung up a little bit.
He had to skid it a little bit, didn't he? The wave, just relatively speaking, backed off a bit. Meanwhile, absolutely motoring down the line. We know what's coming. Massive rotation. He'll hang on to that. Rodriguez, this is what he'll do. When he's in a position, you put him in a corner, he'll go big. And we're expecting a big score in for Madsen from that two-turn combo. And it's in for Madsen. Goes to first. 7.33 for him. So surf that one real well. Judges in agreement. 7.33 to first. Now Rodriguez in fourth place, looking for a 7.6 now. And the judge is really going to look at how high he was, how much of the rotation got done, how clean the landing was.
And where he did it. I mean, that was critical. Where he did it, where he landed, it was pretty amazing. And I was looking at the scoreboard and going, wow, he started strong and he just hasn't found anything yet. And he's come back and pulled it out the bag. So let's see.
What a heat this is. You can't really take your eyes off this action. Kalani Ball now, who was in the lead until fairly recently with big numbers. Here he goes, hitting the lip hard, getting that little slide out of the lip. And then a quick stinging turn, and he'll go down a hole for an exit. 4 on the clock. And we went for numbers for Rodriguez, which will be a crucial one. 7.6 is a hefty number. Was a turn that we saw coming, Carl. We knew exactly he's going to give this the treatment. We know what's coming. Even though you know what's coming, it never really fails to kind of impress you what he's able to do, how acrobatic it is, how fast it is.
Yeah, the thing is you can see him building up, and you can see that back foot sort of loading the spring, but I wasn't really expecting where he did it, like Tash said.
Massive number in for Rodriguez. 9 points for Michael Rodriguez. So the judges rewarding that progressive surfing. A huge air from the Brazilian. He missed out, didn't make the cut on the championship tour. Let's enjoy this again.
Yeah, you see him pumping down the line here. And like I said, watch the back leg. He's loading. Just busts at full rotation. Had a little bit of a skate make at the bottom there, but I think just the fact that it was landed in such shallow water on such a heavy section, the judges had to reward him. Just look how he kicks the back foot out there. And I mean, to recover there in that section, just incredible surfing from Emerald.
Worth the claim, hey? Worth the claim.
The
kind of seeing like a eerie resemblance to Italo right there.
Yeah, crowd absolutely loving this display. Big numbers in for this guy. What's he got for us here? And he goes again with a real speedy spin. That one a touch flatter. Ball just got away from him about halfway through that rotation. Meanwhile, Azuchi in the spot bother now with a couple of sixes. Here he goes, streaking down the line. Bang into the lip. Nice amplitude to the turtle air drop as well. And quickly gets out. So this heat is just relentless. Kalani Ball having a dig and a look. He's got big numbers himself. 13.77 at the moment. He's in a position where he's being eliminated. He needs a number to the tune of 6.64. Cade Matson with priorities, just ridden the 3 waves. Banged out that 7.33 for those 2 turns. Crucial wave for him, and his involvement in the final couple of minutes of this heat will be trying to exert some of that priority. Flex over Kalani Ball is really close to him. That's why Cade's slightly inside. And let's see what the sets serve us up here. What a heat this has been.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting first heat. Good scores all around. It's been fantastic to witness, and I think Cade Matson would be stupid to not sit on Kalani this whole time. I mean, Kalani's holding down the 3rd highest score of the heat and definitely capable of getting it. But yeah, I must be honest. I saw Emrod going through and I didn't know who to choose over the other 3.
The American squad here left of a shot. They look a bit nervous, don't they? They're like, all right, Cade's doing all right, but I think they're well aware there's sort of talent out there in the water right now, and just anything can happen in this one. You've got to expect the unexpected in this heat. Just over 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Cade with priority. How crucial is that going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be crucial. He's going to have to sit on him. But I think also what is going through all of the competitors on the beach for round 2 now is that whole morning we've been seeing the big scores coming from big critical maneuvers in the lip, rail surfing. Suddenly Emrod has just completely flipped that whole situation by throwing a massive air and getting the highest wave score of the day and of the event so far.
Michael Rodriguez controlling this one now. His scores came from his very first wave and then, well, actually the previous to last. He did get a quick throwaway. Okay, Ball needs to find something here. 6.64 is not a huge number for him. He's already bettered that. What's he got for us? He'll flare up, blows out the tail. But he goes incomplete. Can't stomp that. 20 on the clock. I'm not sure we're going to see him back in the lineup. Meanwhile, your heat leader, Rodriguez, what's he got for us here? High line in. He's motoring down the line. Clip off the top from him. And he'll just finish off and bring that one in. Just kind of nursing that turn in. He's got the job done. Doesn't need to push too hard. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. As will this guy, Cade Matson. An economy of effort in terms of wave caught, but his 3rd wave was the crucial one, and he knew he was getting a good number. Saw the energy from him as he finished off that ride. Did really well to adjust that line. I thought that was a lot of skill to really kind of match the energy of the wave. And a good performance from the American to advance in 2nd place behind Michael Rodriguez. Absolute smoker of an opening heat for the round of 64. And we've got loads more of this to come. Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back right after the break.
the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Beautiful beach scenes here as you join us in Ballito. It is a very good morning and a Sawubona greeting from the heart of Zululand. Gig Cilliers alongside Mike Frew, the local in the area. You know these banks, Mike, and we spoke about the conditions, the low tide. We're right on the low tide right now, and we're seeing some big numbers coming to the table.
We certainly have. There was an eruption on the beach during the last heat as we saw that massive aerial maneuver and the highest score of the event so far, Gigs.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez went to the air for a 9. You see that breeze now just moving left to right across screen. That's a light northerly breeze as we frame up the second heat of men's round 2 competition. Carlos Muñez, former championship tour surfer, back from injury, trying to get his momentum in 2023. Watch for Edward Grogia right here. He goes, the young Brazilian, who mixes it up amongst his fellow teammates on both the qualifying series and now this here, the Challenger Series. He'll be bringing some big numbers to the table. Saw an incredible warm-up tube ride a day or two back from Eli Hanneman, who had the entire Ballito beaches on their feet. He has been in the lineup and he has been sparking it. He'll want to bring some form to this third stop on the Challenger Series. And of course, Brody Sale from the big island of Hawaii, 2 Hawaiians to make up this second heat of the morning. If you're just with us, it is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And of course, our theme this year, as we pull back to the wide shot, a beautiful blue ocean. And we reference Konke Kulishlaza, which in the Zulu local language means everything is a tone of blue and a hint of green in the interpretation. And we trust that you'll enjoy this conscious theme of beach responsibility. Of course, O'Neill tying in with Save the Waves this year, the World Surf League with the One Ocean. And so as a sport, as a community, as a global tribe, we really want to push that message of let's look after our ocean. It's the only one we got.
Absolutely, Gigs and O'Neill this year we've chosen to include our blue global product collection in the event merchandise. And there's an event cabin on site here where people can get T-shirts and woven shirts, caps, all sorts of stuff related to the event. And it's about highlighting the importance of sustainability, Gigs, to minimize the impact on our planet and playgrounds through ocean initiatives, supply chains, and sustainable products.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, a great retail atmosphere here. O'Neill proudly presenting the Ballito Pro this year. And we're getting a few pulls of the trigger, so to speak, in the lineup. Saw a beautiful tail drop float from Brody Sale. Let's have a look how Carlos Muñez does a complete bunny hop over his opponent there. That was pretty gnarly. We'll have another look at that. Here's the float. And the Costa Rican will just get us some rhythm there. Looks like he's on epoxy equipment, which is quite lightweight. Hope he doesn't get to snap that in what is sometimes referred to as North Shore Hawaiian power. But there's a couple of things to break down in the first minutes of this heat.
Wow. 5 minutes to go, and there's about 10 talking points we got here, Gigs, when we break it all down. That was some real skill there. What he did is he put all his power down onto his board. Check this out.
Wow.
And essentially ollies over, so put the compressed onto the board and use the flotation and the pop to get over his competitor. You don't often see that.
Well, technically a well-surfed wave from Carlos Muñez. We'll ask the question, does the judging panel get involved and make a call on a paddle interference, perhaps? Is there an obstruction? There's a couple of questions we could throw at that. But either way, Eli Hanneman is out the back with priority, submerged himself under Carlos Muñez, who did open to the 4.33. So despite the bunny hop start to the wave there, that chop hop over his opponent, we get a 4.33 out of it, so it's a good start. 2 turns. I like that little rooftop float from Carlos Muñez just to set the pace. We saw Brody Sale just tail dropping out for a 2.5. But let's make reference to the previous heat. Michael Rodriguez went to the air. He absolutely boosted, taking inspiration from his friend, his close friend and fellow countryman Jaeger Dora 2 days back. Went to the air for a 9-pointer into this northerly breeze. And prior to that, he was actually lying in 4th position. So some good value out of that last heat. Rodriguez got that heat win. Cade Matson did a couple of strong turns in the lip as well. So we set the pace in that last heat with some good heat scores going into the 15s and 13s. And in fact, everybody in that heat, Kalani Ball falling out with a 13.77, Zhao Azuchi falling out with a 13.04. So the pace is set here as we go into the second heat of men's round 2 this morning, and this is good, rock-solid stuff from Edward Grogia. He's on a good roll in 2023. We'll see how he continues his campaign here in Ballito. But some good nuts and bolts surfing from the Brazilian there.
Just referencing that last heat, Gigs, the crowd erupted, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of replays through the day of that particular wave. There's a lot of photographers on the beach, a lot of amateur photographers who've come down to shoot the action, and Michael Rodriguez providing some incredible content there.
Well, we're talking about Emrod and how well that last heat went for him. Let's go down. He's there with Kai Linda. Let's get some words from him.
Yeah, I am with Michael Rodriguez. First heat of the round. Emrod, you came out the gates firing at that start of the heat. 2 quick scores. Then it went a bit quiet and then came out with the highest wave score of the men's so far.
I'm over the moon. So good to start the event like this. Feeling really good to be here. I love this place. It's been like 5 years, I think, that I got here for the first time. And then, yeah, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm here with my wife, all the Brazilian guys. Like, it's just so good to be here. I love it, and I'm just enjoying my time right now.
I know you always like to send a little message back home to the people in Brazil. What would you say to them about coming and visiting South Africa and Ballito?
Yeah, for sure. Can I say in Portuguese? Ok, obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo. Deve ser bem tarde aí no Brasil. Eu amo esse lugar e estou muito feliz de estar aqui. E vamos nessa para a próxima. That's it.
Awesome, Emrod. 9-point ride, first one of the event. We're looking forward to seeing what you got for us in the next round.
Cheers, brother. Have a good day.
Well, big smiling ivories there from Michael Rodriguez, and so it should be. Absolutely great punt. Look for that one on the highlights. And he went to the air massive. A little bit squirrely on the landing, just maybe slightly short of that 10-point ride by 1. But hey, you know what? 9 points, he'll take it all day long. And he returns to Ballito, a place that has set him up for championship tour qualification before, when we used to be the qualifying series 10,000 event. Of course, restructured as a challenger series. We'll be looking to see where Michael Rodriguez goes through this Ballito draw. And then, of course, on to the US Open, over to Ericeira in Portugal. And then he'll finish in his hometown, well, his home country of Brazil. So looking forward to all of that. Meanwhile, we want to see where Eli Hanneman can go in 2023, and he can do the same, right to the air. Brilliant talent, and we've known this for a number of years already. And have a look at the little stare, little tap of the chest, and he'll go, hey, you know what, Emrod in that last heat, 9, let me show you what I got. Let's get stuck into this.
That was a big, big punt. Gigs, if you look at the top of the screen, can you see how there's a ruffle on the water going from left to right? That's the slight onshore wind that has started. And for a regular footer like Eli Hanneman, that kind of wave provides the perfect opportunity, the perfect ramp in order to do those aerial maneuvers. And what the wind does is it actually pushes the board, it sticks it to your feet as you're riding into the wind, and essentially makes it a little bit easier to make those type of maneuvers. And I think guys like Shane Sykes, just like that, here in Ballito, actually call this the air wind. And he utilized that to full effect here. So he comes hard off the bottom. He's got his eye on the ramp where he wants it to go, grabs the rail for extra control in that maneuver, and he comes out with speed. And that speed into the next section drove him right through confidently to make it.
Well, the transition between turns so quick. Here's another reply right there. So Edward goes, well, yes, I see where this theme is going. And we spoke of the air wind, and Edward Grogia is going to make use of it as well. Gets his amplitude, goes over the lip, gets that full punt into the air. And, well, the heat's just taking some shape now. Carlos Munoz is going to need to get involved. This is perhaps going to be calling everybody to the air at this stage. And have a look where that number goes to. One judge as high as a 9.5. One of the lows is at 8.5. We lob the high and the low off each time. The remaining 3 average out, and we get the 9. And, well, everybody on the panel agreeing that is excellent category surfing and speaks to the criteria for today.
So the level has been set, and Last of Blue goes for a very similar maneuver, not on a very as big a wave, Gigs. Technically,
Well,
very technical there.
Well, let's tear that two apart, because now it's apples versus apples, bananas versus bananas. That was a 9 versus a 5.83. So Edward Groggier to the air. His one compared to Eli Hanneman's, a 9 plays a 5.83. So separation there in the height, the amplitude, and good to see that the judges are noticing all those details.
Giggs, you were talking about Michael Rodriguez in that last heat. We got Edward Groggier in this heat. The Brazilians have had good success in this contest over the years. I think back to Flavio Padarats. I think his brother Neko might have taken it. They have had a good run here.
Well, we were talking about comparing stuff on the fruit rack. Let's have a look at apples versus apples. This is the 9-pointer, and we'll match this up against the 5.83.
Right, so that was a much bigger wave. He gets a lot of amplitude in the air, and he goes into a second turn, much smaller wave, similar amplitude, lands in the foam, perhaps not as critical a landing, and he doesn't get the second turn afterwards.
And also Eli Hanneman bringing a combination to it as well. So the height of Eli Hanneman's separating the scores along with the combination. So great to see these numbers coming out of the lineup this morning. It's only day 2 of competition here. It is the World Surf League's 3rd Challenger Series stop, and we are loving it. We are right on the low tide conditions here, 10 to 10 local time, so it's right on the spring low. And we will see that water turnover. We'll see perhaps some consistency in the swell. And what we also will see is an increase in the wind, which will eventually go into side onshore. I don't think that's going to deter the men's draw from finding big numbers in the lineup as we continue today. Eli Hanneman, already that 9 in the bag. He'll just let go the tail, just a flat skidded rotation there. Meanwhile, he'll be just dropping a little decimal out of his scoreline. So just a quick smart strategy as we approach the halfway mark in the heat. Let's just add another counting ride to the process.
The difference with that aerial there, he actually used his body to torque that one around, Giggs. He didn't hang in the air. There wasn't as much hang time on that one. It was a full, fast rotation. And he used his body. You could see him actually turn his shoulders in the air, and that translated into the board in the end, turning around a lot quicker. So more of a full 360 air than an alley-oop type.
Well, there are some freak talents in the world. Certainly Eli Hanneman falls into that category. You think of Hawaiian talents like Kai Lenny as well, and Eli Hanneman's put his hand up pretty early in his young surfing career. He's had the attention of the world for a number of seasons already, and he'll start applying that now to the Challenger Series in 2023. Hasn't had any great results yet. Got a 9th out of Sydney, so that's not too bad. He warmed the year up with a 3rd place at the Sambazon World Junior Championships at Seaside Reef. We'll follow Hanneman through his career, and we'll also follow Brody Sale, fellow Hawaiian. He'll just work the lineup here in Ballito this morning. That'll leave a priority up the back for Carlos Muñez, who again has also had the last few years has been all the way to qualification, then injuries, and now trying to use this Challenger Series to get back to championship tour status in 2024.
Yeah, Carlos Muñez has been here a couple of times, and as you say, Giggs, 10 slots available at the end of the year on that Challenger Series. He's going for one of those slots to get back in.
Everything is blue. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito, South Africa.
Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, coming to you from South Africa. The World Surf League's Challenger Series now in its third stop. Of course, the message clear: one ocean. We're all responsible for this beautiful blue thing that we call planet Earth. 71% of the ocean, of the planet's coverage, belongs to the ocean. Meanwhile, while we were in blue, let's have a look at this one from Edward Groggier.
Great projection of speed down the line. He covered a lot of distance between those transitions into that last turn there, Gigs.
Well, rock solid surfing from Edward, not to the air that time, just good solid fundamentals. Two-turn combination comes in at a 6.5. So Edward has built his scores, and this is live action. He'll punt tail high, incomplete. Down to 12.5 minutes, and Eli Hanneman out front there, care of that smaller version of the air for a 4.27. So scores are pretty much up to date. That is the look of the heat with 12.25 on the clock. And you see that highlight score of a 9. We saw a 9 in the previous heat from Michael Rodriguez as well. Eli Hanneman has followed suit, gone to the air with a massive punt and turned it into a combination of turns. And he'll sit with the highest single wave score of a 9. For now, a slightly softer backup score for your heat leader, Eli, with a 4.27, but he'll use the remaining 12 minutes. He'll sitting currently in second priority. He'll eventually bump up to first. You see the surface spreading out a little bit. They're using the broader platform now of the break here at Surfers in Ballito. This is called Willard Beach. So if you're using Google Maps, you'll look at Willard Beach, and that'll bring you to this exact zone. Of course, people in and around the greater area of KwaZulu-Natal, a lot of them will have been taken some work leave. Of course, it is school vacation, school holidays here, and albeit that we're in the southern hemisphere and we're in the middle of our winter, it's still that subtropical summer feeling here in beautiful Ballito, and everybody heading down to Willard Beach to enjoy the action. We are packing these beaches out, and no doubt that'll be the theme for, and we've already seen that theme for the last week with competition, including the juniors. Of course, we've showcased parasurfing. There's a great carnival festival atmosphere here in and around the Ballito Pro, as there always is. And we'll track with Carlos Munoz. Beautiful. And he held it together. That was fantastic. Inside out alley-oop there. That was beautiful. This is becoming an air show. We're loving it. We're just going to sit back and soak it all in. We trust that you are at home as well, because that was sick.
That was so technical, Gigs. When we see the slow motion of that, he went pretty much upside down, holding the rails of his board. He released the hold on the board at just the right time so that he can transition the landing on the lip of the wave and ride it out. And you could see from his body language, he was really stoked with that. We wanted a part of that action.
Well, the action continues. We're still tracking live here. This is Edward Grogger. He's going to sting into action because he knows that a big score is coming his way. It's an air show here in the mid-morning in Ballito. It's just day 2 of competition, and everyone is revving their motors. This is beautiful stuff. We're going to have an extended highlights package out of today, because we're seeing some great scores, and we'll stand by for that number for Carlos Munoz, who prior to that only had the 4.33 as a counting ride for his very first one. He's had a fairly quiet heat, but he's going to bring himself right into the mix here, and that's going to fetch a 7 from the judges. And meanwhile, on the way out, Carlos Munoz back at it, extends the speed, and another beautiful flat-handed one. That was so sick as well. This is going down as a great air show. This could be one of the better heats of the year thus far.
Wow.
That was amazing.
Gigs, we've had like 45 seconds between waves, and every wave is an aerial. I was chatting to some of the surfers earlier, and I'll get back to that story as we look at this. This was the first one. Pumps down the line. Look at that. Grabs the rail, lands on the lip, and rides it out nice and clean. Very technical maneuver that. You see how he's holding different parts of the rail with his hand, one up front and one towards the back to maintain the traction of the board under his feet.
Ah, that was lovely. Amazing. Amazing. And then backs it up with another bit of a grab, sort of stalefish, I think they call that, between the feet grab. So let's have a look. Carlos Munoz bringing himself right into discussion here. Judges just having a thought on that last one. We'll let the numbers come in for Edward Groggy as well. Eli Hanneman still has the standout score of a 9, but everybody else rolling their sleeves up. Here's some rock-solid fundamental surfing from Edward.
So getting across the flat section. Now the wave builds up on the sandbank, goes for the grab, and as those fins hit the water after the aerial gigs, the fins grab onto the water and it rotates the board out back so that he can ride out nice and clean after that maneuver. Now that wave also a little bit smaller than that one of Carlos Muniz and didn't quite have the amplitude and the technicality at the sort of top of that air.
Right. 8 minutes to go, and we're talking all things technical. We're loving this heat and the value that it's bringing to stop 3 on the Challenger Series. More sets approaching here in beautiful Ballito. You're talking about fins grabbing. It's kind of like good tread on a tire, right? So from skidding to grabbing. And we trust that you're enjoying this with us. It is pumping at Ballito here for day 2. And of course a good forecast ahead for the week. Let's have a look. Priority belongs to heat leader Hanneman. Third priority, Groggy is going to steal this one out from the pack. Here he goes down the line. Big rotation. Incomplete. So wow, that was a pretty hefty section to attack as well. It's very clear that I must say that with the southerly swell, I expected a few more tubes out of this morning's process, but it hasn't been tubing. It's been more launches into the air, and well, either way, we're getting excellent category scores from the lineup.
I saw in the competitors area, the men were watching those ladies heats earlier, those first 3 ladies heats very carefully. And I had a chat to a couple of the guys, and they said, what do we think the prediction is going to be for the day? Because I think they had their eye on some of those tubes on the low tide. And I said, well, we're expecting an onshore wind. It comes from the northeasterly direction. And they looked at me and said, is it an air wind? And I said, well, what do you mean? Like, if it's onshore? They said, air wind, game on. And I think that obviously would have put their mind in a different strategy for the heat, knowing that they're going to need to take to the air because it's not clean for tubes.
Well, we saw Lucas Macinas running down the tunnel, getting ready for competition. He's coming up next in another big value heat featuring Morgan Sibilik amongst others. Geordie Lawler will be in the lineup, and no doubt they'll continue the theme. Here's your heat leader, Eli Hanneman. Combination just breaks the rail, nice. Again, let's go that tail. He's got those on lock, and he'll just put that one out there to improve his backup score of a 4.27. It's a similar one, just a more combination to get the momentum of ride number 3 going. And Eli Hanneman finally being showcased here, getting an opportunity. He was in Ballito last year. Let's have a look at this one, Mike.
So he's setting up this aerial maneuver at the end. He's got his eye on the section, hits the lip, and rather than project out of his normal sort of floater, he actually almost forces the board around into a full rotation off the lip. So he didn't get amplitude there, but if you had seen that wave from the side, Gigs, he actually would have projected out.
Yeah, I was going to say projection towards the beach and away from that section for Eli Hanneman. Judges will play the tapes back on that. They've got their own replays to look at. Meanwhile, Brody Sale's been a little left out of the conversation here. And body language just tells a little story that he'll go back to the drawing board as we're fast approaching 5 minutes to go. But this has been a great value heat with Hanneman, Groggier, and Muniz going above the lip a number of times. You start looking at the numbers top left of screen, pretty much up to date right there. Hanneman leads with now an improved backup score of a 5.73, so he edges his numbers into almost a 15-point total. 14.73 is the heat leader. Groggier sets the second place cutoff with a 12.33. So Muniz, former championship tour surfer who was plagued with injury. Of course, we get to see these surfers who don't make the mid-year cut trying to find their way back to championship tour form. Muniz down in third in the cutoff. Only needs a 5.33, Mike, and holds priority, so the gate is open for the man in red.
Yep, and he's going to need to really need to perhaps take to the air and draw on what a guy like Marco Rodriguez did in that last heat, where he was further down the rankings in that heat, and he pulled that 9 out the bag towards the end of the heat. I was chatting to a couple of skaters on the beach as well, Gigs, and Ballito, just behind where the contest site is here, there's a beautiful concrete skate bowl that's part of the little town, and the skaters had their event there on Saturday, and they've all come down to watch some of the airs today.
Well, surfers that know how to go to the air. In the discussion, there is your positions outside the top 10 coming into Ballito. Jadson Andre, we know that he'll be on a campaign. Morgan Sibilik is on his blazed through the Challenger Series in 2023. We saw Michael Rodriguez in that last heat. He'll be coming up again. Cade Matson advanced as well. Mark Lackamore got a great result in Narrabeen. He's sitting at 14th. Jorgen Kuzene, who's always come so close to campaigning and qualifying, sitting there. Also names like Aiden Masonkamp to talk about as this round 2 unfolds this morning. Lots of value coming out of the Challenger Series. This is Brody Sale, who's been left sort of in the pace, a little off the pace, so to speak. Brody Sale chasing a 7.66, which is totally achievable even with basic fundamental surfing. 2-turn combination on a big solid wave. Attack the lip. That's going to fetch the numbers from the panel with 3 minutes to go.
So Brody hasn't taken to the air yet, but exactly like you said, his banking score at the moment is at 4.67, which was a turn combination wave. And he surfed it a lot safer compared to the rest of the guys in the heats. And Eli Hanneman with high risk maneuver, the highest risk maneuver, landed clean, rewarded with a 9, leading the heat.
Yeah, good value. Of course, Edward Groggier on his best run so far, got a 9th on the Gold Coast. He'll be looking to get through a number of heat wins here in Ballito to just keep climbing up that Challenger Series rankings. Of course, the goal is at the end of the year, finish in the top 10, requalify. Some of people requalifying, some people get there for the first time and take up those slots in the 2024 Championship Tour. Someone who knows that feeling and then was ditched out through injury is Carlos Munoz, who's now starting to feel the pressure. 2 minutes to go. Do we see the Costa Rican find his way to a 5.33? He's got still just under 2 minutes, Mike, and has got that priority, so he's just going to have to breathe deep, keep calm. 4th priority, Brody Sale's going to go the other way. We haven't seen any lefts this morning, so that one's not going to fetch anything. And we'll just keep focusing the story in with 1 minute 40 now. Can Carlos Munoz find his way to the requirement? 5.33 for the man in 3rd. And what can Edward Groggier do about it? Well, not much, except perhaps improve on a 5.83 of his own.
Carlos playing and using that priority cleverly at the moment, but he's going to need a wave in order to get the score. But you don't want to pull that trigger too early and maybe leave the door open for Groggier.
Well, Edward Groggier has been surfing to a high level in 2023. Seen him get some very good results on the qualifying series in his region as well. Of course, the QS 5000 got a 3rd in Saquarema, only losing to Zhao Chianca. So he's happy to roll up his sleeves. We feel that he's on a trajectory to perhaps getting to the top level of Championship Tour in 2024. Watch very closely the last 50 seconds here.
So white and blue are just sitting there, Gigs. We've got
well, that's all they can do, right? Because the priority belongs to red.
And we've got green and red hunting up and down, paddling around looking for a wave, because they are in the absolute pressure situation now. They're desperate for a wave to try and advance out of here. And we can see they spread across the beach. It looks like
well, you always speculate, does a wave come in time? We're watching a few lines. We'll just hold this broad picture for a minute. There are some lines approaching. Carlos Munoz is in pole position here, so to speak. P for priority. And he's going to go on the first wave of a set. He's going to beat the clock with still 10 seconds to spare. He's got to do something special. And, well, he lands that. Not a lot of height, but a lot of projection out towards the beach. And the clock will bring it to a close. And we'll just hold this moment here. Did Carlos Munoz fetch the score? And that was Ed Groggier trying to up his 5.83. And he's staring at the judges in the middle of that turbulent white water, saying, please give me a completion. And, well, we'll hang the question. Did Carlos Munoz find the 5.33 in the dying seconds, Mike?
Well, for me, it was a similar air to that 5.73 of Eli Hanneman, but it was projected out towards the beach, but it was a much bigger wave. Eli had a little bit of an option prior to his air, where Carlos only had that one section to do the maneuver. But, you know, he did slightly leave the door open there for Edward Groggier. We didn't see his wave because we were focused on that wave of Carlos Munoz. So the judges will be looking at a replay of that.
Wow, we want to see the replay as well. He went to the air, as we said, if anything, just first impressions. It's a mid-range requirement, 5.33. And, of course, Carlos Munoz, we've seen him showcased over the years. He's just one of those faithful surfers who's just stuck to the process, always smiling. Of course, proudly representing Costa Rica, a wonderful surf region of the planet. And kind of feelings are perhaps he got the score. We've got no indication at this stage where this number will land. We know that Eli Hanneman found the 9 and the 5.73, so he will definitely be it. But the discussion hangs on, does Edward Groggier bump down to third or not? And of course, every single heat, there's the number it's in. It's a 6.17. Requirement was a 5.33. Carlos Munoz keeps his dreams alive here at the Ballito Pro, the Challenger Series. And wow, what a great heat, great value. And that was a beautiful heat to watch. Pura vida, smiles all round. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for another wow heat coming your way at the Ballito Pro. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. There's your official results of that last heat. High value entertainment and a tussle to get the heat advance. Carlos Munoz just getting that number over Edward Groggier at the end. It's a good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Mark Frew. And how about that last heat?
There was so much going on. I'd love to know how many airs were landed in that heat. I was trying to calculate it in my head initially, and in all the action,
well, half a dozen.
My sum went out the window.
Half a dozen good quality airs there for us to break down. Let's get stuck into the next one. Another strong theme here of surfers that have been in the Championship Tour jersey that now have to use this gateway of the Challenger Series to re-qualify for 2024. Surfers that know the feeling. Morgan Sibilik takes on Lucas Messinas. Jordy Lawler has been knocking at the door of qualification for a while. And of course, Ketut Agus, another young talent out of the wave-rich area of Indonesia. It's a good morning as we get stuck into another heat here. Local time, 10:15 in the morning. The low tide has turned over. You see the exposure of rocks and how low that tide is, and about 6 to 7 feet of tide shift. Let's have a look at the opening ride here for Lucas Messinas.
You saw that boil as he was taking off. That's an indication that he was right on the reef. So he would have hugged the inside section, Gigs, and made sure he got the first wave of this heat.
Well, just talking to conditions here, let's have a look at Morgan Sibilik as well.
So Morgan floats over the lip and uses the speed out of that floater to project into the next one. And 3 solid turns so far on this wave, and he ends nice and clean on that difficult section on the low tide at the end of that wave.
Good power surfing from Morgan Sibilik. As we look at the broad shot here, Jordy Lawler briefly in and out. Still plenty of time ahead. 30 minutes best, 2 rides counting. Still full 26 minutes and 15 seconds to go. And we trust that you're enjoying this with us. Lucas Messinas for a 4.33 for his opener. Slightly smaller wave. You saw the more meaty wall offering more for Morgan Sibilik. And Sibilik surfed to point there. Strong turns for a 6. So the pace being set with the opener for Morgan Sibilik early on. Of course, we know the Australian Morgan Sibilik. Back when we introduced the Rip Curl Finals 5 in 2021. He got to partake in that challenge for a world title in a rookie year. So, I mean, that was just a formidable season for Morgan Sibilik. Of course, a little bit of an up and down journey, not making the mid-year cut in 2022, and now trying to find his way through the Challenger Series in 23. No doubt that Sibilik at some stage will be back at the highest level of the sport. And he's rock solid. He knows what he's doing. And we look forward to following him and the rest of the field as we break down heat by heat, wave by wave. We trust that you're enjoying the Ballito Pro for 2023 with us. And we're having a great time. Everybody here in the region just welcoming the world's best surfers. And of course, the attention next week shifts a little further down the coast to beautiful Jeffreys Bay, arguably the best right-hand point break in the world. And it is surf season down here in South Africa.
We got a very robust junior series in South Africa this year, Gigs, and we had the WSL Rookie Rippers running the week prior to this Challenger Series event, and then before that there was a week of regional little events. So it's almost 6 weeks of full surfing contests here. This is the last wave of Luca Messinas, and get some great air under the board as he comes out of that floater. This is Morgan Sibilik. He knows this wave well. He's actually been here for over a week already, Gigs, taking advantage of the waves at Bog Bay and Sunrise. He's actually had some of the best tubes we've seen in the whole week, and that'll be a backup to the scores that he's already got on the board, the 6, his opener.
Well, Morgan Sibilik loves quality waves. Enjoying the warm-up surfs here in beautiful Ballito this time of year. Quality surf. Of course, Morgan Sibilik would have got off the aeroplane from South Sumatra, getting that win in the QS 5000 in Kruwi just a week or two back. So Morgan on a bit of a surf trip of his own, so to speak, but meanwhile accumulating points on both qualifying series for his region and here at the Challenger Series. We want to see Morgan Sibilik back. Of course, at this stage, quarterfinals in Sydney for a 5th. Only lost to Jacob Wilcox in that one. So Sibilik's on form in 2023. The Nova Castrian. We'll get a few more waves out of him with still 23:20 to go. Let's have a look and see who's going to challenge the other Australian, Geordie Lawler, who's had some beautiful results out of the Challenger Series in past years. Needs to find his momentum in 2023. Nothing really standing out on the results scorecard just yet this season. And here's one of those young talents, as we said. This is Ketut. Just a little skid of the fins there. So back to the drawing board for the Indonesian, who of course will be heavily inspired by what Rio Waida did here last year, Mark.
Yeah, Rio Waida dominated his heats. He took out the win. We actually didn't have the final here at Surfers. We had it across to the right-hand side, the next little bay called Bathers.
Well, it's only 100 yards south of that, right?
And he took the win there with some big aerial maneuvers in similar size conditions to this.
Well, it's been a great value. Of course, that last heat was had the entire beach erupted and applauding. Let's go down and hear from Eli Hanneman. He's there with Kai Linda.
Here I am with Eli Hanneman out of Hawaii. And Eli, it's really been all about the turns on day 1. Day 2, we start round 2 of the men. First heat, we saw Emrod going to the air for a 9.0. And then, wow, you just came out the gates firing.
Yeah, I was watching that heat actually right before I was going out, and I saw the wind start to come into the rights a little more and blow a little harder. So I kind of knew what I was going to do in that heat.
Now, it's not your first foray out to South Africa, but obviously Ballito is a big event. It's that turning point in the year. We're looking towards like really cementing your finish in the top 10. What is the game plan sort of coming into this event?
I just want to make some heats. I want to show my surfing. It's really hard to like loosen up sometimes when you travel across the world and you have heats to surf. It's hard to just kind of be yourself sometimes, and you end up conforming to like what you think the judges want to see. But I've just really been working on just being Eli.
Well, I can tell you for free, we love seeing you be Eli, and we're looking forward to seeing you in round 3.
Can I just say a quick shout out to my mom and my dad? They're watching at home. It's probably really late. My girlfriend's watching, my friends, so just hi from South Africa.
Awesome, bud. Good luck, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
All right, thank you.
Well, great shout out there to family in Hawaii. And of course, I know a very special day in Hawaii yesterday, a big paddle out for the late Dane Kealoha. And just sending those warm aloha vibes from this end of the world. And of course, Eli Hanneman through to the next round at the Ballito Pro. So we look forward to more from him. And fellow Hawaiians, there's a number of them in the draw. Lots of them coming up through the morning. And we trust that you are enjoying the show with us. Morgan Similik has been keeping busy. Didn't bank a score on that last one, so he didn't improve on his 4.67. Lucas Messinas, just a pair of 4s right now. The wind, perhaps even a little, a knot or two, a sort of a slightly stronger breeze now coming left to right across screen, Mark.
Yes, it is predicted to hit up or get up to about 15 knots. But Eli actually referenced it in that interview there. He had a game plan of utilizing the wind to get those aerial maneuvers on the go during that last heat. So they've definitely had their eye on it, and it's not called the air wind in Ballito for these competitors for nothing.
Yeah, there was some nice transparency to that interview as well. He just said sometimes it's hard to get into the groove, and he just wants to feel natural and just let it flow. And as he said, be Eli. Let's watch Ketut be Ketutia as he goes to the air, and that was nicely done as well. Ditched the tail, and he'll have everybody over in Bali, Indonesia, following his progress through this Challenger Series. Of course, a number of surfers from Indonesia campaigning well. Of course, Rio Waida reached the top level care of the Ballito Pro last year. A couple of great results for him. Of course, Ani Anwar always in the discussion as well. We'll see where Ketut Agus can take his career. Nothing from Morgan Similik on that one. He won't get around the section. Still plenty of time, 19 minutes to go. And Geordie Lawler not really breaking out any scores just yet. We'll see if the goofy footer can engage and get a couple of numbers out of his visit to Ballito this year. And Lucas Messinas, meanwhile, will now hold priority and have his turn shortly.
That aerial of Ketut Agus there, Gigs, good example of why a lot of these surfers wax their surfboards so far up the board. Often the board comes a little unstuck, or your feet and your foot placement during those aerial maneuvers changes on the board. The traditional sort of waxing up to 2/3 of the board, these guys wax their boards super high because often your foot placement, that top third of the board, is required in order to pull out of the aerial. So here we go, just a check turn to generate some speed. Goes into the turn, and you see his front foot is far up the board, and he adjusts it. He actually pulls the foot back a little bit in order to stand up. But had he not waxed that right up, there would have obviously been a chance that that foot would have slipped off. So you'll see a lot of these pros, if you notice when they're walking down the beach, the boards are waxed super high towards the nose.
Well, when we get those slow-mo replays, it's always great to just watch the shuffle of footwork. It's you don't often see it in live speed, but once the replays come your way, you get to see the shuffling, the footwork, those adjustments, mid-rail, mid-turn. Here's an approach from behind the section for the Peruvian. Lucas Messinas, of course, didn't make that mid-season cut as well in the previous season. He's had that taste of championship tour experience. Wants to get back there. A number of campaigners out of Peru this year. Great to see Chile and Peru featuring in the global surf picture.
He really went quite vertical with those first two turns. He carried a lot of speed and surfed it in the critical section. Almost went up the lip on the first or the second turn. It was so quick. I can't remember if it was the first or the second.
Let's see what Geordie Lawler can fetch from this. This is quite a meaty wave approaching the Ballito lineup here. The air going left to right. He'll just clatter his way over that lip there. Two-turn combo for Geordie Lawler, perhaps trying to improve on a lower score of a 3.5, and I feel that he may have done that with sticking to that basic criteria, 2 turns. That's going to work for him. Fair smooth transition between turns as well there, Mike. So, you know, that's a step in the right direction for Geordie Lawler.
Geordie Lawler spent a lot of time in South Africa. He came here as a junior. There used to be a series called the City Surf Series. He won one of those, it was 2018 or 2019. He's spent a lot of time in Durban. He spent a lot of time up here at Ballito. He knows the wave really well, and very familiar with what is required at this level of the heats to get a score on the board. What's really interesting, Gigs, I was out on the beach during our break, And I saw so many Groms that have come down to watch the surfing today. Obviously, they're on school holidays. A lot of kids have come through from Durban, Ballito, and further north of here, particularly to look at and watch superstar names like Eli Hanneman. Eli referenced it in his interview. He loves to do aerials, and he feels sometimes like he has to conform a little bit to serve to the criteria here. But it was great to see an air like that, and that'll stoke those Groms out who've come to watch that in particular.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see how he's waxing his board very, very high, right up to almost the sticker on the nose there, Gigs.
Well, heat preparation in the athlete area. Of course, athletes have a clear view of the lineup. They'll sit and prepare. There's a good chiropractic offering as well. Of course, the KwaZulu-Natal Technicon, Charmaine and her team, who have been doing that tradition since the Gunston 500 days. All your chiropractics looking for their practical experience. And, well, the anatomical body designs of surfers is a good study and subject for chiropractic and physiotherapy.
Yeah, those guys are from the University of Technology in Durban, and this event provides a fantastic opportunity for them to do their work, and those students are here every year. And I visited them the other day to get some adjustments, and they were saying, you know, surfers have such a varied and broad like range of not just injuries but things that they require treatment on. So for them, this type of event gives them great experience working with these athletes.
Time moving along in this particular round 2, heat 3. No real standout moments for us just yet. Solid offerings with 6 pointers from Sibilik and Messinas. Let's have a look at this. Here we go. This is Katut. Lovely landing there as well. 2-turn combo. So we're going back to that. Lawler will go to the air, inside out and upside down for an incomplete. Still quite a bit of time for us. Here's Morgan. Bigger wave of the remainder of the set, and that was a big brutal hit in the lip there. That's how you get the job done. Sibilik looking to improve and now extend his lead. Of course, the Australian in 2021 literally blew us away, even made that finals over at Rottnest against Medina, quarter-final a number of times, ended up 5th in the world. That you cannot get a better rookie season than that, and got a taste of a shot at a world title. What a story for Morgan Sibilik. I think, you know, we need to get him in the booth actually and talk that experience through a little more, because I mean that was a lot to process for a young surfer just bursting onto the scene like that.
The pressure that year was unbelievable, and probably one of the best rookie seasons of a guy on the men's tour for a number of years.
Well, I think, you know, the good thing about Aussies is they don't allow any ego into the room, you know. So, you know, his mates over in Newcastle have kept him honest through the process. He's a good-spirited competitor, of course, feuding it out with Jackson Baker and the rest of the talent out of Newcastle. And we know that there's more in store for Morgan Sibilik over the seasons to come. And talking of more to come, there's a 717 for us to break down, Mark. That's rock-solid surfing from the Australian.
The thing that struck me about this wave in particular was speed, Gigs. Rail-to-rail surfing speed, generating a lot of speed off the bottom, using the turn at the top to go speed into the next section. And that for me was really a solid wave. It reminded me of what you're going to see in J-Bay next week. Guys having it on the line, laying down into that bottom turn, looking at a section down the line and going for it.
Yep, it's only 10 days until the start of the J-Bay Open. In the meantime, we'll just take a quick break here at beautiful Ballito. We trust that you're enjoying it with us. Don't go anywhere. motion. Stop 3 of the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Welcome back to the lineup. It's day 2 of competition. Gig Saliers and Mike Fu breaking it down wave by wave, heat by heat. And there's still plenty of it left here for us in the 3rd heat of the men's 2nd round. A little over 10 minutes to go with Sibilik out front. Ketut Agus, meanwhile, during the break, has fetched a number of his own, found a 6.1 in the lineup mark and brings himself right into the story. 1 slot above former championship tour surfer Lucas Messinas, who now just chases a 4.88 and holds priority. So we've got some stories to unpack for the back 10 minutes here.
For sure, Gigs. Lucas Messinas sitting out there now with priorities. So I'm just looking at our surfer in white, Agus, looking back at the priority situation to double check that he does in fact priority. What he's looking back at there on the tower is a LED screen, and it's got the jersey color of each of the surfers, and the priority, as you see it on our screen there, priority is with blue, then white, then green, and then red. And they look back at the tower, they can see that it's lit up for them to see, and we saw Lucas Messinas just looking back to confirm he had priority, because that will influence his strategy now for the next 9 minutes.
It's not a very big playing field if you look at the distance from judges in their seats to the takeoff zone, probably about 100, 120 yards. Definitely no problem with beach announcers communicating that score, even though the wind will go onshore through the day. You kind of can keep everybody up to date. It's not one of those lineups where everybody's a mile out to sea. There are times where surfers have got to, surf and almost guess. They just don't know what the numbers are due to winds and swells and rain and everything else. But here it's a fairly easy playing field, bit of an auditorium for us in Ballito. And there's a little sting of the tail there from Ketut Agus. That one was spicy, and he liked that. You saw him break into a big smile there. And with 8:30 to go, we'll sit back and wait for that number to land, because prior to that, he'd already jumped up to 2nd. Now trying to improve on just a 4.77. You see there, a requirement of 7.08 to go to 1st at Sibilik's expense. So that might build a little bit of distance now between 2nd and 3rd. We'll keep an eye on that number.
So he actually got that wave under priority from Lucas Messinas. Gigs, he was sitting just to the right of him, and Lucas chose not to go on that wave.
There's Geordie Lawler also going to get one out from under Messinas here. Stretching across the bay. Well, we can understand why Lucas let that one go. That one just stretching out. A couple of ribs in the faces now as well. That's going to become a little bit more of a factor, Mike, as we go through the next couple of hours. Onshore already increasing another knot or two. So in the course of this heat number 3, we've seen that wind increase in speed.
Gigs, we see the surfers looking back at the beach as well. I'll get back to that as we see the replay. This check turn and throwing that tail around, using the fins to get the board gripping the wave again, and rides it out. You can see clapping his hands, and you can tell straight away from the surfer's body language whether they're happy or not. If they pull out of a wave and they've got slumped shoulders with the head down, you know that they're going back out there. They've now got a lot of work to do. When they kick out of a wave, they're pumping, they bit of hand jive, clapping their hands. You know, these guys are professionals. They know what is required, and I think he's pumped with that wave, Gigs.
You know, as a surf audience, we can be a little critical of claims and that, but I mean, if you're in a free surf and you do a turn like that, you're going to be totally stoked. Your emotions are going to be overflowing, you know. So now package that into a thing where points count. There's financial implications. There's career goals at stake. Actually, cannot help just everybody overflowing and claiming from time to time. So, you know, maybe we shouldn't be so critical of the claims.
I think when you're surfing with your buddies and it's a free surf on a Saturday morning, you're going to take a bit of flack for claiming waves. But at a level like this where you land a critical maneuver, you're in 2nd trying to hold the heat down.
Is that a saying that everyone around the world will understand? Take a bit of flack? It means take some criticism from your friends. Let's have a look at Messinas here. His friends in Peru will be shouting for him here to hit this section, which he does. Good solid basics again from Lucas Messinas, who's trying to attack that 2nd place position of white. And here goes Ketut Agus trying to defend it. So important playoff here as we go under 6 minutes. And a lovely release to the tail again. Little sort of signs of Rio Waida in that delivery of maneuvers there. Incomplete though, so you can see urgent paddle back to the lineup for the Balinese surfer. course, the hopes of Indonesia every year is gaining momentum. There's so much young talent there. You go and spend a day at Canggu or any of those beaches, the level of surfing is absolutely insane. And of course, the level in Peru every year, more and more.
Nice wrapping turns to start that, and then finishes off with a bit of flair. Gets the fins free on the last maneuver, Gigs. That first wrapping turn was the highlight maneuver of that wave for our surfer in blue.
Just a quick look at Sibilik there with the throwaway score as we track live action here. We are still waiting for numbers to update. And here is the exchange between Macinas and Agus. And Lucas Macinas, with some strong fundamentals, is going to just nudge himself back up into second. So this last 5 minutes is going to be a fight here. Where's Geordie Lawler in the story? The Australian has just gone into a quieter pattern here. We saw him go to the air backhand and throw that one away. He may have just rolled the dice on another small wave because he hasn't quite found his way back to full priority yet. Of course, down the beach we go with the man who is leading the Challenger Series at this stage, 26-year-old Jacob Wilcox from Australia, out front in the race to qualify for the Championship Tour in 2023. Of course, care of his 2 results in Australia thus far. He'll want to continue that momentum here in the third stop in South Africa.
Yeah, the #1 seed of the event comes off a blistering run in Australia, and took full advantage of the events on his home turf and leading the Challenger Series rankings.
Well, all waves ridden, summarized for you top left of screen. You can see already 7 waves selected in the lineup by Morgan Silwick. Still his very first one, that punchy right-hander, the 6. Then he backed it up with a stronger version for a 717. Haven't seen a lot of going to the air in this particular heat. Macinas with a pair of 6s now occupies second place position and puts the stretch on Ketut Agus and Geordie Lawler. Down to 3.5 minutes to go. And Ketut has caught the same amount of waves in the lineup as Lucas Macinas. So lots of waves, half a dozen each pretty much. And that's a good look at the overview of activity in the heat thus far. But for now, Sibilik and Macinas out front. And they are nicely in the double digits there. 13.17 for the heat lead, 12.83, just not even half a point behind. Let's see where Geordie Lawler can go. Requirements of an 8.7 is what we ask from the Australian, and he'll probably want to do it in a single big maneuver. Looking for the opportunity, bowling ahead for him. We're trying to anticipate this. And just a flat landing, not going to bring completion. But that's the theme where Geordie Lawler's got to go now with just over 2:45 on the clock mark.
Great to see some of these technical aerials, so he's going for it. We saw that corrupt flip from Carlos Muniz in the previous heats, and that set the tone for what these guys are doing in the heats. As Eli Hanneman said, they've got their eye on the heat before them, and the conditions playing out in that heat and what are getting the high scores often influences what the guys are going to do in the current heat.
A little bit of deep water movement here as the waves come out of the deeper Indian Ocean. Of course, the beautiful blue region here of the Dolphin Coast. We've seen a number of pods of dolphins go by. And just beautiful conditions here as the Mozambique current to left of screen just keeps filtering down this crystal clear water from the higher latitudes, and also a warmer temperature. Water temperatures probably around 74, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, around 21, 22 degrees. If anything, just a slightly chilled air in the morning. But already now by 10:30 local time, it's pretty much swimwear, beach volleyball, and a full beach scene here. A real summer feeling to a winter location. Everybody loves their time in Ballito. Let's have a look at Lucas Macinas here, a little in and out. He'll just keep looking for any opportunity to improve on his 6 as we're down to 90 seconds to go.
Pressure's on ya. Ketut has got the priority, but time ticking away, 90 seconds on the clock. Geordie Lawler really he's up against the ropes here, Gigs. He'll
Pretty
need
much.
something in the excellent range. Ketut Agus with priority, doesn't have to worry about the other 3 surfers. What he does have to worry about is a wave actually just presenting itself.
Well, 8.7, pretty much got to go Hail Mary and look for something really big and special here, because we're into the last minute of this opening round for a lot of our surfers. This is the second round of competition. Of course, Geordie Lawler did surf that first round yesterday morning, got that heat win. And well, trying to find his way through to round 3. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. Of course, Geordie Lawler getting that win over, knocking out Connor Schleipen, the South African, and Jean-Marc Tokong from the Philippines. Love seeing all the nations represented on the Challenger Series. Of course, wait and see where this whole thing unfolds as we crown champions at the end of this week. Down to 10 seconds to go. Morgan Sibilik has showed his pedigree here. The Australian in red is going to go for the heat win here. 7-1-7 and a 6 for a good solid heat input. No real story there. Lucas Messinas, so the two former championship tour surfers have, the cream has risen to the top here, Mark.
Yeah, it sure has. And I'll be making my way down to the beach to interview Morgan after this heat gigs, and I'm really interested to hear what
are you going to ask him, Mark? What are you going to ask him?
What do you want me to ask him?
No, we'll wait for the beach.
You're going to have to wait to see.
Well, folks, we trust that you love it. There is an official result. Morgan Sibilik for the heat win. Great heat put in total, 7-1-7 and a 6. And, of course, we'll welcome in Paul Evans, Emma Smith, and Kai Linder for the call. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few,
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
I'm Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome. And a very warm welcome back to the beach. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. The Challenger Series, it's firing in South Africa. And we're up to Heat 4 of the men's round of 64. Here to talk you through all the action. John and myself, Paul Evans, Emma Smith, Kai Linder. What's our vibe?
My vibe is the big airs are coming thick and fast. Corrupt in the last one. We saw Eli Hanneman with a massive air road before that, and of course Emrod starting things off with a 9. So back-to-back 9s in the first 2 heats of the men's.
Emma, how are you enjoying the action you've seen so far today?
Plenty of action. I thought I, had just covered the first 9, and then the next heat there was another 9. So hopefully it keeps going throughout the day. All
right, some heavy hitters in the water right now. Flying high in the #1 spot, Chippo Wilcox of Western Australia taking on Mateus Hurdy of Brazil. Keanu is seeing. And Kai Martin from Hawaii. That's our quartet in the water right now. And just looking at this, we talk about stacked heats. They're all just kind of brutal. And we get a sense surface home, which seems kind of harsh, but that's what we're dealing with on the Challenger Series. No elimination round. Show up, bang out some scores, or look ahead and home.
Yeah, well, yesterday we were saying it should be called the Brutal Series because it really is brutal. You've got guys flying from close on 80 hours to get here from across the planet and take a loss in round 1 and off you go. You're done. You're out of here. So it really is hard, but that makes it all the more worthwhile if you get a good result and you get closer to making the championship tour.
Martin on the backhand here. Whippy turn from him. Just prods that one up quite late. A little too late. And the lip says no, he'll go down. Just kind of looking, trying to put himself up in a section, but always that wave running real quick away from him. So early stages in this one, just a couple of minutes gone, small numbers really. Nothing of major context to bring you in terms of the opening exchanges. It'll be a a very small lead so far for Kai Martin, but some of the conversation of Jacob Wilcox and what he's been able to do in Australia. I mean, we've seen this guy for a number of years. We know how good he is, but now there's a little bit of a pressure on him, a little bit of a target to carry on that momentum. Let's see him paddle into a wave here. Deals with a little bump on the face and picking up some speed. Wilcox jams one. Just a little stuck by that wobble before he went into the first turn. Much nicer from him. And gets the whip out the tail as well. Decent way to finish that wave.
Yeah, and I had to laugh this morning. You might be at the Challenger Series #1, but that doesn't stop a pack of East London Grandens just swarming you and taking all your waves. So all kinds of pressure being the #1 on tour.
Meanwhile, another set will stack up out the back. Here goes Matthias Herdy. You know all about this guy. He's had a couple of impressive performances as a wildcard on the Championship Tour. Almost kind of missed that section a little bit. But nevertheless, get to completion. So a combo from him to open up in the first 5 minutes. That's your classic. Kind of straight out the manual of competing. Get a couple of scores, go complete. And then look to improve from there. But yeah, just thinking about Jacob, what he's been able to do so far this year. And just in the context of this tour's 4 results, a couple of throwaways, he's already got good numbers on the board. And he'd be feeling pretty confident about hanging in there.
Yeah, and he came, when he first came on the scene, he was almost in that sort of free surfer category. Like we saw the clips from West Stars at North Point and just charging and being that guy and doing some of those sort of alternative events with Stab as well. But this year he really seems to have just put his contest cap on, and he's got that hunger. He wants to get to the World Tour.
And when you're surfing a heat and you're kind of one of the names expected to do well, do you sort of relish that situation, or would you rather be that kind of dark horse energy, kind of sneak up, get a couple of scores?
Yeah, I think my best heats have definitely been going into it as the dark horse. When I was on the junior series, I remember every year in South Africa they would change the age groups. I always was like first year in my age group, and I think without that it definitely wouldn't have pushed me as much.
All right, Keanu A. Singh here. We know all about this guy's pedigree. On the CT. And arriving a little late to finish his turn as well. You know about that lethal backhand that he's got. Forehand solid as well. And doing those various roles as a coach as well, and kind of mentoring as well that young generation. There's a really strong crop of young Hawaiians up and coming. Keanu will definitely feel like he's still got something to say with the jersey on. Here goes Herdy. Having a look. Realise that one's going to run away. We're coming in off the low right now, but still pretty shallow out there. Bit of wind as well, just putting those bumps up, and that means negotiating down the line has got a little bit more troublesome than possibly an hour ago. It's a quick effort there from Martin, and it's quite fast and furious on the peak, all sorts of waves coming through.
Yeah, and I got to say, from our first 2 heats this morning to looking at the conditions now, 2 things that I'm noticing. Number one is that it's going to become a lot more difficult for the goofies, whereas yesterday the waves actually suited the goofies, especially with those really tight pockets. This wind up the face is going to create those bumps and chops, and you're going to see them really struggling to keep their rail line down the line. So it's going to be more difficult for them. The second thing I'm noticing is that these conditions just scream Matthias Herdy. He has got all the bag of tricks on demand. He is one of the most crazy aerialists on the tour, and also very similar to conditions to what he's used to surfing back home in Brazil.
All right, paddle on the peak here. Wilcox with priority, he'll use it. Here he goes. Swinging off the bottom, quick clip off the top for him, and again commits. Pretty similar to his previous effort in terms of the finishing turn. He's probably identified that one as just squeezing a little extra juice out of that closeout section. Releasing the tail a bit. A little bit more oomph into that turn degree of difficulty. Got a 5-5 already, so that was the high score. And another number due his way. Here's a Singh trying to come from behind, and once again, that white water just sort of tumbles all around him. Just be a quick wave for Keanu. And surfers who maybe didn't get results in Australia, a chance to really light up their season here. Think about surfers going well in Ballito in the past, and it's such a crucial part of a qualifying campaign, partly the fact that it's just kind of coming mid-season as well, and early on, in Australia, you're dealing with surfers coming straight from the Championship Tour, certainly last year. Right now, other names as well, putting their hands up, trying to get in. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Wilcox looking real good. There's 12,500 points. That's solid. But as we talked about on Dawn Patrol yesterday, Emma, there's a blend here of some experienced surfers with CT experience, and then that young generation nipping at their heels.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what makes this Ballito event so exciting. You know, we have a couple of our South African surfers who managed to squeeze in there, and then you're just seeing, you know, heroes that you've been looking up to for years. And yeah, I think Keanu and Matthias, I've seen them in Ballito for as long as I think I've been coming to Ballito. So amazing to see some big names, and yeah, on that leadership board, I feel like it's quite a solid mix.
Just looking at that, you know, you said there's so many CT surfers. Like, one of the names that really jumps out at me, there's Sammy Pupo. Just had a really good run as a wild card at the Brazilian event, much like Jadson, and has also done very well at this contest before, both in the juniors, winning it, and in the seniors.
Oh, another former CT surfer is Morgan Siblick, winner of the last heat. He's with Mike Frew.
With the previous heat winner, Morgan Siblick. Morgan, in that heat, you chose not to necessarily go for the air. You went for the big turns on bigger set waves. Tell us about your strategy going into that heat and how you took the win.
Yeah, well, I knew I was just going to stick to my guns and try to pick up a couple good waves and do some big turns, but the wind's making it pretty tricky to do the turns you want, because there's a fair bit of bump on the face, but yeah, you know, it's fun. I'm stoked we got waves this year. It's been so sick lately. We've had so many waves, so I can't complain. And the forecast for the rest of the event looks epic. And I think the wind might be a little better later on in the event, maybe blowing from the other direction. So hopefully have some cleaner faces for turns. But yeah, the air sections out there are sick, and the boys in the previous heat were going mad. It was mental to watch.
I wanted to ask you, you've been in town for a couple of days now. You came about a week early. You recently had that good result in Indonesia, and I just saw some images, videos of you getting spat and double spat out of barrels. Tell us about the Ballito break, because that's about as good as we get the last week.
Yeah, it was epic. We just kind of rolled in, and we had a bit of a blunder with our flights, but down a couple of points away, there was when we got here, it was just kind of cooking, and I don't know, it's just point breaks everywhere here, and it was pitting off its face, so I was frothing, and yeah, it's been like that for the past week, so yeah, you guys are pretty lucky for waves here.
Well, thank you so much. You well done in your last heat, and good luck in the next round. It's great to see you back in South Africa. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Interesting debrief there from Morgan. Loving the free surf opportunities. We talked about the South African contingent. This guy coming up real soon. He's leading the charge for the South Africans on the Changers. Here goes your leader of this series, Wilcox, with a slightly awkward exit. And those chops that Morgan identified, you can kind of see them heading up the face. Just revisiting that forecast chat. What do we want? What are we going to get?
Well, the ideal wind for Ballito is the northwest, which is the land breeze. Also comes sometimes just pre and after the cold fronts and the low pressures moving through. The northeast is this wind we're seeing now. If it stays light, it's still very surfable and contestable, but you will see that it's like a devil wind at J-Bay. Starts putting those little ruffles up the face, and that's why I said it makes it hard for the goofies. As we said, like Tuesday, Wednesday, the southwest comes with the low pressure moving up the coast, and the southwest here in Ballito just kinks a little bit too side on for the coast, so it's not a great wind for competitive surfing, but it does bring the swell. But then you just pop down the road 40 minutes and go surf Durban, because that's straight offshore on the southwest.
So yeah, midwinter here, prime season now. Maybe you're still travelling with your 7. It must be quite a hard place to leave at this time of year, particularly coming from J-Bay as you do.
It is. I think, you know, this time of year you start to see beautiful mornings, no wind, swell coming through, but, you know, KZN and Durban side, it's pretty crucial with that direction in the swell, because, you know, you can have all the swell and then it's a bit straight and closing out. But yeah, we go straight from this back to J-Bay, so I think I'll try to catch some more there.
Can't wait for that. Let's get caught up with the action in the water. 16.5 on the clock. Martin then with a strong finish, actually. He was in a bit of a corner in terms of arriving late to a section. Did real well just to kind of grit that one out. And let's see where that goes score-wise, but nothing of major significance so far. But Wilcox with that 5.5 dropped early. It's got him in the lead along with the 4.77 straight after it. Two pretty similar ways from him. And that's the experience shining through. realising possibly conditions changing rapidly, it's deteriorating a bit. A pragmatic approach, get points on the board, get your work done. Hurdy, he's sort of next up in terms of the higher numbers, 4.83. Doesn't have a backup as yet. He's been patient. Such an electric surfer, Mateus. I mean, he's just got everything in the tank. When we talk about surfers who are keen to go to the air, but he's just an amazing competitor as well. And like confidence, self-confidence, sort of off the chart.
Yeah, well, Mateus rolled into South Africa, I think, at about 16. We had a string of 1,000 QSs called the City Surf Series, starting up on the west coast at Lambert's Bay and going all the way around the South African coast. There were almost like 7 events, I think, sort of in a 3-month period. And a bunch of the older Brazilians came over just to get some warm-ups before hitting the tour. And Mateus came along, and I met this little bubbly 16-year-old who was like running around and just super amped. And I was like, okay, like a little 16-year-old Brazilian. And then his first heat he paddled out, he just unleashed. I think he dropped like almost an 18 heat score. And suddenly we were like, wow, like, okay, this kid can really surf. And then he came to Durban for the second event and absolutely smashed the Pro Junior. And pretty much since then, I've been calling him, like, it's only a matter of time before he gets to the top.
Yeah, a surfer of some pedigree, as was the guy we saw warming up, Jetson, coming off a great showing as an event wildcard in Rio on the championship tour, which feels like, was that 2 days ago, 2 nights ago? He's not had many sleeps between surfing over there and his first heat here.
I didn't know Jaddy owned a Learjet, but clearly he does, because the public airlines couldn't have moved him that fast.
All right, so far so good for your Challenger Series ratings leader, Jacob Wilcox, the Western Australian, leading this one at the moment. It's Kai Martin in second, got a 4.7 for his last wave. And at the moment, that's good enough for second place. And a little bit of a lid on this as we just turn it down to simmer. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Been enjoying a scintillating morning action. Loads more to bring you live from South Africa on the other side of the break. Welcome back to Ballito. Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series. Wilcox, who's leading the Challenger Series, leading this heat as well. Modest numbers, relatively speaking, though, in this one so far. Hasn't really caught fire as yet. Let's see how we go in the back half of the heat. 12 minutes, just over 15 seconds to go in this. Plenty of time for surfers to get 2 scores. A relatively quiet showing so far from Mateus Hurdy, who's sitting with priority and just one number really of note on the board. See that little wind ruffle heading through, but what you can also see is sets stacking up here, and as this tide will now flood in with a bit more intent, more opportunities, more energy heading into our sandbar here. Let's see if anyone's interested by this. It could be Hurdy. It is. Here he goes. Great licking wave for the Brazilian, off the bottom hard, and then just kind of jams on, almost pivots on the rail on that turn. Really nice for a finish. Really, really well surfed.
Yeah, Mateus just looking to get like a second score in and something decent. And what he'll generally do is get through that score and then look to unleash.
All right, a sing here, smooth as you like down the line. Great hit from him. Deceptively difficult, that turn to do. Holding the rail from the bottom all the way into the lip and then hitting a pitching lip, essentially, and making it look pretty easy. You don't want to make it look too easy, but at the same time, Emma, having that smooth, cool style, we love that as surfers.
Definitely. I was saying yesterday, Ballito's one of those waves where it can be quite deceiving. You're looking at the wave, you feel like you're seeing long waves running, but there's almost like 2 sections, and sometimes you got to kind of navigate that little hole in between and then try go for that closeout turn. But the judge is rewarded if you do it, especially with style.
All right, we're firing up here. Here goes Hurdy again. What's he got for us? He's seen something he likes the look of. Awkward as he tried to kind of air down to the flats there. And probably for the best that he lost that relatively early on. That could have got awkward. And he'll quickly reprocess and look to go again. We talked about that air wind blowing up into the right-handers, and surfers like him will look to take that on if the sections come.
Yeah, I think last year I remember Matthias on the beach waiting for scores, the buzzer beaters, doing a massive air, getting the score, going from, I think, 4th to 1st. So he's no stranger to those.
He absolutely loves the challenge, relishes the challenge of competition. As you mentioned, Kai, he was traveling the world almost like a little mascot for the Brazilian squad, right? And as that whole generation were making their rise, all the world title contenders and world champions today, he was part of that whole story. I remember even Italo, when he was qualifying quite a few years ago now, Matthias Hurdy was kind of in and around, trying to get into events if he could. And all of that experience is going to pay off.
Yeah, well, and it comes back to sort of that whole Brazilian sort of ethos that they started many years ago of like, we are one, we travel together, we support each other. And before he even picked up big sponsors like Red Bull and Quicksilver, Matthias was actually being financed by Adriano de Souza.
All right, here goes Wilcox here. Another nice combo. And he does that so well. He's got his eye in here this morning. And tricky sections, dealing with those bumps real well. Managing to get the combo done as well. Think about the sort of maneuvers he's going for, the scores he's going for. Slight amount of pragmatism in his approach. Just putting the board into technically difficult positions, critical sections of the wave. Not necessarily trying to sort of change the sport with his maneuvers, just getting really good surfing done. Let's see where this goes. It's got him in 2nd place thus far because a good number in for Hurdy. The 617 for him for that 2-turn combo, and that's much more like the Matthias we've come to expect.
Yeah, and it's been an interesting heat because we look at the previous couple of heats, we were seeing 9s, and suddenly in this heat we're looking at a battle, loads of 5s, 4s, and we haven't really seen a major maneuver yet. So the first guy to really come out the gates and get that big high score in, I think, is going to take control of the heat.
Ace Singh having a little look there. Just a short one for him. He'll hang on at the top of the point. Priorities with Kai Martin. It's been kind of busy. Matthias Hurdy also having a look. Well, I think we're going to see a bit of that now because as these peaks stand up, not necessarily particularly obvious what's going to happen on that next section. So surfers decide just to get to their feet and look down the line. But the moment of quality so far in this and sort of turning the heat from that 4th position, get him in the lead. This was another look at Matthias Hurdy's 617, Emma.
Yeah, I really like this. I think he navigated those bumps well and finished strong. And yeah, he was happy with that himself.
Yeah, really like the first turn on that one.
Live action. Here goes Keanu. Prodding down the line. Just kind of redirecting, really. Not putting too much body movement into that finishing maneuver. It is a complete maneuver, though. Scores are going to stay a little bit subdued, I would expect, as that comes in. He's got a 4-4 and a 3 at the moment. But he's going to need to find himself slightly more cooperative sections and ideally looking for a combo or one of those big explosive maneuvers that Kai was talking about. There's the spread from the panel. You can see Martin's been pretty busy for those 7 waves. Generally speaking, conditions get a bit more like this, that busier approach. Probably, statistically speaking, even chance of getting through in 2nd, that's probably maybe where you want to go rather than waiting for those real gems.
Yeah, well, it's going to be difficult to find the gems, that's the thing. And also, because it's a variable bank, you don't always know where it's going to peak. Is it going to peak on the rocks? Is it going to peak in the middle? So I think Matthias showing that in the beginning we were like, what's going on here with Matthias? His game plan has actually worked out really well. He took it a bit slower in the beginning, trying to just make sure that he got those scores to build on. And now under priority, he's just going to go for anything that moves because he's got that big bag of tricks. He doesn't need one of the A-grade waves to get a score. He's just going to fling a big air or something and probably generate like a medium to good score.
Yeah, and I think this heat and the last heat's kind of on that line of the surfers maybe having to adjust their strategy while out there. I was up in the athletes area before these last 2 heats, and everyone's screaming and frothing. You know, we had 2 heats in a row where there were 9-point rides, big airs, and I feel like these last 2 heats have been slightly slower.
5 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this one. Keanu Essing having a concerted paddle effort from 4th prio, so just an inside wave. I feel like the inside waves probably aren't the ones he wants. He needs to try and get himself, well, obviously he needs to get a better status and priority first, but get himself something with a bit of meat on it from out the back. But at the moment, while he's in 4th prio, he'll just sit there and just see what he can snaffle. He's such a smart competitor, knows exactly what kind of approach to adopt according to where you are in the heat. Where he is at the moment, it's not ideal. He's in 3rd right now. He's not chasing a huge number, but a 6.57. Well, it's going to need to be nearly half a point better than the best we've seen so far. Also, the fellow Hawaiian Kai Martin chasing as well. 6.27 is requirement to get out of 4th. He's got priority. He's got a wave. Here he goes on the backhand. Little spring in his step and a nice whipping turn. Gets it done pretty quick. Not quite quick enough, though, to go back up. So just one turn really there being scored for Martin. Don't think we saw the 6 that he requires, and time's going to run away fast. We're inside the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, time's going to start working against him now, and that builds the pressure. But, you know, anything can happen in these heats, and like I said earlier, it's not always about those big set waves. You can generate scores in these conditions on a mediocre wave. And Paul, one question I wanted to ask you is because I know that you love food, because I've listened to you on the web a lot. And Emma, of course, is a food expert. I clearly love food.
So we've got 3 food experts, essentially.
We've got 3 food experts.
We've got some authorities
Since
on
you've
the chow.
arrived here on your first trip to Ballito and KwaZulu-Natal,
Yep.
have you partaken of the delicacy that is known as a curry bunny?
Is that the same as bunny chow?
That's a bunny chow, yeah.
I haven't had one yet. I've got my sights set on one. There's the street food place behind us here, but they only had like lamb or chicken, I think. I was looking for a veggie one.
Are you on the veg?
Yeah.
Well, we got to get you a butter bean and
Yes.
cauliflower then.
Yeah, you're slacking. How many days have you been here?
I think 4 days.
Oh, okay. I think today's the
Emma's
cut.
So what we'll do is we're gonna have to organize that for you, because that is like a cultural thing that needs to be done when you're in this part of the world.
I like the spice as well. I'm very hesitant to make what could be construed as a complaint, but I did go to the restaurant the other day and I asked for extra spicy, and I got to say it wasn't.
Oh.
So someone needs to step the game up round
Chefs
here.
in KZN are listening right now. You're in big trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to get angry hot. But what we'll do is we'll make sure one of the camera guys is with us, and they can put that on the morning show.
All right, here's Wilcox here. He's got some speed. He's got a bit of spice to his surfing, and that got a bit awkward for him as he kind of bum slid his way out of that one. Wilcox still hanging on to 2nd place right now. And the first real kind of bit of a mistake from him. I don't think he'll be overly rattled with that. He's still in a reasonable position in this, but a chance just to kind of put a bit of daylight between him and the chasing pack. The pair of Hawaiians, Martin and Essing, they're both looking for 6s right now, and we're just over 2.5 on the clock. It feels like a big number, but Wilcox looks like those very high standards that he maintains for himself. Looks like he's been a little hard on himself there.
Yeah, well, it's also, like we said earlier, it's difficult on the backhand right now. Like, that bump is brutal when you're on your heel rail the whole time. So it's going to be more difficult. I mean, he's holding down 2nd place, and I suppose one thing we've got to also remind ourselves is that Wilcox, yes, he's primarily known as a big power rail surfer, but make no mistake, that kid can go to the air. I've seen some footage of him on the backhand at North Point just doing the biggest, maddest airs. So maybe he's just got to shake it up a bit now and change the strategy.
Yeah, and I think, in these heats with so much on the line and they're so stacked, I think you never feel safe, especially in 2nd place. So maybe the pressure's on for him to drop one of those 5s.
He's doing the international hand signal for sort of finger surfing there, which we all like to do. Not sure who that was to, or maybe just kind of to himself, a bit like a batsman after he plays and misses at one, and then you just kind of go through your shot.
Just go through the motions.
Yeah, so 90 seconds on the clock here. We've got a little spread from the pack. Priorities with your heat leader, Hurdy. He'd be feeling all right about the way his morning's going. Wilcox might have a sniff on an inside. Here he goes. If he gets a 5.51 or better, he improves. He's got a ton of speed, and there he goes into the air. Doesn't get a landing on that, but can just try and find something going on. And inside, that wave is always kind of running out of juice, even as he launched on that one. And he'll go back on the prow, back into the lineup. A real short paddle out here. A little set coming in. Opportunity possibly for Martin and a Singh. Let's see what they can do. Sixes, their requirements. And it's going to be probably down to what happens on this next set. A big paddle from Hurdy. He'll use that priority into the air. Really whippy rotation. No backswing, really. Just straight to his feet and then blowing out the tail immediately. And he'll use that priority on that wave. He won't add to his total. 30 to go now. Martin is next up. His requirement 627. Is he going to find a wave? Some energy filling in towards the bank here. I think this one will get her in time. Let's see how he goes at this. The Goofy out of Hawaii. Looking for 627. A Singh will try and go somewhere. Here he goes. Martin. Bang. First turn. Decent. Into another one. Puts it up vert and late. We've seen him do that a couple of times in this. It's kind of summed up the way his waves have gone. You're always in that conjure. You're going to hit it pretty hard on your first time, but the more you commit to that, you put yourself late into the second one. Comes off second best.
Yeah, he really needed that second maneuver. And you could see it there afterwards. He was sitting there, he threw the little hands and hit the water. He knows he had that opportunity and he let it go.
All right, Hurdy and Wilcox will advance out of that one. It's not necessarily about posting highlight reels in the early rounds. It's all about peaking late on in the event. That's what those two will be hoping to do. They're going to advance out of this heat. We're into round of 64. That was heat number 4. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill from Ballito. Join us for more live action after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Tight off the bottom, really nice turn from him.
Here's that slam. Oh, that was beautifully done.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series. And we're in South Africa for the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And the heat's coming thick and fast. The talent stacked out in the water. We're really enjoying the action we've seen so far throughout the day. Some entertaining stuff. There's a lot at stake here. And it's been thoroughly entertaining. We're expecting more. We've got a great forecast throughout the week. And yeah, it's been really fun so far. More waves to come throughout the day, throughout the week.
Yeah, swell's coming. There's definitely more on the cards. We've got that big low pressure coming through Tuesday and Wednesday. It's definitely going to bring more swell. And here's a man fresh off the plane.
Jadson, here he goes. Banging hard on the backhand. Gets that turn done. Let's set the heat here. Jadson will take on Lejo Muniz, another veteran of the Championship Tour, Reef Hazelwood. One or two Australians out in the water. One of the best aerialists from there or anywhere else, really, is Reef. Also, George Pittard from Australia. Interested in the Jadson story. So looking at challenges to get himself back on the CT, but getting that wild card, as we mentioned, over in Rio. Not just getting the wild card, but taking down some names. He actually looked a little bit sad when he beat Toledo. Obviously, Felipe got hurt, and Jadson was aware of that, but just a little subdued in terms of his celebrations, partly because he probably didn't particularly want to interfere in world title campaigns or final 5 campaigns, but also he was thinking about Ballito.
Yeah, and you know, Jadson, he really is probably the nicest guy on tour. I mean, anyone that has met him will tell you the same. He's just got time for everyone. He's always so happy and bubbly. I mean, I can't really think of any time I've seen him angry. So he just loves surfing is the bottom line.
All right, George Pitar here. What's he got for us? Bang, nice from him. Just extends the body. And again, wow, that was a sick turn to finish off from George, as he just tweaked out the tail, just loosened it into the lip, and kind of slid out of that one with control and speed. So a good opening from him. And that's a turn that's paid dividends so far from what we've seen this morning from the panel. Jadson holding down sort of middle of the peak there, looking interested again. Here he goes, Andre, off the bottom, floater, lands a little on his heels. And you see that water surface a little bit disturbed as he recovers out of that turn. They're just getting that maneuver done, but decent start to this one, Emma.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I was really impressed with George's wave. I felt like that was 2 critical maneuvers, and yeah, I think it's going to set him ahead in the start of this heat. Just what with Kai was saying, you know, Jadson's one of those super kind guys, but you can definitely see, I saw him before the heat, he's so focused and he's so fired up. I think he's managed to nail that balance of kindness, but a strong competitor.
Yeah, and interesting for me was seeing that wave of George's yesterday. Giggs and I really impressed during his heat in round 1. But he was on the carbon board yesterday in the cleaner conditions. I see he's definitely changed down to the PU, bit more weight maybe for the bump out there.
Yep, interesting to see what George can do out here today. Going further into the competition, you'd think coming up against stiffer competition with the bigger seats coming in as well. It doesn't seem so far to be overawed by reputation. Let's check out Andre here, having a paddle. And he'll just prod off the bottom and decide to go kind of chin first through the wave. Numbers for him, just that 4.33 early on. All right, here goes Alejo Muniz, uses the priority, and he is trucking down the line and fangs out that tail. It's a rejuvenated Alejo Muniz that I think we've seen, certainly the back end of last season. He was surfing so fast. He seems somehow to kind of got physically stronger as well. From what I kind of remember him, he always had that to his surfing, but it looks like he's been working out.
Well, and let's remember that Alejo Muniz and Ballito Pro go hand in hand. He has won the event. He's had some really good results over the years too.
Pitar almost gets one on the chin there as he just slips off, going up into what would be a relatively kind of routine turn from him. Just loses the traction. He seems fine. There's a little grimace back towards shore, and he'll take his place in the lineup. Might try and dip into this one, decides not to. So not wasting much time in getting scores on the board. But I tell you what, he had a really, really fast start in this, because he got the 8.33 in for that wave. That combination of turns, a massive number for George Pitar coming through. And it sounds sort of quite obvious to say, but what a way to start things off. You're going excellent with a couple of turns. He's feeling good.
Yeah, well, Emma called it. She was like, she really liked it, and she thought the judges were going to reward it, and they have. But it was good, rock-solid surfing. And as we watch him here, took off into this one, just got a bit of speed down the line, lovely bottom turn, whoops it off the top. Almost got caught up there, then came around and absolutely just threw the fins out the back. And I really liked how he released the fins, then just kind of gave it that little moment of holding it tight just to show that he was in control, and then dropped down off the section. So great surfing.
Yeah, absolute mastery really of that section. Almost got the tail down first, didn't he, underneath him. Did a really clean recovery. Good spring in his step from the youngster. He's enjoying himself out there. Here goes Hazelwood on the backhand. What's Reef got for us here? And he'll go late into a turn. Doesn't really quite get into the lip on that one. So just kind of snatches out of the touch. And he'll paddle back to think again. Thinking about some of the aerial stuff that we've seen him do down the years. Let's see if he can use that airwind on the backhand where it is trickier. Here's a replay of Alejo.
Oh, just raw power 2 turns in a row and then comes round for the third. And I mean, that is just classic Munoz. He is such an electric surfer. And like we said, like he's won this event. He knows the wave so well. He knows what the judges are looking for out there, and he's going to deliver every single time.
Yeah, he's got that almost that kind of violence to his surfing where, you know, that kind of thing, that change of pace throughout a turn, it can look jarring when certain people do it, but the way Alejo does it, it all comes together beautifully, Emma.
Yeah, I think he's nailed that, you know, power. And here we see George again.
Pitar banging into the lip, keeping the speed up crucially. Does well to recover on the bottom turn. And then back into the lip where his ball gets away from him a touch. He just wanted to be there a couple of nanoseconds earlier, I think, just arriving a little late. Board gets away. He'll check the raft. Everything seems to be in order. And he'll paddle his way back out. So everyone displaying basically a keenness to keep surfing in this. No one's really sitting there and being patient at all. I like the tactic. Here's Moniz. Here's the speed. Here's the punt. And he'll land on the roof, really. Not exactly where he wanted to be. And he'll go out the back on that, so incomplete. But definitely the busy approach from everyone in this one. They're just kind of going for it, catching waves. I think hearing that 8.33 for George Pitar will certainly inspire the others to greater heights. A 5.33 for Alejo Moniz is the next high score. At the moment, he's in third. Jadson sits in second right now. But Pitar's got be feeling pretty good about life, and you got an 8.33 locked in, Emma. You're sitting on a 2 for your next score. You're looking at another 8. You're trying to throw in a 5. Where's his head at?
Well, I think he's probably looking at just trying to drop that 2.4. And you know, he was obviously on the beach before the heat started, seeing how the last heat went, where there was just some long lulls. And yeah, you could see he kind of recognized that the guys in the previous heat were falling on that end section, and the way he went into that end section on his 8-point ride, he did it with not only just so much control, but some innovation. So you can see he's looking strong and sharp, but he's definitely going to want to drop that 2.4.
Yeah, and I think if we look at Alejo's wave, you know, we're all loving his beautiful violence, as we call it, but a bit smaller wave, turns out in the pocket, not in the lip, so that was really the big difference.
Pitar going over lumps here, doing well with the speed bumps. Sometimes the best to do speed bumps, go fast over them. That's what he did. Took it all in the suspension, and he'll get a completion there, just trying to get rid of that 2.43. Reasonable chance of doing that with that wave. Don't think he'll threaten his 8, but smart event contest surfing from him. The heat management building up a cushion here as everyone will just let one go past. We've talked about how good that forecast is and how many good waves there are around here. Is there some other fun stuff to do? Is there anything to do when I'm not surfing? What's on the list?
Sure, well, you got lots to do around here, but I think we'll start with your Bunny Chow, and then we'll take it from there.
All right, well, just while we think of some terrestrial-based activities, let's go and get a debrief with the winner of the last heat, Mateus Hurdy.
I'm here with heat winner Mateus Hurdy from Florianopolis in Brazil. You've had a great start to your Ballito campaign. First heat done. Tell us a little bit about the conditions out there, how the first heat went, Mateus.
Oh, it was really hard not to think about airs because, you know, I saw Michael, I saw the surfers going huge, and I was like, all right, let's just do 2 scores, and then the heat just went flat. It just went really weird, really hard to surf. And yeah, me and Jacob out there, we were so scared because we only had he had 2 5s and I had a 6 and a 4. So we were like, all right, this we were so scared because, you know, if you get a closeout wave here, you can do a big air and then go straight to first. So we were really uncomfortable in those positions, first and second. And but yeah, it turns out really good. I feel like I'm way more mature now, and I was waiting for the right waves, and then I just played it right, I guess. So I guess, yeah, went my way. I'm so glad.
And then just quickly, I know you've had some issues with boards. Tell us a little bit about what boards you rode out there and how it came about riding this particular board.
Last year, João Chumbinho, he came here for his first time, and then his boards didn't came. And he got so upset, and then I just took a note, and then this year it came. Before I came, I asked my coach to take 2 boards because he was coming here for a week before the contest started, and I was going just like 2 days before the contest starts. So I just skipped 2 boards in his board bag, and then I got here, my boards didn't came, and then I was like, all right, I have 2 boards here, stoked. So Yeah, I mean, I don't know, experience, I guess.
Well done. Well, it was a good strategy. Got you through the heat, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yeah, I can't wait. The wind is really good. Can't wait to do some airs here.
Great stuff. And Tess heard of the old double bagger, slipping a couple of boards in with his coach. Don't mind it.
Yeah, the infamous curse of the airlines. It gets everyone every year. I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, one of our French World Tour women got really let down as well with her boards not arriving, and she had to quickly get a whole stack of boards made in Durban, like over 48 hours, just so she could surf her Ballito heats.
Well, luckily, there's a strong surf community around here and a bunch of talented shapers as well. A strong surf culture going back through the decades. And it really is epic to be back in this part of the world on the challenges and just enjoying the various fruits of this region. At the moment, those come out of the ocean, and this is the work of Alejo Muniz, who deals with a wave that just kind of trundled away from him a bit, so sort of affected his maneuver selection. A couple of quick hits from him with a spring in his step. Here's Jadson. There's that whippy backhand, and he gets shot out of a cannon as he comes out of the lip and does really well to emerge, and he'll just stand there for a while just to let everybody know that that was a make. Jadson Andre, second prior to that number coming through. He's been sitting on a 2 for a while. He wants rid of that 2.
Gotta say, Jadson's got a pretty good-looking blue steel there, headed at the head judge. That was not a claim. It was just that look of, like, I hope you noticed that, you know. But very, very good turn. Really heavy section. We've seen probably 90% of those backhand turns through the morning go sort of not closed because that landing is just so heavy, and there's so much white water coming off the bottom as well. So really showing his class there to ride out of that turn.
Yeah, I was actually saying to someone on the beach that I think, 4-foot Durban is a lot harder to surf than 6-foot J-Bay even. The Ballito bank is a lot heavier than it looks and can pin you down, especially when the waves get bigger and when that closeout section just explodes on the bank.
Some power out of the Indian Ocean here at Ballito. And some pumping waves still coming through. A slight bit of wind ruffle. Some big airs going down for excellent scores as well. Excellent 7 from this guy early on for 8.33. And another big hit from him, releasing that tail. He's got some juice to his maneuvers right now, and he's feeling this out here as he'll go through an inside section that goes real soft on him. He wanted another section. You can see that. It isn't quite forthcoming for him, but building up that platform, the 4.83 was the improvement that he got as we went to that interview. So just consolidating that first place and looking pretty good, and he'll look certainly to improve. There's loads of time left in this one. 13 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Hazelwood's been quiet. Surprised by that, Kai?
She's very surprised. He's normally a real presence in the lineup wherever he goes, and obviously one of the most radical sort of new school surfers on the planet. But right now it's this guy that's really sort of putting the heat on the rest of the heat with George.
Alejo Muniz sort of muscling up, really. Quite a lot of upper body into those turns as he swings the arms and the shoulders out the lip. And as ever, chucks buckets of spray. A lot of that's to do with timing, of course, but also to do with the amount of energy you kind of meet those sections with your board and rip your turns through. A number coming his way. He's just pushing it up. You look at the score screen. He's got that 5.33, kind of got a little scent of blood, and then he goes 5.83, and I'll look just to try and nudge things up from there.
Yeah, well, we spoke about leg day earlier. I think Alejo does leg hour. Like he's got so much power, and he's not the biggest guy, he's quite short, and he's not a big dude, but he gets so much power off his rail. It's really incredible to watch.
All right, Hazelwood here will use priority. Little late entry for him, dips off the bottom, and a quick whip and turn. And Reef commits hard to that, kind of spanks that one. And he'll get a completion as well. So that felt a lot better from him. He'd want to get out the 2s and the 1s where he is right now, languishing in this one. In 4th place, scoring for Jadson 5.57. So it puts him right back in this. And with just over 12 minutes to go in this, it's George Pittar, the young Aussie who went excellent the first time he got to his feet in this. Big number, second high score of the day, the 8.33. Really solid from him, and at the moment he's leading this one from the front. So Alejo Muniz, the veteran of the CT, who's with him in 2nd place at the moment. Another vet, Andre, he's chasing. Join us for more live from Ballito real soon.
Our biggest problem right now, we are missing pauses.
You mean pauses?
No, pauses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! Let's take a break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back. Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, guys!
Hey, you'll get it tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We're game on here. Heat 5 of the round of 64. Hazelwood drops the 6-4. And he's right back at this now. So struggling through most of this heat. Certainly past the midway point, and he's right back in it. There's the scoring card from our panel. So Lechoman is right now second spot for him. Pair of 5s. Did get another 5 on his previous, but he threw it away. He's marginally under his low. Jadson lurking beneath him, looking for 5-6. Hazelwood just needs a 4-7-6. It's going to be really interesting to see how this next exchange goes down. You look at Pitos's number and you're probably thinking, Emma, all right, he's looking pretty good right now. He's probably safe. It'd be very surprising if he didn't get at least second in this heat. But that classic battle for second from the chase and pack, love it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, with 9 minutes left of the heat, that's so much time for. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the surfers actually replace both their scores. But yeah, depending how this heat goes, I think it started off with quite a flurry of waves, and the guys are probably hoping that it will end that way too.
Definitely, we saw, the guys in the previous heat, and we saw it with Mateus's interviews talking about that lull, and we're seeing it in this heat again. There was like that flurry of activity, loads of scores coming in, and then suddenly it's been a lot of sitting down time. So we're seeing a little bit of change maybe in the period. One swell dying, the new swell's sort of on the way. This morning was also really slow, and then suddenly as the ladies started, it really like picked up. So I think you're gonna have to be very careful in your heats today, because you could hit one of those slow heats that doesn't actually give you a lot of opportunities.
And Emma, if you are sitting there in a lull, if you are chasing numbers, maybe things haven't quite gone your way so far, how do you not get too much inside your own head? What kind of things do you think these surfers will be saying to themselves? Is it, we talked about breathing and stuff like that recently, but how do they keep themselves cool and ready to go next time a set comes?
Yeah, so that's the magic question, which I think so many of us and, these guys are constantly trying to become better at responding in those situations. I mean, if you watch the World Tour, you see Griffin and the guys are all, spending a lot of time and investment in psychologists and spending a whole bunch of time working on the mind, because, you're in a heat like this and you hit a lull, you only need a 4.7 to advance through. You got to keep calm, and surfing is one of those sports, the moment you get tense and start stressing, your whole body tenses up and then shows in your surfing.
Full lotus position.
Yep, get off
just
your
vibe
board,
it.
into the yoga, eyes closed, set comes, okay.
Well, it's been interesting to see as well, especially with someone like Jack Robinson, who for the longest time was touted as obviously a future world champion, but just never really seemed to put it together for a long time in heats, and he's really gone that route. You see him doing advanced breathing exercises. He's gone to like experts for really like calming yourself, getting yourself oxygenated, and working on keeping himself really clearly in his headspace and in his body space for heats. And that is where the sport is going now. You need to explore sort of all those options.
Yeah, it hasn't been caught on camera yet, but I've heard rumors actually levitating between his heats as well. So
I would not be surprised.
Yeah. Now he's gone full guru, and it's such an important part of any sport really, but particularly surfing. Is there aren't many other sports where you do get these periods of inactivity that you can't really manage. In some sports where you kind of stop and go, you kind of know the rhythm to that. You could be all action for 10 minutes and then you could sit there for longer than that, but really important to keep a lid on things or get angry.
Yeah,
It's the other option.
We've
Just hit the panic button.
We know surfers who are like that too.
Yeah, I think, you know, surfing is like that perfect balance. I remember when I was a junior and surfing heats, you know, I would like try the whole like, okay, be super amped, super excited, and then try the whole, okay, not amped, stay calm, and you have to find that like perfect balance, that, you know, in between. And I think what makes a surfer such a, you know, almost like powerful surfer in these events, like you were saying with Jack, is he can perform under pressure. I think he's someone I'll always add in my fantasy team, because I always know that if there's 5 seconds left, he needs a score, like I back him to get it.
Well, to that point exactly. So there's Aiden, and looks like he's listening to some kind of mellow moods of music, right? You see surfers kind of getting real amped and fired up, which sometimes with the music I'm talking about strikes is a bit odd, because you might paddle out and just sit down for 5 minutes, and you're going fast, fast, I'm Rocky, I'm Eminem, and then you're out there and you're just kind of, you know, you're sitting down. So interesting to see that approach with the music, and Jack doesn't do it. He actually does the hand headphones, doesn't he? Just kind of holds them up. Anyway, let's get back to live action here. Hazelwood trying to get out of 4th. He's back in the heat with a 6-4, but he's not back into an advancing position with that wave right now. We'll have to think on. That'll be a short throwaway, a little disgruntled flick of the hair and a kick of the feet from him. He'll have 5 minutes, plenty of time to get a wave. He needs a 4.76 right now, assuming Alejo doesn't improve. Jadson, who has been shining brightly over in Brazil at the Rio Pro. He needs a wave here. He's in 3rd. He'll use priorities. Deep, though, on this. Is he behind the set? He's way back on the section. And an interesting choice. When I say interesting, not a very good one to go that wave. You heat leader, meanwhile. Pitala will redirect wide. And he's up. Good looking bomb from him. Here's the high line. Check the speed. What's he got here? Alley-oop. And he'll just flick it on top of the wave and out the back. So an incompletion from him won't add. But he did get that 5.93 to consolidate the position. Big numbers, 14.26. He's a little annoyed with himself. That's probably a maneuver that he does with quite a lot of repetition, quite well in his free surfs. Doesn't come off for him that time in the heat, but overall, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I suppose this is where the sport is going as well, is you've got to have that strike rate, you know, and these guys spend so many hours surfing that they get to a point where they can pretty much land those, especially the air rotation, you know, which has become sort of the standard go-to air. But what's been really cool the last few months on the Challenger Series and on the CT is seeing a lot of the guys are now bringing back those alternative airs. For me, big fan of a nicely tweaked out bone straight air. We've seen Jack Robinson doing a couple. We've seen Felipe's kind of bring them back. Also Rio Wider, big fan of doing the big straighties with the grabs. And if we look at snowboarding and skating, you know, that you know, doing the spins has kind of died off a lot in pro skating and snowboarding. It's getting back to like really tweaked out sort of straight air combos and difficult grabs, looking at your mutes and your stale fishes and stuff like that. And I'd really like to see that coming more back into the sort of judging criteria and stuff, is rewarding super technical airs as well.
Yeah, interested in that conversation, and we'll see how that plays out throughout the week here at Ballito, because this wave does offer all sorts of ramp sections for our surfers. We've seen barrels go down as well. The power surfing's been paying dividends. The big hits from Pitar basically taking on the lip. This guy, 8.33 early on in the heat. And just flaring that end section with that tail release as well. So technical surfing from him. Good enough for decent numbers in this so far. Maniz's numbers, he's in the 5s right now. It's good enough for 2nd. A little bit of time will tick away. And it'll be nervy moments for the likes of Jadson Andre, fresh off that CT. And straight over here, we'll be wondering, he hasn't got more kind of mojo going really in this heat so far. All right, here's Hazelwood, speaking of aerialists. And he'll just spin that one away. Didn't quite have the speed, I don't feel, for that kind of a turn, which again will just be something that he absolutely does in his sleep. Never really able to get the down the line speed, just to get the height on that. Getting down towards 2 minutes now. Andre's next wave, you feel, will be absolutely crucial. He might have found one here. He made a poor choice prior to that with priority, and having a paddle there. He'll actually go down to 4th prior now as well, unable to get on. That's not great news for Jadson.
Yeah, looking like the jet lag's got on Jaddy. He's made a couple of bad decisions, and as you were mentioning, the previous one, just a really unnecessary priority foo-foo there, because didn't look like he was going to get that way from the start, and he still had a motivated paddle. So minute and a half, Jadson's got pretty much one thing left to him if he can get into a wave and do a radical air. The good news is that he has got a lot of radical airs on demand, so he can do it.
Under 90 on the clock. Big set coming through here. We talked about surfers remaining mentally calm. It's easier to do when you've got priority and a wave's coming your way as well. Just to kind of feel a bit more relaxed about things. Alejo decides, I don't want this. This is a straight hander. Do you fancy it, Jadson? He says, actually, no, I don't either. And they'll both let that go, and that'll eat up a little more clock time. And Niz will keep, I reckon, at least one BDI on Jadson, while also looking for Reef and seeing where he is. Some events do have some trouble sometimes getting situations to our surface, depending on where they are. I think pretty easy to hit at this wave, and not too far out to sea. They'll know full well where they are in the heat, who's in third, what they need, who's almost have to identify who you want to sit on, essentially. Maybe friendships come into that as well, or some of those, a mate from your own country. I don't think many of these surfers would have too many qualms about sitting on someone from their own country. If they have to, if it gets you through to the next round, it's high stakes, high rewards here. Maniz will use priority, just a quick block it move. He'll dip out the back, and it'll be under 20 to go in this. It's Pitara's look real good value from the get-go in this with that opening 8-point ride. At the moment, it's Alejo Maniz who just used up priority. I reckon he used it pretty well. Meanwhile, here's Hazelwood, a chance here to try and get that 4. And he struggles really just to kind of liberate himself from that whitewater section. Tried to launch, just never really felt like he quite had the energy going in that. It'll be a throwaway number for him, and it won't quite be what he's after. He'll come up short here. He rallied pretty well to get the 6-4, unable to get himself a backup wave. And it's brutal on the Challenger Series. Traveling from various parts of the world, no elimination. If you don't get in the top 2, you're going home. They've got great heats coming up throughout this round of 64 here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Still plenty of waves out in the water. Sunny skies on a Monday, getting close to lunchtime. Those are our official results of heat number 5. Pitar Muniz will go to the next round. We're going to jump out. We'll bring in Mike Frew and Gig Silius onto the host set for the call. More live action from beautiful South Africa real soon.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Beautiful Ballito, and it's the World Surf League's Challenger Series stop 3 of 6 as we join the live action here in Willard Beach, Ballito. It is a late morning now, just before midday, as we continue through the second round of men's draw. It is a late morning. Gig Silias alongside Mike Frew for the call. We've been having a great time with it. Lots out of this second morning of competition, Mike. Wind has come a little more onshore. We saw some surfers going to the air, and well, that last heat, the goofy footers actually struggled. We lost Judson, Andre, and Reef Hazelwood in a tough heat.
the regular footers taking full advantage of the conditions out there and getting the better of the scores at the moment, Gigs.
Let's have a look how this one plays out on screen. Mikey Madonna, who's on some momentum in 2023, will get his first pull of the trigger as you join us for another action-packed heat at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. 30-minute heats, best 2 rides counting, as is the formula. And this one will feature a man holding priority. Aiden Masonkamp in the draw will have the South African hopes pegged on him as he takes on Leo Cassell, who got through a heat yesterday to find his way into the second round. Of course, Mikey Madonna, we've seen him already to his feet. And Jake Marshall, a name that we are no strangers with, didn't make the mid-season cut. Here he is doing the hard yards on the Challenger Series, in and amongst a bunch of other former Championship Tour surfers, and of course the rising talent. And that is the theme of this Challenger Series, Mike, as end of year top 10, you will re-qualify for the World Championship Tour. And let me tell you, the competition is fierce, brutal. We lost Jadson Andre, who watched him a few days ago just steam through the draw at Championship Tour level, and he didn't find his heat progress here. So it's a tough set of players here in the Challenger Series, and we're loving it.
Yeah, it was great to see Jadson there. There was a lot of interest in him when he walked down the beach because, of course, everyone just seen him in Rio. There was big talking points on the beach. But Gigs, what a brutal travel from Brazil all the way through to here, and that must have taken a bit out of him.
Well, I tell you, it's not an easy tour, this, folks. Let's have a look at the 517 for Mikey McDonough's campaign here in round 2 in Ballito.
Wow, he negotiated the little bit of chop on the initial section of that wave to get into the money section here. And on that froth, it actually looks a little bit smoother on the wave among that frothy section. Gigs, that little bump coming off the rock finger right next to where the guys are taking off. And surfing green here, Leo not finding too much of a challenge in terms of the chops. Gets through that, but then the wave fades out on the inside, so it didn't offer up as much on that inside section, but negotiated it well, and would have been great to have just finished off that last turn to put a little bit of a exclamation point to a full stop on the wave.
Now, slightly smaller tapered wave for Leo Cassell, pretty much dampened his efforts there, worked it to the bone, but only a 3-pointer. And that'll leave a priority for, let's see how the South African fares. This is a young surfer who has grown in maturity over the last 2 seasons. Aiden Masonkamp, nice sparky snap for him, combination of turns. Remember, he's fared fairly well on the Gold Coast for the first Challenger Series stop. A little lesser of a result in Sydney, and he'll be coming to Ballito fully fired up. I can tell you that back in 2021 we did a Ballito Pro edition in the summer months. It was a QS event, and he beat Jordy Smith in that final. We want to take that winning feeling from 2021 and put it right here into this year's efforts to perhaps qualify come year end.
It's great to see his name on the trophy from 2020. He's been here for a couple of days, has Aiden Masonkamp. He came up early to get into the groove for the event, and opening up his account here, I think he'll be happy with that. Gigs, settle the nerves, and got a couple of good turns in, snappy, and I think he'll feel a bit more relaxed after that.
I love that vision as well. You saw all 3 competitors looking over their left shoulders, just watching Aiden Masonkamp blowing up and throwing some buckets of spray. We'll wait for that number from the panel. I think that wave is going to set the pace for the heat here, Mike. And he found that at around the 24-minute mark, still 23 and a half to go, so plenty of time. You spoke of the incoming tide. It has ushered in this slight onshore wind now, but it will keep some rhythm, and we'll probably get a few big cleanup sets with this tidal push now over the next hour as well, Mark.
Yes, and here's exactly one of those sets that you were talking about, Gigs. There's a lot more water. Look at all the water in that wave. It presents a section term off the top. If you can get a little foamy section off the top like that, it provides a nice opportunity for the surfer to either tag it or even launch slightly beyond that. And taking advantage of the second wave of the set now is Leo Cassell from Brazil.
So Cassell stabbing 2 backhand turns for him. Jake Marshall doing really well to capitalize on that big set that came in. 2-wave set there. So there are those waves in the lineup. And that was a good harvesting of opportunity, particularly for Jake Marshall, who I think is going to go above Aiden Masonkamp's score. So judges just sitting back, thinking out that last exchange. Meanwhile, Mikey Madonna will hold priority. He will hold 2 scores as well. He was first out the blocks for the 517 and the 433. But now I think some slightly more meaningful numbers will come our way. for especially that exchange between Jake Marshall and Aiden Mason-Camp on the scorecard.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this account opens for Aiden, because that's going to provide the base now for the rest of his strategy for the heat, that initial score. The guys adapt their strategy according to the conditions, but also according to what the rest of the guys are scoring in the heat gigs.
Mason-Camp's going to jump on wave 2. He did that underneath the priority of Mikey Madonna. Inside section's going to allow for 2 turns. So quickly building a second score, the South African. Of course, Aiden, as we mentioned, just been gaining momentum in his career. He's been figuring things out. Remember, all the way back to 2019 when Ericera was a QS 10,000. He went all the way to the quarterfinals and started putting his hand up to show the world his potential. Of course, no strangers to doing those swell strikes to J-Bay. And perhaps he'll be wanting to put in an outstanding performance here to, you know, get the nod from the commissioner, perhaps.
Gigs, Aiden Mason-Camp has been surfing this event for a number of years now. And when he was a junior, he's been surfing since his early teens. The Ballito Pro always has a junior division leading into the event. And one of our event organizers, Colette Bundy, has got a classic story about Aiden when he was a young junior, climbing up through the scaffolding to try and access the VIP area when he was a young blonde grom. And then he went on to win this big trophy that's next to us in the studio. And if I have a look here, his name is engraved 2021 Aiden Mason-Camp on the trophy just before Rio Waida. So he certainly has had a great junior career, and he's already got a big WQS win on his bank of results.
Yeah, of course, we referenced the 2021 summer edition of the Ballito Pro. And let's go down and hear from winner of that last week. Someone that really put together an excellent heat was George Patar. He's surfing on form. Let's go down and hear from him.
Right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, George. Yesterday, a little bit of a slow start, then you kind of fired up. Obviously, the game plan changed today, coming straight out the gates with an 8.
Yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily in the game plan, but yeah, I lucked into that sort of deeper right, and I managed to kind of get 2. And I was looking at it before, and I was thinking, if I can just get 2, that could probably do it. But yeah, I was really happy to start that way. It's always nice.
Now, in Australia, obviously, the boardie culture is a big thing. The clubs, I know you're part of your local club. Message for the boys back home?
Yeah, shout out to North Stain Board Riders. I'm sure everyone's watching, and yeah, cheers for the support. It's really helping out. Thanks, guys.
Right, well, we're super excited to see you in the next round tomorrow. Let's see if you can keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, hope so. We'll see how we go. It should be fun tomorrow, so I'm excited.
Awesome. Thanks, bud.
Well, George Patar alluding to surf conditions on the forecast for tomorrow. Of course, here today you see the wind going left to right across your screen. It's turned to the northerly winds. We are on an east-facing shore. But tomorrow the forecast ushers in a new southerly wind, and a couple of reports from J-Bay. The swell has bumped up quite a bit in the last hour or two, and generally what that means is if we get a strong lift in swell as far down as J-Bay and it's got a bit of south in it, it'll be with us by tomorrow. So we don't want to jinx it, but we will say that we are expecting good waves for the remainder of the week here in Ballito, and that's a very exciting prospect for us. Out in the water, let's have a look at some numbers. Already down to 18.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Mason-Camp with the 5.77. We spoke about comparing the opener of Mason-Camp with the opener of Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall has that best score of a 6.5.
Yeah, it's looking relatively within all the surfers' reach at this point in time, gigs, for them to get into the advancing positions of this stage. A lot of time left, just under or around 18 minutes or so. Not even at the halfway marker of the heat. They'll be hoping to get another one of those set waves, a couple of 4 or 5 waves come through.
And of course you see the beach scenes here. It's a beautiful setup at Ballito again this year. Great input from SMG Yamaha. They're in charge of that water safety patrol. You see the new Grenadier on display as well. And of course everybody in the community embracing the Challenger Series stop coming to the beautiful shores of Ballito. It is that summer feeling here. Slight sea breeze, but it's coming off a warm ocean. Temperatures are, what are we calling it, centigrade? About 21, 22 degrees centigrade. So that's mid to high 70s water temperature. So we get another wave underway for Mikey Madonna. He'll run down the line here. He already has the 5.17. currently holding a 4.33. I'm not sure he's going to improve on that 4.33 with that. Plenty of time for Madonna though. And we were talking of the strong score of Jake Marshall, who's currently now sitting in third, only needing that 3 to advance. So perhaps Mikey Madonna, they're feeling just a touch of pressure, wanting to keep his scorecard turning over.
Yeah, looking to just improve the foundation, raise the bar for the rest of the guys in the heats, to try and distance himself from that third and fourth place position, Giggs.
Well, Mike, not a big point spread at this stage. Flat 10 points made up of a 5.77 is the strong score for the South African Mason camp at this stage. Of course, we're talking about Mikey Madonna and him trying to challenge for the heat lead here. A little look in the athlete area. There's someone that we've come to love, Frederico Marias, coming up next, taking on Jet Schilling, Ian Gouveia and Josh Burke. So former championship tour surfers here via the pathway on the Challenger Series. We'll be staying very, very focused. Got that wild card for the Ripkel Mayo Pro in Portugal. Didn't fare well this year. It's going to be focusing in hard on this Challenger Series, and it all starts with this. Last year got to quarterfinals. We'll talk about that in the next heat. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Leo Cassell, who found his way through the opening round yesterday and wants to keep that feeling going of making heats in the Challenger Series. Young Leo Cassell bringing a combination of turns, and we spoke about judging criteria this morning, Mike, when we got it underway. Again, a clear message. We had that amazing heat or two with a lot of surfers going to the air, but the ocean surface a little more bumpy now. Surfers giving us the feedback that there are ribs on the face, so we'll probably see 2-turn combinations building the average to good scores for the remainder of the day.
So Leo Cassell, a replay of his wave with the goofies struggling in the last heat. Giggs, this was a great 2-turn combo. He only covered about 10 meters of ground there, but a great rotation. He used his back foot to put pressure on that board, get it up at the lip and get into a first turn, straight down into another one. So within a second or two, he managed to get 2 turns in, and I think that's what's going to get the goofy footers through there, hooking it in the pocket, not necessarily going to the air or the wind like you were saying, but if you can get a couple of hooks in, on your backhand, it is easier, Giggs, to rotate up to the lip and do it quickly. You can sometimes fit in quicker turns than the natural footers can in a shorter space of wave.
Well, Leo Cassell not quite challenging for that second place position of Mike Madonna's just yet. 4.83, a step in the right direction, and he'll need something very similar requirement at this stage of 4.68 to go from third to second. So numbers are updated top left of screen. That's the heat situation. The South African out front, the Australian in second. And just back to Leo Cassell for a second, one of the younger Brazilians trying to find his breakthroughs. He's getting his opportunity here in the Challenger Series. Got a bit of a winning feeling out of Fernando Dorona earlier this year. Got a third all the way to the semi-finals. And of course that one being won by former World Junior champ Lucas Silveira. He'll be coming up in the draw a bit later. And love to see, you know, just when you think that, okay, Brazil's like finished its input, it's just non-stop. The talent just keeps emerging out of every region. See Jacob Wilcox, Morgan Sibilik and friends all hanging out, soaking it all up. They'll be shouting for Mikey Madonna at this stage. Of course, the Australian trying to get his winning feeling in 2023. Been fairly consistent as Mikey Madonna in blue in this heat. 2 9ths at the first 2 stops in Australia. So 1 short of the quarterfinals. So just missing out on finals days for now, but bringing consistency is the Australian. We'll see how that fares out in around 13 minutes. Will he be getting an advance in the Ballito Pro? I'll make reference to priority being held here by Jake Marshall as well. Just needs a 3-pointer, and you know a surfer with Jake Marshall's ability. He's had that championship tour feeling a couple of times. Didn't make the mid-year cut this year. And now he's got to do the dirty work along with guys like Frederico Marias and friends as they try and find their way back to a top 10 rankings finish come year end.
You really have to work hard in these Challenger Series gigs. There's 6 Challenger Series events on the calendar this year. The surfers' top 4 results in the Challenger will count, and then at the end of the year they take the top 10 that will go on to next year's championship tour. So that's what's at stake here.
Well, one big, huge result can really help you steer your way to a top 10 finish. I mean, if you work it out, 6 events and you can drop 2. So that's a 30% variance. So that means basically, I think you get a win, you're pretty much on your way. A win and one other finals day appearance and you're going to get there.
And the Ballito Pro, as you were saying in an earlier heat, has been the springboard for many of the surfers to launch a attack on the second half of the year, and many of the guys and ladies who have done well here in Ballito have gone on to qualify.
What's your favorite story if we're going to drill into that topic of a launch platform?
I'd have to say Macy Callahan last year.
Okay.
And last year she was very disappointed not to make the cut. She carried a lot of that emotion into Ballito. It's happened again, but now she has the experience. She's a bit more experienced at this level. Second time, I'm quite excited to see how
Can I
she
tell
goes.
you my favorite one?
Go for it.
William Cardoza a few years back.
Wow.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because he banked the house on it. They sold the property. And he arrived here, and that was the last roll of the dice. Got a result here, got 1 or 2, and made the championship tour the following year, and got a CT win in that next season. If you remember that event that was cancelled at Margaret River and finished at Uluwatu. And I think that's just one of those great stories. We love them all. There's so many stories that come out of this journey of professional surfing. And how about that for a backup score now for Jake Marshall, which I think is going to see him go from 4th to 1st here, because that was smooth. The surfer from Encinitas in California. We know his pedigree. We know what he's capable of. And he's done a great job here with, well, just on 10.5 minutes to go. The heat's going to change shape now, Mr. Frew.
Yeah, we're down to the pointy end of the heat. Your story now reminds me of something else, Giggs. There's a surfer in this event, Timothy Biso, and you know, this is the pinnacle of your competitive surfing career, to try and make it onto that championship tour. And with economic times being so tough like it is around the world at the moment, we've got surfers, obviously it is challenging to raise funds, and Timothy Biso has actually got a GoFundMe campaign to help his campaign in the Challenger Series this year. Here's the last wave of Jake Marshall now trying to build a house in order to get out of that 4th place position. A combination of maneuvers there, Giggs, could potentially have enough to get him up there.
Well, there we are, numbers in. And as we speculated, going from 4th now up to 1st, as we just slip under 10 minutes remaining, Jake Marshall adds a 5.5 to his scoreline. Mason Camp bumps down to 2nd. Now, Marky Madonna, as we mentioned, on a little bit of a roll. See if he can find his way back. This is Mason Camp using the priority. South African through the lip. Nice pace to this one. Needs to finish it. Oh, and as I say that, it almost cursed him because he went down on the landing. I thought he'll be angry with himself for that. You're going to see that in the body language. He'll really be frustrated. That thing was home and dry.
I really thought he had it. He looked really confident. The second sort of check turn or speed turn going into that next section, Giggs, he had his eyes dead set on that section. He looked confident, and I think just a little ripple or explosion of the whitewater coming up after that turn unsettled him. So an uncharacteristic fall there from Aiden. He normally sticks those things quite clean.
Well, we saw the Mason camp all hanging out, just trying to support, just trying to steady him, let him keep his focus. A little bit of a challenge now. And there's Jake Marshall just trying to go to the air. Can surf with a little bit of freedom now, has the 6.5 and the 5.5 for the heat score total. And on the way out, Mason Camp's having a look at an opportunity. He's going to swing and go under the priorities. And here he goes. Let's go the tail again. Just that one falling apart. You see that wind playing in effect. We mentioned the onshore wind on the wave face. Important wave for the Australian. Knifes it. Somehow holds onto it. Bit of a bucking bronco. And he'll slam into that oncoming section. What is his requirements? He's just looking for a 4.84, so I think this is going to be Mason Camp under pressure now with 7.45 coming our way.
I wonder if that blue at the end of the day is going to be the turning point of the heat in terms of the outcome here, Giggs. Aiden had 2 opportunities. He didn't capitalize entirely on the first one. He had a great first turn, fell on the second, and blue has come out here with a wave that could potentially turn this heat on its head.
Well, Marky Madonna, we mentioned his consistency, 2 9ths at the championship, at the Challenger Series. We'll break this one down first.
Comes off the bottom after a second turn. And, oh, I really like that. He put a lot of effort into flaring that turn. almost lost it. His whole nose went under the water, but the speed he brought out of that turn brought the board back out the water, and he was able to go into a third turn, Gigs.
Do the judges interpret that as a glitch or as a radical recovery? Wait and see where that number goes. Judges feeling that it's worth something. Let's have a look at that number. It's going to come in at a 617, so hurdles the requirement. Mason Camp, the South African, now down in third as we hit the 7-minute mark. And looking at the priority currently being held by Leo Cassel, the young Brazilian, has now got to stretch his requirements to a 6.51. If we look at his averages right now, just slightly under the 5-point mark. Cassell's got to now surf out of his boots, and he's going to get the opportunity as the next set approaches here at Ballito. Snap to start. Comes around the corner. Combination. We spoke of 2 or 3 turns being the combos. Does a little bit of body English for us as well, or is that body Brazilian? Either way, he is trying to fetch a number of a 6.51 from the panel, and this heat is heating up, so to speak.
Yes, it sure is, Gigs. Real ding-dong battle here between McDonough and Aiden for that second place position as we see our heat leader. I love how they're flaring these turns, using every inch of that wave in order to flare the board out and pushing things in order to get the win here.
Yeah,
in the second advancing position.
Loving it. Just under 6 minutes to go. This heat has got some value for us. As we mentioned, Jake Marshall with that 6.5 and that 5.5s, he was just trying to up that number a little. Madonna is in second. And, well, Mason Camp. There's a little look at the graphics of our conditions on hand. Direction northeast winds now. They are set in. You can see the white caps. Some people call them white horses, just cantering along the ocean surface there. We're getting some gusts, about 10 to 15 miles per hour on the strong gusts. It is starting to break the lineup up a little. Tide filling in as well. I think almost, I've got a feeling that in an hour's time with the tide a little more in, it's actually going to help the conditions a little more, Mark.
Looking at this heat in particular, you got that chop on the wave face, Gigs. A lot of the second waves in the set have actually been better. Although it's got that foam on the face, that first wave has kind of smoothed out the liner, and then the second wave, although with the cappuccino style foam on the face, is a little bit smoother. And I'm just thinking of that last wave of Mikey McDonough, where he did that turn in that bowly section where he almost dug the rail in. It was pretty foamy there. You know, if you were going for a free surf and you're paddling for a wave and there's foam, you generally don't go. But here it's giving them a good opportunity.
So Cassell's going to stay busy. Going to try and find a ramp. A little bit incomplete. It falls apart on the landing. Wasn't much height or amplitude to that, but under priority, he's just continuing. He's starting to feel the pressure of this. Young Leo Cassell just wants to keep that momentum. Surfed in that first round heat yesterday, found his way here to round 2. But he's starting to come up against the bigger names, the smart competitors. Jake Marshall, as we mentioned, former championship tour surfer, not making the mid-season cut, has found the 6.5 and the 5.5 and sets the pace for the heat win. Madonna's featuring with that 6.17. And now the discussion around Aiden Mason Camp, who slipped back up to first priority and is chasing a score of a 5.58. So he's got to basically get his best wave with 3.5 minutes to go.
Aiden is a very intense competitor. He's intense in these type of situations.
He's an intense human.
And, you know, I'd imagine he knows what to do out there. He had a great start to the heat, and it's unraveled a bit through the mid part of the heat. And I'd imagine he's sitting out there, just takes a deep breath, reset. He's got priority, and he's going to need to get one of those sets now. Very importantly, cannot fall on that end section.
Well, I know Ronnie Blakey and Rabbit Bartholomew had a lot of good things to say about Aiden Mason Camp in his campaign on the Gold Coast there. Finished 9th, so got a good run. Featured in the top 10 going down to Sydney. Dropped a slot or 2. Finished 17th at Narrabeen. And certainly it is now time right now for Mason Camp to step up and pluck a good wave out of the lineup here. It's approaching, so this is a clutch moment for the South African. On the hunt for the 5.81, and he's going to go down with just under 3 minutes to go. Now he'll have to work his way back into some kind of wave selection, and the priority ladder's not going to be helping him, Mark.
No, I think Red may have forced his hand there because the surfers all were jockeying for that wave. Aiden had position, and possibly going through his mind was, hey, I need the score here. If these guys get it, I'm out of the game. I'm going to go. But you know, from here we could see it. That thing was already breaking when he took off. So an unfortunate wave there for Aiden. He's still got a bit of time though. He's got 2 minutes, and as we've seen through the events, a lot of waves ridden. So possibly 2, maybe 3 waves still to come through in this heat. Only problem is Giggs. He's sitting in 4th priority.
Well, we'll answer all of that in 2 minutes' time if a good set does approach. He pulled the trigger with 3 minutes to go. You can see the frustration there from the South African. That was his window of opportunity. Now, we may still get a set with 3 or 4 waves in it that roll through. We'll only know in 1 minute and 50 seconds' time. Of course, you know, you can go back and look at the heat recap. Perhaps a lot of the surfers do that. They sit and relive that heat. They look at the decisions that they made. You can self-coach to a certain extent with a heat review and watch the heat replays via the WSL app. And if he does that, he'll have a few questions to ask himself. And right now, with 4th priority, not sure what his intention would be. If anything, perhaps he should be paddling way off to left of screen and just trying to break free of the pack.
Yeah, I think the heat possibly started running away from him after that second turn that he didn't complete. Giggs. Had he made that I think would have been the money wave for him in the heat, and he's been playing catch up since that wave.
Well, now down to exactly 1 minute to go. Is there going to be an opportunity on the inside bowl? No, there's not. That priority with Mikey Madonna, and there is Blue just staying right in Mason Kemp's face, right up his grill, so to speak. And he'll want to be blocking out any opportunity that the South African will be trying to find in the lineup. Where's Leo Cassell in all of this? Still chasing a 6.51. And there he is. Now, Cassell has done something smart. He's broken a little bit wide, trying to stay away from Mikey Madonna. And he's also got to stay away from Jake Marshall. So there we are. So that's the strategy of the Brazilian, breaking north. Perhaps Mason Kemp should have been doing the same thing right about now. Either way, it's going to be 20 seconds to go. Seeing a little bit of movement in the deep water here, Mark Froome. Not sure if they're going to get here on time. Let's have a look at the block. This will be Blue stopping white. There it is. So Mikey Madonna protecting second place position. And he'll just run this one out and make his way to the beach. He's already found a 5.17 and a better 6.17. Has a look over his shoulder. Jake Marshall will block out Mason Kemp there as well. So it looks like the end of the campaign for the South African and the Brazilian. And some smart surfing from Jake Marshall and Mikey Madonna. They did the fundamentals well. Slightly deteriorating conditions now, but still some opportunities in the lineup for them.
And to finish off the heat, they used their priority really, really well in order to keep Aiden Mason Camp off a score. Gigs.
Yep, so that's going to be an official result, folks. Jake Marshall and Mikey Madonna are going to get those advancing positions. It's great value, it's great entertainment. There are the official numbers. Mason Camp and Cassell out. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
The destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaDukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaDukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Now a good day greeting as we are just after the high noon, and it is a lunchtime here in beautiful South Africa as you join us for the third stop of 6 on the Challenger Series. Kixeliers alongside Mark Frew, and now a special guest in Sarah Baum joining us. Great to have you back, Sarah. And of course, Sarah arrives here sitting around 8th, I think, on the Challenger Series, so knocking just outside that top 5. We're going to drill into all of that. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us, because Ballito has been on the pump, ladies and gentlemen.
It sure has. I'm really glad to have Sarah. Yeah, Sarah, one of our O'Neill team riders as well, and I've been chatting to Sarah over the last couple of days. She's been free surfing. We've enjoyed a couple of surfs together and looking really good for the upcoming week.
Yeah. Sarah, welcome. Firstly,
Thank you.
welcome to the set, and welcome back to your home country. I know you call Australia home now. How does it feel? Let's break down 2023 quickly.
Oh, wow. Well, we might be here for a while if that's what, yeah. No, it's so good to be home. Thank you for having me in the booth. And yeah, oh my gosh, how's the waves the last 2 weeks? It's just been cooking. So yeah, it's so good to be home.
It's great to have you with us. So we'll frame up this heat quickly. Lots of things to talk about with the current heat about to unload in the water. Jet Schilling, who's on a roll in 2023, will take on former championship tour surfers Frederico Moraes and Ian Gouveia, and watch for Josh Burke, who got a heat win yesterday. And we'll get the surfing underway. Wasting no time is Kikash Frederico Moraes. And a couple of running walls into the northeast wind here as you join us for the 7th heat of the second round of men. And Kikash getting to work real early. Saw some good fundamental surfing in that last heat from both Jake Marshall and Marky Madonna to set the pace. And, you know, Frederico would have been watching that. He would have been looking at the lineup going, okay, let's just get a couple of basics under the belt real quick. Let's get some reps in. And as of course, yeah, let's talk a little bit more Sarah Baum quickly. Sarah, so a good year for you in 2023. Let's talk through that.
Yeah, I started off the Challenger Series here pretty strong with a quarterfinal finish at Snapper, which was super awesome. I had a bit of a bummer result there last year, so I was happy to just progress further than I did last year. And yeah, I had another little win at Tweed Coast Pro, which was also up that way early on in the year. And yeah, I just qualified for the Olympics as well, which is like a dream come true. So yeah, so sick.
That's a huge one. We'll talk more about that as the day unfolds. And here's Ian Gouveia, also Mark Frew, a former championship tour surfer.
So another goofy footer going for it here in this heat. He's found some great rhythm on this wave. Gigs tagging the lip and momentum all the way through to that middle section of the wave, which we haven't seen. We didn't see anyone go down that far in the previous heat. Frederico, we had an epic heat with him and Leonardo Fioravanti last year in very similar conditions to this, and Frederico actually landing a big rotation air in that heat. This one, a smaller wave, and he needs to surf it with in the pocket, snappy, fast, fluid surfing, opening up his account there, and he tagged a number of maneuvers there. It was a small wave, Gigs, but a good start. It's got him on the board.
So a good start turns into numbers. A 4.5 for Frederico Moraes. Ian Gouveia slightly higher at a 5. And they set the pace here for Jet Schilling and Josh Burke to chase. If you're just with us, it is the Ballito Pro third stop on the Challenger Series. We're loving it. We love the story of championship tour surfers, up-and-coming talents. With us in the booth, of course, Sarah Baum. Not really an up-and-comer. Sarah, you've been around a while. I mean, you know, you've got your experience. You've just qualified as an Olympian. Let's talk through the emotions of that quickly.
Yeah, I know, it was such a crazy ride. Yeah, anyone who does the ISA World Games knows how hard it is and how many heats you usually have to surf. And yeah, the level of competition is crazy. We've got so many athletes from every part of the world. Yeah, and the surf was cooking as well. Yeah, El Salvador is probably one of my favorite places now. It's my first time there. And yeah, just like trying to work through everything. You know, that's the mental you know, the mental side of things. It's quite difficult sometimes. So a lot of personal goals that I crushed, and yeah, so I'm so happy and so stoked to represent South Africa, and yeah, alongside Geordie and hopefully Maddie McGillivray as well. Yeah, it'll be awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of national pride, and of course, come 2024, we're definitely going to be all shouting for you. Someone that did a good job in the lineup last heat was Jake Marshall. He's down there with Kai Linder. Let's go and hear from them.
Came in here for the interview, but nice, you stuck to the strategy. What was the strategy?
Well, with the waves kind of like deteriorating with this wind a little bit, this morning it was like everyone was ripping and getting huge scores, and then we kind of were watching and realized like you're not going to probably be dropping too many 9s out there. So just trying to pick a couple nice waves that I could just do maybe 2 good turns on, and wouldn't have to like go above and beyond, just because even though the wind is into the rights, it's a little tricky for airs. Like I was watching some really good air guys, like we're kind of struggling like to pop those. So just trying to pick like 2 nice waves that I wouldn't have to work too hard for a big score, and I ended up getting one that was really nice, and yeah, I got a little backup, so felt like I got some nice waves, and then I closed the heat out with priority, so that was always nice.
Awesome. And any message for the folks back home?
For sure. I think it's probably like 2 in the morning right now, so if anyone's watching, how's it going? Miss you guys, and thanks for all the support.
Awesome, Jack. We're looking forward to seeing you in the next round, bud.
Right on. Thank you.
Well, Jake Marshall continues his campaign here in Ballito. Of course, he's one of those surfers, Mike, that's been through that mid-season cut. It's pretty unceremonious. You know, suddenly you just disappear after 5 stops. Here's somebody else that knows the taste of championship tour journey, and that's Ian Gouveia, as we just see him finding a second number in the lineup. Of course, with us, Sarah Baum, and we were talking Olympics, we were talking the emotions of finally qualifying. The other thing I do want to touch on is we watched Jet Schilling on a roll here for his opener, just unleashing. Lovely slam there, and just an incomplete. There's another question for Sarah Baum is if you look at the level of the sport, and there's absolutely no doubt that there's been a massive acceleration in the standard of women's surfing over the last 4 to 5 years. You're coming in and now you're challenging to try get to that CT level. It's a really steep rock face for you to climb.
Oh, it's so incredible. Like, a lot of people tell me these days that the Challenger Series is a bit more exciting because there's so many more girls competing for the same thing, you know. Top 5 is incredibly hard. You saw Teresa Bombalot last year win an event and still not qualify. So, yeah, it's so hard. But yeah, I feel like after a few years off, I've grown so much, and I've learned so much about myself and my surfing. And yeah, I just have this new sort of belief in myself, and my body feels the best it's ever felt. My boards feel amazing. So, yeah, just trying to tick the mind over and doing the right things. And yeah, I believe I'll get there.
And Sarah, just talking to that point, so if I was a psychologist, what I take out of that is your brain's in a better place and your body's still strong.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But no, so talking to that point, I mean, so it's a mental process. It's about having your mind on the right game. I mean, you can only work so much on body. There's nutrition, there's equipment, and then the rest is in the mental space, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and especially dealing with the ocean as well. Like, we don't have much control over that, so you know, the things that we can control, the physical side of things, and then the physical mentally is you know, it's more than what you do training in the water and in the gym. So as we see Freddie.
Now let's have a look at Federico Moraes as he'll run down the track here. Slightly bigger wave now. He's picked out 2 smaller waves. Now ramps it up there for a slightly bigger set. He'll like that. Little fist pump just to confirm that he likes the direction this heat is unfolding for him. Second wave of the set for Josh Burke, who's been fairly quiet, only a 2-pointer to the stage. And the Barbadian get a second counting right in. So this heat's starting to take a little bit of shape. We'll wait for the judges to bring some numbers. And with us, Sarah Baum in the booth here. It's almost like we've got her under the grill here, right? We've got her, and I say that because we talk affectionately, Sarah. You grew up in Durban. We know you from the New Pier. Of course, the New Pier was a melting pot for many names like David Weir, Simon Nickerson, Travis Logie, Geordie Smith. You were amongst that crew growing up.
Oh yeah, it was so incredible to watch them and watch you guys as well. Yeah, I was really young when I first started surfing New Pier. Here we go, Ian.
Let's have a look at Ian Gouveia. Sarah Baum will be studying the backhand movements because Sarah, being a goofy footer, you want to just take what you can from this. Of course, you ladies will be up again tomorrow.
Yes.
Winds will go back to the south. So, as I said on the broadcast a few minutes back, just before you jumped in with us, a little report that Jeffreys Bay has lifted quite a few feet in the last hours. So a new pulse of southerly swell on its way. Do you study the conditions? Do you look into it? How much homework are you doing as pre-event?
Not too much really. As we all know, as surfers, the ocean changes in 2 seconds. So I might have a little look just to see if there is a major swell coming. Winds can change, in 2 seconds as well. Here we go, a few guys riding.
Oh, Josh Burke trying to let go of that one. Mark, I know you're edging to ask Sarah a question.
Sarah, you had such a good result, and in El Salvador especially, I could see you were very emotional once they made that announcement. O'Neill International did a lot of media around you and Geordie's qualification. And what did you take out of that, and has that affected your preparation for the Ballito events? Have you changed preparation for Ballito as a previous champion in any way?
Not really. I had some crazy sort of mental battles during that event, just like self-doubt and things like that. When I knew that I could probably win that event, like I knew that I had the ability, but then the self-doubt just like comes into your head so many times. So it was an emotional roller coaster for me in that event, and then just to get to that point where I did hit the qualification, and I had the whole team standing there, all the media, and everyone was just like, and then got handed the ticket, and I just absolutely lost it. All the emotions came out, and it was very raw for me, and it was incredible.
Tough question. Do you come to Ballito now a more motivated, more confident athlete? Good question to ask. Let's watch while Sarah Baum thinks of that answer. We'll watch Ian Gouveia just keep us updated on what's happening in the water. A good tussle here with the two former championship tour surfers starting to pull ahead here. Frederica Moraes and Ian Gouveia respectively, keeping the momentum on the push. And while we wait to break those down and wait for scores from the panel, let's ask that question.
It was more, I tend to really overthink things. So in that event, what I can take out of it is just simplifying. As much as we can, just simplify as much as I can, set those small goals for myself, not necessarily setting the major goal of winning. Obviously that's everyone's goal. But just setting the small benchmarks and hitting those benchmarks and breaking everything down, that's what I've taken out of it.
And then Sarah, I did ask you this question in the water the other day, but then a wave came and you weren't able to answer. But tell me about what you think of Chopu. You haven't been to Chopu before. Do you have plans to go there before next year?
I'm hoping so. I got the Olympic grant to actually go now in July, but I'm hoping to maybe get the J-Bay wildcard, so I had to toss up between getting a free trip to Chopu or surfing J-Bay, and I'm hoping that I'll get the J-Bay card because I can go to Tahiti. It's Chopu at some other point, hopefully. I haven't been there before, and I'm so itching to get there.
Oh, great to hear from Sarah Baum herself. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more of all things surfing from here in Ballito, South Africa.
Our biggest problem right now, we are missing poses.
You mean pauses?
No, poses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! Let's take a break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back. Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, boys! Ah!
Hey, you'll get it tomorrow.
Welcome back to lunchtime. It's the Ballito Pro. It's the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Stop 3, and there's been a lot of value and entertainment as you join us on the second day of competition. Watch the surfing in the lineup from our surfer currently occupying third. This is Josh Burke, looking to go to the air. That one's going to be incomplete for him. This is a heat that has been pretty much steered by the two former championship tour surfers in Frederico Moraes out front over Ian Gouveia. Josh Burke and Jet Schilling trying to figure it out in the lineup here as that northeasterly onshore wind continues to blow. It's a good afternoon. Gig Saliers, Mike Frew, and joined by Sarah Baum. As we break it all down for you, we're talking all things surfing. And of course, we're also talking Olympic qualification and many other things. Mike, let's have a look at Frederico Moraes here.
This was his 577, and utilizing the lip section of the wave to generate 3 quick turns. You know, Frederico is a big guy, and to get that amount of energy through those turns was great. He'll be stoked with that. Behind him, this is Jet Schilling. Jet on his backhand, the goofy footers fitting in very quick maneuvers in a short section of wave, just like Ian Gouveia did on his earlier wave.
So Jet Schilling had the priorities, used it, and now will make his way back to the lineup with a little over 12 minutes to go. Starting to chase a slightly bigger number. Perhaps that last one is, well, it will definitely become a counter. There it is. It's now in. Banks a score and moves up to third. So let's have a look at requirements now. Requirements all hovering in the 6s. That's about the same scale of requirement for Gouveia, Schilling, and Burke. So Frederico Moraes has set the pace for this heat.
So Jet Schilling in priority at the moment. Interestingly, we were talking about the Brazilians earlier, gigs, and how they, you know, the charges happen. There's also the same kind of thing happening out of San Clemente at the moment. They're a very tight little unit. If you have a look at the beach in prep for this heat, all the San Clemente crew are down there supporting each other. They're all staying at the same house here in Ballito, very close to the event site. And you know, how that Brazilian storm happened a couple of years ago, and it resulted in a world champion, you know, over the period of maybe like 10 years. There seems to be a very strong push around that area of American surfing at the moment, and they're all rallying each other on. There's a lot of events happening at their home beaches and that, and it's really cool to see.
So Brazilian storm, San Clemente cyclone, I don't know, maybe it's a little catchphrase. Either way, we're enjoying it. We trust that you are as well. In the booth with us is Sarah Baum. And of course, Sarah, we're talking Olympic qualification. We're talking about perhaps getting a good result out of Ballito. We asked that question, that Olympic qualification, has that changed your confidence and as you approach Ballito this year?
Yeah, not really. Just trying to, yeah, as I said before, to be an amazing event to win at my hometown sort of thing. I have won this event twice before. So I do take that sort of confidence into this event, but I'm just going to chip away and tick the boxes. And yeah, to me, I just want to be in that mental state where this is just another event for me, and I get to do it with my family around and my friends around and that sort of thing. So I just want to take in everything that I can, just really enjoy it and trust the process.
Yeah, of course, Dad Chris, also goofy footer. Still surfing quite a lot, I believe.
Oh, he snaked so many waves off me this morning. I was yelling at him. No, we went on an amazing Indo trip last year. It was we haven't done a surf trip in a long time, so that was amazing. And yeah, he outsurfed me 100%.
Nice. Love it. Of course, Sarah Baum with us in the studio here, folks. And yeah, we're loving it. We're loving what surfing is producing in 2023. Let's have a look at Jet Schilling. Is he going to tee up something for us here? The answer is no. With 9.5 minutes to go, he'll go back to the drawing board. And he remains chasing the 6.5. Here is Josh Burke, who's chasing a similar range score. He'll get back to a working approach. We've seen Frederico Moraes out in front, just picking out these inside right-handers and working them through the inside of the lineup here in Ballito. And we'll see where this heat steers with, well, a little over 9 to go. Mike, you're talking about backhand versus forehand out here in the conditions. Maybe Sarah will have some insights as to how she would be approaching the lineup as well.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, on your forehand with the very bowly, kind of choppy conditions out there, on your backhand it's easy to hook it and then quickly hook it again. You can go into those transitions of turns quite quickly on your backhand versus your forehand. If you were surfing or you had a heat coming up now, what would your approach be, Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that on your forehand, because of the two chops or sort of ribs in the wave, you can tend to overthink the past section rather than the first one, and I feel like as goofy footers we're always kind of focused on that section that's coming at you. So with this east wind at the moment, it kind of makes that perfect sort of rib wave, and you've just got to kind of tag what's in front of you, and it does come at you. And as you said, you are really able to transition into that next turn and create sort of a flow rather than on your forehand. You're kind of itching for the next section. So, yeah, I'd be kind of frothing to surf my backhand out there. When it's clean and perfect offshore, it's kind of hard. Sometimes you overthink it and overcomplicate it. So, yeah, no, there's definitely some sections out there.
So let's see if the goofy footers can cut through the surface chop on their heels. A little more sturdy than the toes. We'll see delicate toes from Sam Pupo coming up next, taking on Evan Geiselman, of course, Jorgen Kuzenet and Rafael Teixeira as well. Little in and out for Josh Burke's not going to change his situation except to keep him at the bottom of the priority ladder. And time moving along now, Mike. 7.5 to go. And where do we see the breakout story in this heat?
I think that at this point in the heat, for me, Federico Morai's experience is coming through. If I look at his scores, he's got a 1.6 as his lowest score. All of his other waves are waves with a bit of a score. He's got a 4.5, 6.5, 5.77. Josh Burke, by comparison, has got 8 waves, and most of them are throwaways, besides the 4.6 and the 4.9. Federico surfing a smart heat, using priority, his experience shining through. He finds himself at the top of the heat here. And similarly for maybe Ian Gouveia.
Well, that's an interesting dissection. You look at statistics, all scores up top left of screen, 3 of them with 4 waves, and the most active surfer not really unlocking anything on 8 rides. So that's a total summary of the heat activity thus far. And I want to just draw the attention to Jet Schilling here, who's already had a 3rd place at Snapper. We know Sarah Baum did really well out of Snapper Rocks as well. And we'll see if Jet Schilling could just stay focused and on the task. In the meantime, Josh Burke, again, wave 9. And he's not ticking the boxes now. He's got to just maybe become a little more patient. We're seeing patience in the lineup from Jet Schilling here. Everybody, as we mentioned, has got to go into the high 6s now to change the shape of the heat.
Yeah, absolutely, Giggs. It's you can't just be scratching for everything. It creates a little bit of anxiety, like a little bit of panic out there. And I'm seeing none of that from Federico and Ian. You can kind of see it with the amount of waves that Josh Burke has taken off on. He does have he's got 2 okay waves. He's not that far behind. He needs a 6.1, well within his reach, but he just needs the right wave.
Let's have a look how Schilling can approach this. That's a huge tail high. And incomplete. So that was really close. And Federico Morais allowed him to go there. Here's Ian Gouveia, who's trying now to defend that 2nd place position. And that was nuts and bolts surfing right there. It's exactly what Sarah Baum and Mike Frew alongside me were talking about. Just get the rail in, just nail out 2 turns. And, well, is that going to separate Ian Gouveia and Jet Schilling as far as the end result of this heat goes?
I loved how he went so upside down on that 2nd turn. He rode it out so nicely. And I was actually talking to a couple of people earlier, and some of the surfers today have been surfing quite laterally. And that was 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock on both of these turns. Comes off the bottom, has a look at the lip, goes straight up at it, almost 12 o'clock, straight back into the next one. Whack, there you go. 6 to 12, twice in a row.
Well, the judges the judges are going to lap up that transition. How quick did he come out of turn 1 into turn 2? A bleak angle. Those were very, very tight transitional turns. So I think that Ian Gouveia could even be going into the lead after that. We'll wait and confirm that. And that is going to start stretching out the heat a little more. So here's another quick question for Sarah Baum. Do you think Josh Burke and Jet Schilling go into a heat like this and look at former championship tour surfers and gets into their head? Do you look at a heat draw and go, oh dear, I got Steph Gilmore, I got Carissa Moore. Like, how does that freak your brain out?
Yeah, you do essentially at the start. You're like, oh, damn. But then you just try and take a step back and just, we're all dealing with the same sort of conditions. It is super tricky out there. So, yeah, I think I would go in just wanting to do my own thing, focusing on myself, trying to realize what waves do have the scoring potential and trying to focus on that and making sure I have priority when those waves come through and, yeah, try not to worry about what everyone else is doing.
All right, so that is pretty much what Josh Burke and Jet Schilling will be doing right about now. Let's have a look where that number went for last of Ian Gouveia.
Looking at Ian's last wave, it's a 6.27, so not enough to get him in the lead there, Giggs, but what it does do, it adds just a little bit more pressure onto green and red for the balance of time in this heat.
So a little over 3 minutes to go. Josh Burke now chases a 6.94. Jet Shillings asked to go into the 7s. Here's our heat leader who's been a little quiet in the last while. He'll punt to the air. We saw him, you mentioned that quarterfinal last year in howling onshore conditions between a very in-form Leonardo Fioravanti and Federico Moraes. They were both punting into the air, and we saw one of the best tail-whipping reverses from Federico Moraes we've ever seen. I think he got a flat 8 for it. But he'll maybe want to replicate that. For now, still a softer score as a backup for a heat leader in a 5.77.
Yeah, I think he's certainly looking to improve on that. He's getting quite busy towards the end of the heat. He held on to that priority for a long time. Set never really came there and gave him the opportunity gig, so he's getting quite busy. He knows these other guys are within striking distance. He's not that far out ahead.
Let's have a look at Josh Burke here. Kicks the tail. This story is just starting to unravel now from the surfer from Barbados. And Josh has just got to steady it and somehow settle this remaining 2 minutes and 10 seconds odd. Ian Gouveia is going to keep a very close eye on him. You see already Gouveia starting to navigate in the lineup here. He's already starting to track towards Surfer and Green. He has to leave Jet Shilling out of it. Shilling does have the priority. Let's drill into Jet Shilling's requirement here. 7.34 for a surfer that we've seen at the Surf Ranch this year. And he only lost to Griffin Colapinto by a small margin. Let's have a look at Federico Moraes here. Can he up the 5.77? Just kicks that tail out. 6'1", tall Portuguese surfer from Cascais. We know him really, really well. He's had those runs on the championship tour and wants to get back there now urgently in a top 10 finish come the Challenger Series year end. And right now just staying steady Freddie perhaps. He already got a 5th in Australia. So expect more from Federico Moraes at the Ballito Pro.
He's so set on his feet. He's got a real, he's really confident and set over his board, and I like the way he pulled it through on those maneuvers there, Gigs. He doesn't fall much, does Federico Moraes.
1 minute to go now. We'll keep our attention on Josh Burke and Jet Shilling. Here's Burke on the inside looking for a Hail Mary. Lovely tail. You see how high the tails are lofting up in the air now with that northeast wind just banking the equipment. Quite a strong, steady wind now. And we're inside that last minute, folks. And a 7.83. Well, let's have a look at Jet Shilling again. 7.34 requirement. Sets approaching. Here's a crunch moment coming your way, surf fans. We're approaching 30 seconds. Priority with red. Let's see if the talent from San Clemente can keep some momentum. Here he goes. Planing speed's already up. This one's got to go to the air. Beautifully done. A little bit of a landing. It's a little bit sort of clattery, a little bit rumbly. That lip kind of broke underneath Jet Shilling there, and perhaps didn't give him the flick into the air for the height and amplitude that perhaps he had hoped, Mark.
Knowing his style of surfing and what he's capable of, when we saw those sets approaching, Gigs, I think he had to go for the air. It was decided probably in his mind before he even took off on that wave. So a critical score to come in here. He went for it. The landing was a little hesitous. He didn't ride it out clean. He got a bit of amplitude. It was certainly in the air, got the rotation. It'll be whether the judges will compare to a lot of everything else they've seen today in terms of the backhand airs when that bar was set by Michael Rodriguez this morning.
Well, that score is going to come in from the panel. Jet Shilling's going to fetch a 5.3. It features in his top 2, and he'll just only jump up to 3rd. And so that is going to be an official result. Federico Moraes, Ian Gouveia, former Championship Tour surfers showing the experience. And they'll be moving on in the Ballito Pro. So that was an official result. It's been great to have you, Sarah Baum, on board. Thanks very much. We wish you all the best for your efforts in the Ballito Pro tomorrow. And for now, we'll call in Paul Evans and Kai Linder for the call as we continue here from beautiful Ballito.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Challenger Series is back in Africa for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Round of 64 for the men, already up to Heat 8. And these clashes come in thick and fast. Here to talk you through a brand new heat, John, myself, Paul Evans, is Mr. Kyle Linder. How are we feeling, mate?
Yeah, good. It's been an interesting day. We started off the day really with some nice clean conditions, and kind of felt like the radical surfers were having the best of it. We saw 9s being dropped pretty much back-to-back heats, big aerials. It's gone back to the grind a little bit now, and just looking at that last heat as well, like two very experienced surfers, you know, in Frederica and Ian Gouveia, just understanding what they need to do to get through the heat.
Some real quality taken to the water right now. Let's check out Samuel Pupo of Brazil, going great in the challenges. Good result, good showing from him as well. Championship tour last week in Brazil. Evan Geiselman of the USA, Jorgen Cousinet of France, Rafael Teixeira of Brazil. So a real blend there, and sort of approaches to wave riding. A lot of pedigree. Samuel Pupo's tasted championship tour. He's tasted success on this tour as well. He's an unbelievably good surfer. He'll certainly feel in himself he's of that pedigree with the very elites, but he's finding himself with the challenge, just trying to get back there. This is Teixeira surfing with some grit.
Yeah, lovely first turn there though. Really pushed the tail out the back of that one, and did well to find the second section as well. You had to go over a few speed bumps on the way there, so good surfing.
We were talking in an earlier heat about different surfers' kind of emotional approaches to competing. You sort of feel maybe Teixeira is one of those surfers that does kind of use that kind of adversity, that kind of anger energy, turns out to a positive. He's a real feisty competitor.
No, definitely a dynamite package there. But it's always a question for me with him, is it going to be dynamite going positive or negative? And if it goes negative, I've seen him implode in some heats as well.
It's entertaining both ways, right, for a neutral if you're watching on. But, yeah, it's explosive.
Maybe if in the heat you're guiding him on, yeah, have some charcoal to add.
So Teixeira with the 4.33. Cousinet's dropped a 3.5. He's in white, the Frenchman, by way of La Réunion. And I was just chatting to him for the event, actually, and he's been quite frustrated. There's been no surf in Europe on the Atlantic coast for the best part of a month, so he just hasn't really been out of practice. And he was stoked with the waves leading up to this event. Here's our leaderboard right now. You see Pupo sitting in third right there. This is live action with Teixeira, who's getting busy. And he'll just hit that with a quick whippy kind of turn. Won't be a big number from our panel. But that pragmatic approach is to do with, we talked about barrels this morning and kind of highlight real style surfing, big airs. Rolling up your sleeves, rolling up your singlet sleeves right now seems to be order of business.
It's grind and gauge for sure. But looking at this heat, I mean, Jorgen is a grinder. Like, he's a fighter in heats. Also not the smallest man on the QS, you know, in the Challenger Series. He's a big guy, but he seems to somehow really do well in small wave events always, and he had a really good run. I think it was last year here as well. I mean, he's made finals. He's gotten up to being a wild card in J-Bay off the back of this event.
Here's Cousinet flying down the line on that DHD and flying above the lip. He'll get an incomplete ride there. Will Jorgen. It looks like some of those injury troubles that kind of snagged the seasons a couple of years back, they all seem to be behind him. I think he's pretty healthy. He certainly looks that way from his surf, and had a couple of great runs in qualifying, got real close. And then a couple of weird seasons, like I mentioned, injury interrupted. He just wants to get that fire back, get that form. Great place to do it here, but this is a real tough heat. And talk the likes of Evan Geiselman, we talk about surfers. We tend to think of surfers with experience, doing one type of surfing, and then the young up-and-comers with the aerials. And actually, he's really experienced, and he's unbelievable above the lip.
Well, Geiselman, yeah, he's not an old guy, but it does feel like he's been around forever. He's one of those kids that started competing really young, and he's been on the highlight reels, and he's been on the video parts. So he's a name we've known about for a very long time.
In the words of the Wedding Crashers, we're not that young. He's a young guy, but he's been around for a while.
He's been around for a while. He's been around the block. But yeah, and I mean, same thing really goes for Sammy Pooper. I mean, he was coming out here with Miguel when he was about 15, competing in some of the local pro juniors here in South Africa. So, especially here in South Africa, I mean, we've known about Sammy Pooper for a very long time, and wow, that was a great float.
Yeah, nice hit there from Teixeira. Good little stare down as well for the panel. Some laser beams heading in their general direction. And a good venomous whippy hit from him on the backhand. We talked about some of the trouble some of these bumps present themselves with, but with this tide, feels maybe a touch more shouldery, so it's not quite running away as it was maybe an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, and you'll find as the tide fills in now with this wind, it actually might be a good thing. Yesterday, with the cleaner conditions, we didn't really want the tide. But today, with the up the face, maybe the tide just gets a little bit fatter, gives them a few more bowls to play with.
Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. Fred Moraes is with Emma Smith.
So I'm down on the beach with heat winner Frederico Moraes. You had an amazing run here last year. We just want to know if you've changed anything with your equipment or your strategy going into this event.
To be honest, well, these are new boards, but pretty similar boards. My boards last year were working pretty good. It was more my mindset. This was my best event of the year. By far. I lost in the quarterfinals with Leo. We had a big hit. Was fun, but yeah, super pumped to be back here. I love it. I've always had good results here in Africa, so yeah, stoked to be back.
We can definitely see you love it. We've heard you've been getting barreled off your head at sunrise.
Yeah, it's been really fun like the whole week. We were lucky enough to get barrels, offshore winds. I'm staying with Justin. French kid, and he loves getting barrels, so it's a good partner to surf these waves. And yeah, hopefully we can get some out the front. We saw the juniors get epic waves, so hopefully there's going to be more for us too.
Well done, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Freddie, a couple of tube pigs there. Federico Moraes, Justin Becret. They've been enjoying getting heavily barreled just, well, next bay round really, up at sunrise.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, first of all, congrats to Freddie, recently married, so super stoked for him. He's one of the nicest guys on tour and always got time for everyone. As you see the other Frenchman working it down the line here. Ooh. But my best story of Freddie was, I think, about his second year in Ballito. We were doing a lot of stuff for Monster Energy, and we spoke about the infamous Curry Bunny, the Bunny Chow earlier.
Bring it on.
Monster were like, please get us some content with Federico. He's quite new to the team.
Doesn't like spice, I don't think.
No, Portuguese.
Not a spicy guy.
And I might have gone in the back kitchen and just said to the chef, that guy says your curry is terrible. And Federico was literally crying the entire meal. And they kept going to him, we need another shot, Freddie. We need another shot.
It's the handsome figure of Marco Mignot getting ready. Went good in Australia. I love the spark from him. He absolutely ripped in the QS in Europe. Down in Portugal in April, just throwing down all sorts of massive airs as first turns, comboing them up with big rail hits. Traveling with his coach, Jason Aparicio, down there, and they were just absolutely lethal energy throughout. And he's got himself with kind of momentum into the challenges, and he surfed well in Oz. He'll be loving the look of these kind of conditions. He's such a well-rounded surfer. He'll be enjoying a chance to take this one on. At the moment, it's Teixeira with the best of it in terms of a total. Good 6.33 is in for Evan Geiselman, though, and that'll feel like a real quality number. Just the one wave ridden as well. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, let's go at this. So the Goofy is finding some bowls, and lovely little bottom turn into a power whip off the top. Another lovely little explosive whip there, really extending the back foot out. Gets another one just to finish, put the little exclamation mark on, but for me there, the second turn was where most of the points are going to come in.
19 minutes and 15 to go. What's eaten Samuel Pupo? No action so far from him.
I don't know what's going on with Sammy here. He's obviously waiting for the right wave. This was that wave of Jorgens we saw. Started off well, like bang, throws. Oh, that's the wave we missed. So nice little air reverse there for the big guy.
Gets that one done, just about clings onto it. And a number to come in for him. He's in the 3s and 2s thus far. And he'll get an improvement, something around the combined score for those two. Mid-range number, you'd reckon. But that sort of a turn. Let's see where that goes with our panel. But yeah, really surprised to see Samuel being really quiet. He's obviously got a tactic worked out. He's identified the kind of waves he wants. Cuisinet, 5-6 for him. Second highest score of the heat so far. And puts him up in second place. But you would certainly feel Geiselman when he makes a move. That'll mix things up. Pupo as well, as we check out Lucas Silveira with Haley Batista, who's here in a coaching role. And Silveira, he's just so powerful. You see him solidly built around the surface area, and he's got those wicked rail turns, hits it hard, and able to kind of find scores when he's in situations in heats. It's really well at kind of competing for the score that he needs. Really impressive down the years. Never quite had that breakthrough, I feel. Never put that run of events together. Could this be his year?
Well, the word I would use for Lucas is intense. Intense is the word for Lucas, because he really is in his surfing and in his approach to heats. But, you know, all it takes is that one heat to turn it around. And suddenly you find these guys start hitting their rhythm and finding like that roll of energy working for them. But of course it can also go the other way. One fall, one sandbank, and suddenly things are going terribly for you. It's a hard sport. So no one said surfing was easy.
Some lines stacking up here. Will it pique the interest of Samuel Pupo? I reckon it might. He's heading a little north just to reposition himself. He decides not to paddle for that wave. He's kind of surrounded by a long stretched out wall, but he feels he's got a section to hit. That was nicely done. So he kind of wound that one, didn't he, with the shoulders, and put the board up, and he really didn't have anywhere else to go. That was the walls kind of tumbling in all around him, and he did well to fit that turn in. He liked it too. Let's see if he improves on his 3-5. Let's see if he can get in the lead. He's only looking for a 4 right now.
Well, we were talking about everyone having to grind. Jorgen's kind of flipped the switch. He's gone back to the mornings program, which is big lip hits and aerials. So, and it seems to be working for him as well. So let's see if Sammy is going to sort of come with that vibe. Ah, and there's one of the friendliest and funniest guys on tour. I was being regaled with stories this morning in the lineup, which was great because the waves weren't that good.
Jacko Baker coming up real soon in that heat with Lucas Silveira, Marco Mignot, also Billy Stermond in that heat. And Baker will be getting ready, going through his preps. Think about going out there and bashing some of these waves at Ballito for numbers. Loving his work on the championship tour. Wasn't able to get quite enough done in terms of points to make the cut this time out. Wants to get straight back. That story from last year was just a success in the surface, and almost kind of like that poking the bear a little bit. You know, I'm thinking stuff like Leo, who by the time he got back on the challenge, he just looked like a different guy. I mean, he seemed like he was going twice as fast with his surfing, and yeah, it fired him up. And then look now, you know, it's amazing how quickly the sport moves on, making a final at Pipe first event of the year, and he's, you know, he's lurking around that top 10 conversation, looking deadly, going deep into events. And it's amazing how almost the challenge is not only a platform to get you back in terms of the mechanics of how it works, but also just to fire up your actual surfing.
Well, maybe not looking at the results, but looking at definitely the event at the pool in El Salvador. Leo, for me, one of the standouts. On his front side, he's just looking so strong, and certainly really excited to see what he's going to bring to the party at J-Bay, because I think on the surfing I've seen already this year, he's going to be deadly. I think also a major turning point for Leo is his new coach, Adriano de Souza. And I mean, I don't think you could ask for a better, more turned-on coach for the World Tour than Adriano. He was like just the king of grinding out results, and obviously an ex-winner at J-Bay too. So I think Leo's going to have a very strong go of it.
Yeah, another name also not making the cut last year, but coming back strong. Chumbinho, who only really just kind of squeaked in. He wasn't going that well. He did a lot of his work pretty late on the Challenger Series, and then to go from missing out, I mean, he surfed well the early part of last year, but missed out on the cut, and then to get back through the Challenger Series, and then, you know, he's a top 5 contender from the beginning of the season, getting that win early on, and just looked unbelievable. Spent a lot of time in the yellow jersey as well, so what a difference it can make getting this platform through this tour back to the championship tour. Here goes Teixeira. And a nice crack of the whip from him. And he'll just kind of claw onto that one. And there's that kind of set jaw energy, slightly furrowed brow as he checks out the panel. Meanwhile, Pupa's interested. Nice energy to that, nice and light on his feet. Doesn't do loads in terms of what the board actually did on that wave. He's waited a long time for that, 16 or so minutes. It's going to be a reasonable number. He's going to need quite a bit more than that, though.
Yeah, no, two totally different heat strategies going on in this. You know, white and green, Rafael and Jorgen both 5-6 waves under the belt already, and then you got Evan and Sammy with like a wave apiece, basically.
Geiselman getting late into that one, almost kind of stood up at the bottom of the wave. By the time he did stand up, unable to do much other than really just aim a kick out. Back towards the wave, just over 13 to go in this Kuzenay. Turns that screw, 6-8-3. You mentioned the quality, explosive, big maneuvers. That's what he did in that closing corner. And goes up close to the 7, so the highest score of this by about half a point. It's going to feel good for Jorgen. That was his 5th wave. Pupo now, he went for his previous to come in, which will be modest. What's he got for us here? He'll go with a float, a functional float over a section, little sting in the tail of the snap, and then finishes off by kind of buckling at the knees and just letting his body drop. He likes it.
No, he was like maybe just trying to show that he did ride out of that turn. You know? If I'm going to claim it, I made it. But yeah, Sammy's waken up all of a sudden. Like he was very, very quiet. The first one, I think, you know, if you look at that single maneuver of Jorgen's over 6-8-3, I don't think Sammy's had quite the sort of emphasis on the turn that he did. So I don't see it going as high as that. But working that little runner, and certainly going to have 2 scores in the mix. But I think he's still got a bit of work to do if he wants to take the heat.
Around about 12 on the clock in this heat 8 of the round of 64. It's Jorgen Kuzenay, the Frenchman, leading this one from Teixeira, who dropped just got a 6-5-3 to consolidate his 2nd place position. Samuel Pupo, a bit of work to do for him, as does the brilliant Evan Geiselman. Join us for more live action real soon. Hostilities resume on the Challenger Series at beautiful Ballito on the Dolphin Coast of South Africa. A blue Indian Ocean, a touch ruffled from a wind. It's blowing into these right-handers, still scoring opportunity, making the best of it, Kuzenay and Teixeira. Here is the man in 2nd on the backhand as he gets a nice bit of leg bend into a float maneuver. That wave sort of crumples and runs away, and it does seem sort of diminishing returns. As soon as the surfers stand up, it feels like the scoring potential of the wave is always kind of running away. Kind of want to get your surfing done early on if you can. Your initial terms seem to be crucial, Kai.
Yeah, and we saw it yesterday, even in the cleaner conditions here at Ballito. You really want to maximize the first turn because you know that closeout turn's coming later. This was a big hit from Jorgen, and he got rewarded by the judges, 6-8-3. So the single maneuver scores are still out there for these guys. Love the bottom turn to hack off the top there for Rafael. He got a 6-5-3 for that, so just a marginal difference between the two. But it's looking like, you know, if you can find that wave where you can get a decent first turn and then back it up with a big hit like we saw from those 2 guys there, that's where you're really going to go back into the excellent.
Just over 9 to go in this. Couple of 4s for Pupo. Got at least one eyebrow slightly raised at that. Would expect quite a bit more for a surfer of his caliber. Let's see how he goes in 9 minutes. It does not take a lot of time to get a couple of scores out here. We're following the Kiwi, Billy Stearman, as he makes his way around the back of this structure and onto the beach. It's quite a small and I would say highly convenient sort of setup here. We're really close to the paddle out from the surfers area, talking 20 sort of seconds to get down there and get your leash on and get ready, and then also a pretty short paddle out. So there's not loads of geography to deal with out here. It's pretty easy to get dialed in and you've got your plan in your head and suddenly you're fresh out there.
All of that is true until you get caught on the bank. It's interesting ocean here in the North Coast because, you know, down at J Bay and down in the Eastern Cape, you've got a really long, flat floor ocean bed going out, and the drop-off is like miles out to sea. So you see those groomed swells coming into J Bay, whereas here it's very similar to Hawaii and Tahiti and sort of more like islands where if you look on the really wide shot, you'll literally see that dark blue line in shot, and that is where the ocean just drops off down into the Indian Ocean. So the swells come in really hard and fast, and then they're hitting a sandbank at sort of knee depth. And even on a 2 to 3 foot day like today, if you get caught in the wrong place, you're going to know all about it.
What was the Mike Tyson quote? Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah, and this place will punch you in the face. In my case, many times.
You're not looking any worse for it, mate. Still looking good. 7 to go in this. It's Cousinet at the moment in the lead. The Frenchman in whites got a couple of decent numbers. The 6.83 feels solid in the context of this. The 5.6 as well. Geiserman's got that 6.33 early on. He has not looked very interested at all, really, in doing much surfing so far in this one. Looking a little bit out of sorts. You see the head kind of swiveling around, maybe just a little bit baffled about where his next opportunity is going to come from. He'll sit there with second priority just on the inside of Cousinet. And Samuel Pupo as well. We're quite surprised to see just the 2 attempts to paddle into a wave thus far from him. Monday lunchtime on this beautiful bit of coast. Crowd are loving it here. So many waves up and down the beach as well. You watch the surf, go for a little wave of your own. We talked about a bunch of spots available up and down the coast. Competitors love that because they get the surf quality waves, real similar to the actual event venue, but without having to get in the car and go somewhere else and check a bunch of places. You can kind of free surf around your heat right next to the contest zone.
Yeah, pretty much, I would say a 15-minute walk either way of the contest site. You've probably got about 12 possibilities, and then a few more within a very short drive. And then as you go, obviously, down the coast, you know, Durban, and then further afield, if you're willing to drive about an hour and a half south, you hit the south coast, and there's just chockaloads of right-hand points with sand bottoms down there too. So the whole of KZN is really a surf and wave-rich zone, and warm water and morning offshores, so it's pretty dreamy.
All right, guys, and when we saw Chloe Andino looking on there, wondering where his compatriot is going in this heat. He's not going too far with that wave. He's got a great score of 6.33, cannot find a backup at the moment. That'll be another throwaway for him. And you see that reflected as he just looks back with a bit of a grimace. And he's running out of time here. We'll be back in the lineup with about 5 on the clock. It's not a huge requirement for him. By contrast, Pupo, he either needs to go into the very good, close to excellent range with a 7, or he needs a couple of brand new waves. See some veteran action former Nat Young looking on there. Also Cole Hauschmund, who's going great on the Challenger Series, getting the win in Australia. Feeling really confident. Strong American contingent and working together as a team. That's something that's been a feature the last couple of years. They got that kind of squad energy, which makes total sense.
Well, yeah, we spoke about it earlier. The Brazilians kind of really started that whole practice. And I mean, no wonder when they were starting out on the tour back in the 80s and 90s, they were from, you know, like a third world country, much like we are in South Africa. And you don't really have much choice in the matter if you're from South Africa or, for example, Brazil. You have to travel with other people from your country because you need to share the expenses on a devalued currency. And it's paid such big dividends for the Brazilians though, because they have such an energy and such a support system now. And I think a lot of the other, Australians and Americans are finally starting to cotton onto it. It's like, wow, there's actually a massive benefit to sort of traveling together, supporting each other, knowing there's people on the beach there, that are backing you and supporting you. And obviously for a lot of the guys as well as sharing coaches. So they'll travel in the team with one coach. We saw Jake the Snake for years traveling with a bunch of them. And I think he kind of started that pattern as well of like one coach with 4 or 5 surfers and they all travel as a team.
Yeah, this is Jorgen Cousinet's wife filming his heat. They'll do a debrief later, however it goes. At the moment, it's looking pretty good because he's leading this one. And he's got pretty healthy numbers locked in as well. He's also got first priority. And as a surfer of his competitive prowess and experience with 3 or so the dying minutes of a heat, use that priority pretty smartly. Pupo needs to make a move here in red. Samuel needs to get something going. A couple of 4s ain't good enough thus far. It's a 7 if he's going to do it with one wave. He likes to look at this. He's got second priority. He'll use it here. So on the gas here, Pupo is going to punt. And he does. Gets nice and tail high, but just didn't quite get the angle for the landing. He came in a little bit acute, and he'll go down. He'll have to wash that off. Cousinet, meanwhile, with a bit of meat on this one. Nice turn from him. That is a stock Cousinet turn right there. The calf snap and another hit. He loves it.
Well, I love it too. That was some good surfing from Jorgen. I mean, we know he's a big lad, but wow, that first turn, he just sent spray to Antarctica pretty much. It was a really powerful hack, and then just flowed straight into another bottom turn and back into the second turn. I think we could be looking at the biggest score of the heat there.
Geiselman here needs to get something going, needs to get rid of a .77. He punts, lands on the roof, and he won't get a completion there. He'll have a couple of minutes now. If he gets his skates on and paddles out quick, but it'll be desperation stations. He's got a good number with that 6.33, has not been able to get it back up. And that was wave number 5 for him, so he's been busier, but he's had, well, 5 waves in a row that will be under a point. They're incompletions, and that'll be frustration. Let's get another look at Jorgen.
Well, I thought he might have been loading up for the air there, but loaded up the tail and just blew it straight out the back, and then went probably even a little bit harder on the second one now that I see the replay. The first turn just under the lip, and then on the second turn really getting into it and blowing the fins out the back.
Huge number for him. 8.17 goes excellent, does Cousinet. And he'll be delighted with that. He knew he was on his way to a number. As soon as he rode out with that second turn, had a look at the watch, he knew he was happy. And he's built up a head of steam here, and he'll just want to kind of now just stick a cork in that, bottle it, bring it back for the next round. But he's looking good in this tough heat to get out of. In second place, it's still Teixeira. He's also got priority as well. Does Rafael. There he is in the green. So he doesn't need any more scores to his total at the moment. He's going through to the next round. Samuel Pupo is one of the threats to him. This guy actually needs a much lower score, 5.54. Here goes Geiselman. He's going to have to try and punt here, which he'll do. And again, he'll just throw that one away. And he was hoping, I think, for a ramp a little further down the line with just a bit more chance for him to build up speed. He can't really get much backswing into that maneuver, so he'll just throw that again. Be another incompletion for him on wave number 7. Possibly a chance for another swing. But interesting to see Teixeira staying real close to Pupo. I feel Geiselman's probably the threat, really, just needing that 5. Maybe he's going to start to realise that now as he looks to be heading down, but he doesn't. He's not particularly interested in covering Geiselman. Time ticking away here, just over 10 on the clock. I'm really surprised to see Pupo. This performance from him, I thought it was going to come out absolutely blazing here, fresh off the event in Brazil, but he struggled.
Yeah, maybe feeling the effects of the jet lag, but also just Geiselman started things off with a 6.33, and then the heat just descended into not one score under over a 1 point ride. So he really just lost his rhythm very early on.
Well, it'll be these two proning in. Cousinet, Teixeira, you 1-2. Well done to that guy, Jorgen. We mentioned he didn't have much time to practice. I tell you what, he didn't look rusty at all, and he actually built up throughout that heat. And whenever surfers get their scores up, every time they take waves, just adds a little bit more authority to things. He'll be absolutely delighted to get the win there, go through to the next round. Him and Teixeira advance. Pupo and Geiselman bow out. We'll be back with more live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Tight off the bottom, really nice turn from him.
Here's that slam. Oh, that was beautifully done.
Welcome back to Ballito. It's a Monday afternoon. And there's plenty of swell still out in the water, sunny skies, and 4 surfers boasting talents from different regions of the world. Let's check out Jackson Baker. A couple of laps of the championship tour for him back in the Challengers, going all right in 6th right now. Lucas Silveira, former world junior champ. Marco Mignot, a Frenchman, grew up in Mexico. Outstanding surfer in a variety of conditions. Billy Stamond, an Olympian out of New Zealand. Quality surfer, did well in the early rounds as well. Good competitor. Another promising looking heat here. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Kai Linda, how'd you like this quartet?
Oh, absolutely stacked heat. I mean, you've got oodles of experience in guys like Billy and Marco and Lucas. Jackson Baker obviously has already been to the top and he wants back there. Felt like he was starting to find his feet in those last few events on the CT, but it was a little bit too late. Like he just didn't have a good start. So certainly got the talent and also one of the nicest guys you could ever meet. Wow, he's always got a big smile on his dial. Kind of interested to see that no pink boards.
Yeah, it's just running the white, it looked like, didn't it? Back to basics.
Back to basics. I was going to ask you, because we're watching that lovely insert of like around the event and all the stuff happening. Do you ever get creeped out when you hear your own voice?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's weird.
Yeah, I'm like, who's this? This guy's annoying. Where'd they get him from? Oh, that's me.
That's me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. But you know what? Just on that package we saw, bunch of cool stuff to do around Ballito.
Yeah.
What am I doing when I'm not surfing? Let's just say I'm not feeling it. I'm a bit tired from my commentary. What am I getting up to?
First of all, obviously, you've got a wealth of things to do as far as culinary. There's just the beautiful market for food up at the big mall. Loads of great restaurants and places to go have drinks and everything else. Obviously, already nice nightlife as well. You know, there's a great club called Conchilla that everyone goes to.
I like the way you're thinking. So what am I doing when I'm not surfing? I'm eating, drinking, and going to nightclubs.
And then, of course, where most, especially foreigners who are coming out, you travel 32 minutes to an hour and a half out of Ballito. You're at some of the world's best game parks, seeing the Big Five. 2 hours up the coast, right near me at Richards Bay, you've got St. Lucia wetlands, Cape Vidal, incredible wetland.
Good
areas.
birding?
Good, amazing.
Love the birding.
In fact, you should see the birding where I live. Just on my morning walks, I've got hornbills and eagles.
Stop it.
All sorts of crazy birds. So really, really good for the birders. And also obviously the ocean life. Some of the best fishing in the world right here in Quaracuza. All your big game fish, tuna, marlin, sailfish, dorado. So a big community of people who access the surf here for fishing and spearfishing as well. And obviously we are also visited by the big five in the ocean. We have a wealth of sea life, so whales, dolphins, turtles, all your favorite creatures in the ocean are here.
A lot of charismatic macro fauna in this part of the world. Out in the ocean right now, nothing really to get too excited about score-wise. No real blows landed. Let's see what Mignot can do here as he gets a little tentative, slightly sticky entry, and then a bit of speed under him. Heading down the line and realizing there's not loads on offer there, so just trying to post something on. We've got a 1 for Billy Stearman. Marco unable to do too much damage in that one so far. Just wonder, you know, surfers, we talk about them, whether they pay attention to previous heats, just seeing what happened, particularly to Geiserman in that last heat, just being quiet for too long and then really having to force it with an air. And then
Sammy as well.
Sammy also, and I think definitely get a couple of scores. It sounds pretty obvious, but get your work done early, ideally.
Yeah, if I was being asked for my opinion by one of the surfers, and I'm certainly not a coach, but looking at what's been going down and analysing it, I would certainly be saying I would be out there looking for every opportunity to get a score. If you think it's going to go, give it a paddle and try. There's also loads of peaks. I mean, we saw the last heat all start up against the rock, and by the middle of the heat they were in the middle, and then they were all split up. I mean, you couldn't even see all 4 surfers at one point. So there are multiple peaks. There's plenty of opportunity when you're under when you are under priority to go and move down the beach and still get some scores.
Jacko Baker in 6th, Marco Mignot in 8th. So already making inroads into that top 10. Of course, 10 surfers will take to the championship tour for 2024. There's this and then 3 more events. So the conclusion of Ballito will be the halfway point on the season. We'll take the best 4 results with 2 throwaways. And if you get a win, make a final, you're standing yourself in really good stead.
Yeah, that 10,000 points makes a big difference.
Huge result. We've already seen Cole Hauschman, vision of him watching on his American compatriots, coming off that win. Let's see how he goes out here in Ballito. We saw surfers getting on a run last year. The likes of Rio Wider going back to back with big performances. Big hit from Jacko Baker as he just unleashes that one. Back foot pressure, hitting it hard on the tail. A little too hard for what the wave was offering though. And a little shake of the head from him. We'll get back out. Won't do too much on the scoreboard thus far. A number will come in for Marco Mignot, be a reasonably modest one. A sluggish start for this so far. In the meantime, a man who built up a head of steam, got that momentum going, bashed out big scores, went excellent. Jorgen Cousinet standing by for a chat.
I'm down on the beach with Jorgen Cousinet, who is no stranger to Ballito and just had a great heat win. You mentioned you fell on your first wave and then you managed to come back with those 2 solid turns and get an excellent score. Tell us about it.
The beginning of the heat, I was like, oh, I want to get the inside. I want to get the best first wave. And then I got a 3.5. I could have got maybe a 6 if I would have finished the wave, so I was a bit bummed. And then I kept surfing. I was like, oh, no, you know, I've done some heats here in the past where I've done very good and then where I've lost for nothing. So I was like, oh, come on, just make sure you're getting 2.6 because those guys are surfing good. They're going to come back. And luckily I got a 6.8 and then the last wave made the job, so I'm very happy.
And obviously with our similar time zone, I'm sure you'd like to say something to your family and friends supporting you back home.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to everyone online on Instagram, Facebook or whatever, sending message, sending love, really appreciate. And merci à tous pour le soutien. J'apprécie à chaque fois, c'est incroyable. J'ai un soutien qui est immense en France. Je ne sais pas si c'est dû au vlog ou quoi, mais en tout cas, merci et je vais continuer comme ça. La planche marche bien. Et puis voilà, je vais essayer de mettre ma tête dedans encore plus. Et puis voilà, je suis content. Merci à tous.
Amazing. We look forward to seeing more excellent scores from you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Great job. Jorgen Cousinet stoked. His boards are going well. And he's loving the support as well from everyone watching online. Baker, he's He's swinging his arms, he's heading somewhere. I thought maybe he'd seen something that he liked the look of then in terms of the wave, but it's just a sort of purposeful reposition, I think, from Jackson, making his way back into lineup after another small throwaway score. So number 6 on the Challenger Series at the moment, unable to do loads of damage in the opening 10.5 minutes in this one. We saw a quick vision of Marco Mignot, who's coming 8th in the Changers right now. Just got a 4 and a 2, but it is the best of this encounter. Stammen with the 183. Lucas Silveira is keeping his powder very dry. Hasn't ridden a wave yet.
Yeah, the slow start, so will he be cursed like we saw in the previous heat? And loving the interview there. Only a Frenchman could get away with saying on an international webcast, I feel the boom.
Yeah, he's feeling good. Like, as I mentioned, he was feeling a little out of sorts, and normally he's like a super emotional guy. I don't feel jogging. He's kind of pretty much on a level. Like, it's one of those, he's always kind of shows up with that positivity, but he's not like crazy kind of swinging emotions, but he's actually like relatively a bit like, I haven't surfed much. There was the juniors on out here. He wanted to go and practice. He felt like he's maybe a little undercooked in terms of his preparation. Didn't look like it out there.
No. Well, and it's funny because, you know, he is quite that sort of steely athlete, but last year at this event, where of course he had a really good run, I think it was his quarterfinal or semi-final, he needed a score and he got it like in the dying seconds of the heat, and he just exploded. Like on his interview, he was like, I'd never seen him behave like that because it was just so emotional. So talking about guys with lots of experience in Ballito and who've made finals out here, there's another Frenchman that's made Ballito his second home.
Yeah, Joan Duroux coming up next heat. Meanwhile, here's Silveira. Late drop from him. Bit of a woolly one. He'll have to go the pin drop exit, as that wave will just shut down around him, so won't be getting too much going in terms of a score with that. Mignot has a little prod, not a particularly convincing one. Decides he won't be getting onto that, so we're all caught up with scores. It will be Mignot, the Frenchman, at the moment, still hanging on to the best of this in the lackluster opening. That next heat, we saw Joan Duroux getting ready. He's taking on Eitan Osborne, Luke Thompson, and Daniel Emsby, so a couple of solid South Africans out in the water in that one.
Yeah, very exciting heat coming up. Obviously, Luke Thompson is one of the top young surfers in South Africa. He really made name last year for himself.
God, he was so good at Jeffreys Bay last year in the CT.
And obviously here in Ballito as well as a wild card, you know, going the furthest out of any South African in the event. And he's got a big future ahead of him. He's just a very polished surfer, and he's got loads of power. Very similar in a lot of aspects to Geordie, like quite a big kid, and he's got a really good rail game and air game.
Didn't look in any way phased at all against coming on against the best surfers in the world and pumping JB. I mean, you know, we see wildcards coming young, and it can go a couple of ways. You can freeze a bit or shrink. Sometimes if it's really big waves, actually almost makes it a bit easier because you just swing and go, but it's pretty hard, right, to take on the very, very best and to feel that pressure. He looked like that's kind of what he does. He's been doing it for years.
Yeah, I don't think it phased Luke too much. He's a pretty happy-go-lucky kid as well, and he's got a great support network. His mom and sisters are right behind him and always there with him at the comps, and his friends, the Slipen brothers, who are like brothers to him. Those three are pretty much inseparable. So he's just a happy kid. He's so stoked to be following the dream, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the next heat.
Baker with a bit of a spring in the step there, joining up the dots, doing it pretty well. Just kind of S-ing through that wave, really, but managing to give it a couple of cracks of the whip, and it'll definitely be his best number. Mignot had priority, sort of having a sniff, was actually trying to get on that wave and snaffle it off Baker. He just got a lump and couldn't quite get there. Silveira now dealing with a lump himself. Nice from him. And again, does well to finish, so maybe just getting a slightly better read on conditions, making sure the finish is achieved. That's what he does. So a number to come in, it'll improve Baker, who only needs a tiny number actually to jump past Stearmans. There he is, Luke Thompson. Mentioned his success that he had. Talk about surfers who we sort of see relatively early when they're young in years and they get a bit of success, a breakthrough result. That's cool. But then you've got to kind of reprocess and come back and kind of do it all again. Like your achievements, they're there, but it doesn't necessarily help you. You've got to sort of start again and like build that house in terms of an event, and let's see how he goes at doing that.
Well, that's the thing, is you've got to now qualify. You've got to do it. So he had a good sort of introduction to the scene. went and did what he needed to do in the sort of off season and doing some smaller events, and he managed to qualify for the Challenger Series properly through results. So he's done the steps, but now the pressure's on to perform. And he didn't have a great run in Australia. I mean, we'll give it to him. It was his first 2 events, and they're 2 pretty intimidating events to start off with. Gold Coast, like everyone like looking at you, and it's the Gold Coast. And then Manly is a tricky event. So let's see how he does at home. The other South African, though, is also someone I really want you to keep an eye on, because Dan Emsley, I mean, he was in the finals for the Pro Junior here in Ballito. I feel like these conditions, he's quite a small little nuggety surfer, really electric, and he's very, very consistent. And I tell you what, some of these guys like Eitan and John will be looking at Dan and maybe like discounting him. Remember that Emsley name is synonymous with South African pro surfing too, and he could be a real danger man.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to do in just under 14 minutes time. Plenty left in this one, plenty left in the tank as well in terms of quality. Really, it's not been a classic thus far. Mignot has made the best of it with a 417 and a 24, but otherwise with a little bit found wanting in terms of quality out there. Just not been loads of opportunity coming through, and it's what it's all about. Any surf event, really, you've got to surf the ocean as it presents itself in front of you. Maybe adjust a touch in terms of your strategy. Loads of experience in the water. Some of that is championship tour experience from this guy who gets out the way, I think, because he was in 3rd priority. I'll have a look down the line and just see. Maybe he just decided to kick out that wave as it ran off. So Jackson Baker, frustration, relatively speaking, for him, although he is in 2nd place. He got the 387 on that last wave that we saw him just kind of bounce down the line almost, and it was good enough without really putting too much into his turns to get the 387. Let's see what happened just now.
Well, it was Marco Mignot, and going to the air, not getting the full rotation, landed on the back of the tail, but he did well just to slide it around. Nothing really presented itself after that. The wave kind of faded out into that high tide hole, so did well. Got a 5.33, which in this heat is so far a bigger score, so he's jumped up to the top of the leaderboard with a little air reverse.
5.33 in for Mignot. He's your heat leader right now. Baker in 2nd place. Just over 12 minutes to go in this one. Not a classic thus far. Let's hope this one fires up when we return on the other side of a commercial break. More live surfing on the Challenger Series from Ballito right after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. In the water right now, the Frenchman Mignot in the lead. It's not a huge one, but he's building a platform here. The 5.33 dropped in with the air reverse. We talked about that progressive weaponry that he possesses. Also sometimes an emotional character as well. He takes you on a journey with him as he goes through his heats. What kind of journey Silveira going on? Well, not a very long one on that wave. And possibly not in this event. If he doesn't pull his socks up, he's got a 3.33 and a 0.3. So he'll definitely improve on the 0.3, but he's not shown us a lot thus far. And a reminder, that isn't really to do with any lack of prowess in the surf. It's just been tough conditions, Kai.
Yeah, look, it's progressively getting worse. The high tide now has really kicked in, and it's making it way harder for these guys to find scoring potential. Also that onshore, side shore sort of wind is really starting to blow now, and that is probably why we've just been notified that Travis Logie is going to make a call.
All right, under that 10-minute mark in this. And it is still Mignot, but Silveira now, crucially, with a 3.37 in second place. Stearman, what's he got for us? Nothing on the board thus far. Nice hit from him. That'll feel a lot better. That's good from Billy. And does well to get the finish. Much more convincing stuff. He got a legitimate, it's the first real section he's basically had in this 21 minutes or so of this heat. And he surfed it pretty well, joined up the dots.
Yeah, I like that. And just looking across the heat, like the 5.33 for the aerial from Marco. Probably the best wave of the heat so far as Jacko finally gets back in on the action. Well, wow, he did really well to run out of that second turn.
Yeah, really good at hanging on to turns, isn't he? Jackson Baker, so strong on his feet and solid. And that's been part of the way how he's been able to build points, build scores. He's just sticking maneuvers, sounds obvious.
How's that man paddle too?
Yeah, he's, I mean, it's amazing you see a surfer get a score, get a wave, and just basically start surfing, and it just gives you that kick of energy when maybe you're looking a little bit lost at sea prior to that. And now a concerted effort at a paddle. We're going to kind of squish down this entertainment really to the final 10 minutes of this heat. Here's Mignot. He's not got loads of speed, and he kind of wanted a section, and he just couldn't really get the acceleration going at all. The wave just would not let him. And he has to kick out rather than punting, which is clearly what he wanted to try and do. But he's done that okay for a 5.33. It is the high score of the heat so far for that air reverse. Stearman, a crucial number, 5.23. Goes to seconds. So this thing, whenever we got low scoring heats, it means it's really close and it's anyone's, and we'll see the pack getting shuffled. Here's a replay of Silveira.
Well, I mean, that was a wonderful turn. Really got the board up and out over the lip and blew the fins, but just the single maneuver. Jacko had to go over a couple of bumps there. Got a nice first little turn out, lifted it up over the lip, but a lot of wobbles and bumps on that wave. I don't think the judges are going to be throwing out too big a score for him. Would have been way more impressive if it was backwards.
Jackson Baker right now is in fourth position. He's just ridden a wave. He's down on the inside, so we saw him motoring back with those arms to get an opportunity, which he did do. And this is all going to really just compress down to these final 7 or so minutes of this heat, and we're going to be quite close together in terms of scores, and the requirements will be very gettable for everyone. Expect that lead to change continually as long as we get sets coming through. It's Mignot at the moment holding on to it. Baker now in second place, so Stearman drops down to fourth, Silveira in third. Here's Billy using priority. The Kiwi here will have to go around Jackson Baker, and he'll do that pretty well, and then he'll get a finishing turn. He would have loved to hit that first section a bit hard. Completely unintentional from Jackson. It was just kind of in the way there, but Billy just kind of high-lined over him. He did get a strong finish, did Billy. Would have liked a bit more, but you'd say the 183, that's gone.
Yeah, definitely gone, and I think it's going to be one of the higher scoring waves of the heat. I see Jackson just dropped a 5.33, so he's solidified that second place, and now the requirement goes up for Billy, a 3.98. But I think he'll be in with a shout at that. That second turn was really good. Yeah, he had to hold back on the first turn a bit. Jackson probably owe him a beer or two, but I think he's going to get very close to the score, and the score comes in 5.8.
All right, there you go. So it is that high number that we've seen thus far. A strong finish from Stearman and a 5.8, and we are just shuffling this pack. Basically, every time a wave gets ridden, our leaderboard is swapping out. So Silveira in fourth, Baker third, Mignot in second now, and let's see what Lucas Silveira does with this priority.
Jackson Baker, you're in third. Red, you're looking for a 4.17, and blue, you are now in fourth. You need a 5.21. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Once again, green in the lead, white in second.
I'm here with Travis Logie of Chosen Competitions, who's going to update us on the call for the day. Travis, what's the call?
Yeah, Mike, so this will be the last year of the day. This early in the waiting period and with a good forecast, we have the luxury of being a little bit proactive rather than reactive, and we can see the tide coming in more and more, and the waves the sets kind of slowing down. There's still decent waves out there, but Tomorrow morning is going to be a lot better, so we're off for the day after this heat, and we'll check back in tomorrow morning for a 7 a.m. call.
Thank you, Travis. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. So Travis Logie there deciding. I think you just look at the scoreline, really. There's not a massive decision to make. Just realising the scoring potential has been kind of clipped and compressed right down by this high tide. We'll come back tomorrow.
Yeah, some of my favourite moments over the years at the Ballito Pro are being on the deck in the early hours, watching Travis deliberate on what he's going to do for the day. It's a tough job. It's a real tough job because it's not just... He does it very well, but you know, you've got the surfers, you've got the fans, you've got all these people like weighing in on your decisions. So good on Trav. He generally gets it, I would say, 98% of the time right.
Doesn't look that ruffled generally, does he? Not one to flap.
No.
This Travie.
Well, if you look at his surfing career as well, I mean, he was Mr. Ice Cool always, and he took down some big names over the years without even blinking. So I think he's taken that same sort of attitude and everything else that he does in life all the way through to doing his job on the tour now as well.
Sturman having another crack there. It'll be a smaller number for him. He's got the pair of 5s. That feels healthy right now. That's his first place position. 5.8 and a 5.23. Good enough for first right now. Mignot, the Frenchman, he's got priority. He's got second place position. He's got Baker and Silveira. Hot breath on the nape of his neck. Just in terms of this scoreboard, they're looking for 4s and 5s, not big numbers. Here's Baker.
Yeah, Jacko saw this section coming and just licked his lips. That was made for him. You can see the little claim there. Just came off the bottom real clean and just laid into that thing. And that's where we saw the scores coming for Jorgen in the heat before. He would have been watching that from the beach, so he knew exactly what to do.
Let's see where that goes score-wise. His requirement 4.17. It's not a big number. Required for Jackson Baker to put a bit of pressure on Marco Mignot. Judges having to think about that. 3 on the clock. It's a 5.23. And we'll shuffle again. So Mignot will find himself for the first time in this encounter not in an advancing position. That's the bad news for him, as he'll be getting that relayed from our beach announcers. The good news is he's got priority. And he's got a couple of minutes. And even though we've had some lulls, I'd be surprised if he doesn't ride a wave again. Stermont just kind of dealing with some rip right there. He served himself out of trouble in this one. Talking about surfers keeping a cool head. Billy's done that. And right now, the pair of 5s looking all right in first. Here goes Mignot looking to attack Baker, possibly Sterman. What's he got here? He's got some speed. We know about the flair that he brings. There's that air reverse that he does so well. And that was, I was talking about, the emotion that he sometimes shows us. And that's what he's like. He's an entertainer. Meanwhile, Baker, what's he got for us here? Cracks it. Nice spray from him. Lands it. The big emphatic finger flick. A fist pump as well. An entertaining heat, this one. And a ding-dong battle, Kai.
Nice claim off to end the day. It's great. But yeah, Marco clearly feeling emotional. He had been up top there, and then Jacko took the second position. Did really well to land that air. I actually thought he had duffed it at first.
I think he was trying to let the judges know I made it.
Yeah, yeah. But it did. He almost caught just off the landing, and I thought for a second he had duffed it, but did really well to pull it around. But then Jacko just coming back straight away with an answer back, and that could well be one of Jacko's best scores as well. So you watch it now, you knew all day he was looking for the air. He wasn't interested in turns. Threw the tail around, got almost all the way around. You saw he hit that little white water as he came down. I thought for a second of throwing him off, but he did really well. And then Jacko takes off straight into a big power hack and now looks for the closing section. Wham! Just threw the fins over and also doing really well to pull that down, and he was stoked.
All right, number dropping in for Mignot. It's good. It puts him back into first. 6.13 for the Frenchman. Jackson Baker now. He's looking for a 5.17. And that's the tune of the requirement for his last effort. Final 45 seconds in this. Mignot, he didn't enjoy being picked out of an advancing position. He didn't spend that long. Back in third and goes with that air reverse. He's so good at those kind of late collects on the landing. He can kind of do them at will. It's been a real weapon for him in getting himself onto the Challenger Series via the qualifiers. He's done it again here on the Challengers. Here's Lucas Silveira. Needs a bigger number. That wasn't it. And frustration from him. Mignot will just squeeze one down into the flats. Have a look at the timepiece and bring this one in. So Mignot will get a number in for him. But it's Jackson Baker's score, really, that seems to be the crucial one for his last effort. 2 turns. The first one a bit of a setup. It was quick, but it was a setup, kind of a flick off the top for him. The second one had a lot more to it. And we talk about that little tail tap release in that lip. That's been a point scoring maneuver throughout this event thus far. Nice and technical and tight from him. Was it good enough for a 5.17, Kai? You're on the spot.
Well, I mean, the judges are clearly watching that replay over and over. And that is the nice thing, is that the judges do get that facility. They are allowed to go look at the replays. They can even look at the slow-mo replays. If we look at the scoring, like you said, on some of the big turns going through the event today especially, the guys who really committed to blowing the fins out the back on those heavy sections with the airdrop out were the guys getting the scores. And I feel like he did do that. Where he might have been let down is the size of the wave. It wasn't like one of those really big set waves. But he did get the first turn as well, which is going to put some points on the board. So I think looking at a 5.71, he got a 5.33 for that other ride. I think Jacko could be in with a shout here.
Yeah, well, we know it's close, right? If it was under, if they were going to give him a Thor, they would just lock that in, and that would be it. We're going to get, you know, same thing. We've got an exit number. It would be in, and we'd be moving on. But right now, they're deliberating on that. That tells us it's close. They'll be using those replays, and this one could really go either way. And this is a crucial moment, really, for Jackson Baker. 6 on the Challenger Series, coming out of Australia off the back of, well, the opening part of the season on the Championship Tour. Right now in the Challengers, and right now staying alive in the Challengers. The numbers in 5.8 for him. Elation for Jackson Baker's squad. It'll be heartbreak for Billy Sterman, who drops down to 3rd, and it is really narrow margins at this level. And Jackson Baker stuck with his game plan, nailed that score, and he'll be absolutely delighted, Kai, to make it through into the next round. You see him there. He's dodged a bit of a bullet in a tricky heat here. Sometimes it doesn't really matter how you get it done, as long as you get it done.
Yeah, and thank goodness for us, the world's best moustache is staying in the event.
Loving Jackson Baker's work. Well done to Marco Minio as well. Those two advance. Don't go anywhere. We got the post show coming up. We'll bring in gigs for some of the big talking points of the day to join myself and Kai. We'll be right back.
Listen up, guys. Our biggest problem right now, we are missing pauses.
You mean pauses?
No, pauses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! Let's take a break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back. Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, guys! Ah!
Hey, you'll get it tomorrow.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your
With the post show from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. A lot of talking points from a really fun day of competition. Some of the top seeds have entered the chat. Some surfers from the championship tour taking on some of the better surfers from the early rounds. Loads of talent going down out in the water, and a lot of big talking points from a day which kind of a tale of two oceans, really, from the real quality we had this morning, kind of surf trip type stuff, to a little more grindy this afternoon. Here to talk you all through it. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Kai Linder, Gig Cilliers. Thoughts on the day, guys?
Yeah, it was a fantastic day. I mean, the morning started off maybe a little slow, but then as we got into sort of like the second heat of the morning with the ladies, it really started to pulse, and there was some nice size. A couple of incredible waves to start for the guys. We saw the airs coming out, and it was amazing. And then, like you said, things got real groundy, and I think the guys in Heat 10 breathing a big sigh of relief that they can wait for the morning offshores.
Yeah, Gigs, pretty much true to forecast, exactly what we're expecting. We expect to be really good this morning. Great winds, beautiful conditions out there. That's what we got, and the surfing matched it.
Yeah, in Travis Logie's defence, making those calls. The biggest water movement as well of the month with the full moon. You know, you got about 6 to 7 feet of tide. A lot of that water did rush in, but I mean, how was those highlights through the low tide this morning? Lots of exciting surfing as we transition back to men's round 2. And it was a lot of content for us to work through this afternoon.
All right, well, in terms of highlights from a day of competition, with the best of conditions they were. First thing this morning, our first heat from the round of 64. It was a standout heat to us on paper, and it didn't disappoint us as well in the water. This one was an absolute cracker of a heat.
Yeah, Amrod came in guns blazing. He had a real sense of urgency about his surfing. And of course, this young man as well, really putting on a display of power surfing. It was a great way to start off the men's competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zhao Zuchi, Cade Matson, and the rest of the crew there, Kalani Ball as well, they kind of stuck themselves up for the heat. And in fact, it was about 2/3 of the way through the heat that Michael Rodriguez was sitting down in fourth, and he needed to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Well, I mean, this aerial was just crazy. You could see he was loading up that spring, just knowing he needed something big to change the heat around. It's also, for me, just the section he did that aerial on. He landed completely in the flats. We know how shallow it is there, Gigs, as well, and just incredible surfing.
Yeah, I kind of mentally think Jaeger Dora's big punt for the 10 a couple of days back in Rio sort of cross-relate that, and it was only really the landing and a little bit of a warble for Michael Rodriguez, but a 9-pointer saw him go from fourth to first and, well, rewrite the heat.
Yeah, you think there's different ways of making it through heats, but getting the 9 as well, doing it with that kind of explosive surfing. And by the time he landed on that inside section, he's so close to the crowd here. I mean, we can read the expression on his face. He'll be absolutely delighted. And, you know, we talked about his confidence. He's generally a confident performer. He's going to be deadly confident in the next round.
Yeah, and Emrod's really dangerous when he starts feeling the roll going, and we've seen it in so many events before. When he's on top of his game and he's feeling that energy, he's not scared to go big, and when he goes big, he gets big scores, and the ball just keeps on rolling. So very excited. It's always nice for an event when Michael Rodriguez comes to the party.
And just in terms of those maneuvers and what's available out here at Ballito, Gigs, that big air rotation, we've seen that as a weapon throughout the day. And any surfer in a bit of a position in fourth, needing a score, whether it's a set or whether it's a between wave, well, we've seen a lot of those aerial maneuvers, and it's entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ballito's given us everything. Again, a strong message from the judges. They wanted to see the combination of maneuvers as the conditions slightly went off the boil. They went back to the basics. But the other thing I just want to quickly throw into discussion here is former Championship Tour surfers putting their hands up, and the young challengers have got to go up against that level of competition. So there's a beautiful theme developing here.
Yeah, some great heats throughout the day. Let's turn our attention to the women's competition. It was heat number 6 from that round of 48 for the women. And that one didn't disappoint as well in terms of performances going down. A highly competitive heat, and really enjoyable to see some quality going down from the likes of this woman.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison did a good job and got a stranglehold early on the heat. In fact, it took a while for the rest of the competitors to engage in this particular encounter, and it was a real late run from the South African Zoe Steyn at the end that would get her involved in this. Of course, Natasha van Groenen as well, also doing a good job in her respective heat. But it almost looked like all the way through the morning it was taking half the heat for competitors to figure things out, and then everybody really banked their two-wave contributions in the second half.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It really did. I was watching this heat from the beach with some of the South African supporters, and one of the Groms asking me, is Zoe woken up this morning yet? And I was like confused, because normally she's such an aggressive starter for her heats, but she came right at the end, an 8.0, 6.5. She found her feet and smashed the heat.
Well, being coached by Greg Emsley, who has come off the Olympic success of Bianca Baitenbach, he knows how to manage Zoe Steyn, and as I mentioned, it was a late finish to that heat, but the South African did put her hand up, a little flash of the talent perhaps to come from her with that 8-pointer.
Yeah, the crowd absolutely loving that hit. Another strong sewing from our South African contingent. Plenty of those surfers left in the draw as well. Local knowledge as ever important. But of course, they are coming up against some of the very best from around the world. And we talk about some of that championship tour talent coming and stepping down and doing battle here. Overall, who's winning that battle between CT surfers coming back here to try and get back there, the emerging talent? Where are we with that so far from what we've seen?
Oh, for my books, I think Giggs is right. The CT guys, the guys with the experience, seem to be locking it down, especially in the latter part of the day where we saw those like grindy heats happening, guys like Freddie and them really put their hands up. Jackson Baker showing his class and fighting back at the death to get the second place and make it through the heat.
The other point as well, Gig, an event like this, we're here for a week. It's that marathon, not a sprint as well. And some of these quality surfers just kind of doing enough to get it done. Feel like they got loads more in the tank.
Well, I want to counter-argue Kai there, because what about names like Eli Hanneman that are suddenly putting their name up? So those challenges are coming through. And again, a couple of the big names have fallen out the draw. We'll discuss that. All
right, so that classic battle of the generations, we absolutely love it. Let's get into some of our top 5 moments of the day and talking about the young up-and-comers. Sorry, we're going to go and hear from the winner of the last heat before we get into our top moments of the day. He's standing by.
I'm here with winner of the last heat, Marco Mignot. Tell me, how was it out there? Conditions looked like got a bit more challenging through the afternoon. How did you take out that win out there?
Well, when I got into the heat, I was expecting some a bit of consistency, you know. In the first 5 minutes, it was like no waves. I got like a little 4, and then I kind of got in the rhythm. Then everybody started to get like 5s and stuff. And at the end, I needed like a 5 point something, and I was able to do a nice air, and I was able to make it a heat. There was a really stacked heat, so it was good to get the win.
You've been to South Africa before, but you've never been to this Quadacruza region or the town of Ballito. How's your trip been so far? And I know you told me you've been getting so barreled.
Yeah, man, I was expecting not this good, you know, like this the first morning with me and my friend Gatien, we walked up at the beach and we just saw this perfect right-hander just spitting. I was like, oh my God. And we got there, we got barreled, and it just went through like 5 days like that, and it was amazing.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Good luck for the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
Marco Mignot absolutely stoked to get out of a tough one there. We talked about the emotions on him, that $1 million smile. He's loving his time in South Africa.
Well, he's loving getting barreled for 5 days straight while the juniors were on. And the nice thing about this location is that there are so many other waves within spitting distance of the contest.
All right, we'll just revisiting that chat about emerging talent that's coming through here on the Challenger Series and making statement performances. Let's get into our top 5 moments of the day, and let's check out the youngster out of Hawaii, Eva Wong, who looked amazing out here this morning, bashing out of her huge scores with brilliant surfing and a cool customer as well. Let's check her out, Eva Wong.
Yeah, definitely one of my standout performances of the day. This young girl from Hawaii just absolutely attacked the Ballito lineup. She was in a real rhythm as well, Gig. She was just finding those good waves.
Well, that's always the secret, right, is to find two of them. You can have a 9-pointer and still lose a heat. This was that second, number 4 for us. And how was that corrupt flip? We loved this one. We were in the booth calling, we were going nuts for it. And through that period of a couple of heats, everybody was going to the air, and Carlos Munoz didn't disappoint.
Always an electric performer, an entertainer. Carlos Munoz didn't really have the rub of the green on the championship tour, doing great here in Ballito. And this was Zoe Steyn out of South Africa, ripping in the morning light.
Yeah, she's always so solid on her backhand, coming from the Hoon Reef in East London. Obviously, Greg Emsley, her coach. And she had a late start, we discussed it, but she came strong in the end and making the heat. And then, of course, Giggs mentioned this guy, Eli Hanneman. And he went straight to there, big air, followed up by a really strong turn into the lip. And it was interesting talking to Eli in the interview. He said to me, he's been struggling a little bit with competition gigs because he feels like people expect him to surf a certain way in competition. And he's come to this event saying he's going to surf Eli.
Well, of course, Eli was inspired by this one here. This is the 9-pointer from Michael Rodriguez. Just that little glitch at the end, perhaps robbing it of being a perfect 10. But the beach lapped it up, the judges lapped it up, and of course surf fans everywhere have come to see stuff like this. And well, Michael Rodriguez again showing that pedigree, and as we mentioned, being inspired perhaps by that perfect 10 of Jagodora.
Michael Rodriguez just really showing his class, wasn't he, out here, and just enjoying himself as well. You can tell some surfers just really kind of enjoy surfing in heat and getting big numbers and performances. Rodriguez is someone who's definitely going to be part of this conversation throughout the Challenger Series, throughout the rest of this season. It's already been an entertaining couple of days so far in Ballito. Loads more yet to come. Just a quick closing thought from the day.
Well, I think the closing thought for the day is like, don't stop and get your wave count in. That's the two things I picked up today. Some people had really slow starts and they just didn't find that momentum, whereas we saw people like Zoe Steyn able to just activate a score and get the ball rolling. So I think in this lineup you really need to just not sit around too long. You've got to find those waves.
Giggs, your thoughts for tomorrow? What have we got in store?
Summarize today in a nutshell, I've got it as 50-50. Championship Tour surfers stepping up, names like Federico Moraes and Michael Rodriguez particularly, and then new talents like Eli Hanneman and such. So to me, it's a lovely balance, and to me that is the theme of this whole Challenger Series, and today just played out perfectly.
Should we come back tomorrow morning and have a look? What do you think?
I think we are definitely coming back
Keen
tomorrow
for a look
morning.
in the morning?
It's going to be...
Should we say 7?
7, I'm in.
WorldSurfLeague.com at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll look forward to the pleasure of your viewing company then. In the meantime, we'll send you out with some highlights. We'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.